wording language for us, Madam Secretary?
The one that we just
Yeah, the one that we're about to finally pass. That's the old image. If you go back to that other sheet.
Oh, the Excel?
Yeah, that has the language. We didn't change anything. Except for the.
Oh, because it was.
Sorry, internet's a little slow. Just a little.
Oh, this. Okay.
Yeah, that is the language that we're passing.
Okay.
If you could read that out, so I don't have to.
Yes. So, Plank 62 will now read with the changes. Government spending and taxation. We believe in the principles of constitutionally limited government based on federalist principles. Government spending is out of control at the federal, state, and local levels, and action is needed to reduce spending. Texas shall freeze state spending, eliminate waste, fraud, abuse, duplication, non-essential expenditures, and spending outside government's proper constitutional role, and adopt zero-based budgeting and independent audits to identify savings. We urge the legislature to amend the Texas Constitution and state statute with stricter spending limitations on all state revenues and expenditures based on U.S. Census population growth plus inflation, and apply the new limit to Texas's total government budget. At least 90% of any state budget surplus shall be dedicated to property tax relief, beginning with buying down school maintenance and operations taxes until property taxes are phased out and eliminated. Additionally, all local taxing entities shall be subject to a spending cap of the lesser of population growth plus inflation, or 3.5% annually, with 2/3 voter approval required for property tax increases or new debt obligations. Restoration of voter rollback petition rights, limits on excessive unrestricted revenues, and safeguards against loopholes, carve-outs, special districts, fund reclassification, or accounting manipulation. Here.
Okay. And to finally pass that, we'll entertain a motion to pass as amended. Motion passed as amended. Any debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of passing 1062 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. There's 62. All right. One down, I don't know, 20 to go? Okay. Moving these to the right folder. Who's supposed to be 1063? Me? No, that was Beth. That's the only one I actually don't have here. Yes, that one I have. I just need, was there a new language? This is new claims.
I think that was all new.
63?
Yeah.
Current evaluation, 62, times 63.
That was me off that figure. Close. 63, economic stabilization. There we go. Okay, so the committee didn't have any changes for 63. And that's because there were only 5 resolutions. And I think it was being that all of them were either duplicative or one was a new plank recommendation. And like I said, I'll get to all the new planks later, but we'll try to go in order of what current plank they might relate to, which means, you know, I think I'm gonna go backtrack on that. Let's let's go to that one new plank now, in case it is related enough. Economic list, federal spending practices. Yes. Oh, that's right. It was either related to 63 or 66. All right. So let me read that.
Which line were we on resolution?
Actually, I went down to suggested language of 77. Yours was 71. All right. Republican Party Texas urges state of Texas to enact legislation that studies major economic risks, including federal spending policies, inflation or currency decline, economic attacks, and other large-scale threats. In addition, we call for the creation of a Department of Government Efficiency to identify waste, improve performance, and ensure Texas remains fiscally responsible and self-reliant. Now, the question was, does that relate to plank 63 or plank 66 more? And then that's what we'll actually talk about the merits of this thing. Sorry, I'm trying to go back to 63. 63 is Economic Stabilization Fund, talking about purposes of preventing tax increases during economic downturns. 66. Mm, 66 was the truth in taxation. Weird that taxes established for a particular purpose shall not be used for another purpose. Tax revenue derived from gasoline taxes and all other tax fees on vehicles shall not be used for road construction. So that was kind of, I feel like that's where that one would go. 66. Is that, anybody object to that?
That was a little hard fit, but I think it does fit better.
Just at the very least in terms of discussing. Then we'll get to plank 66 and talk about it there. There's plenty of new plank resolutions to talk about. That's a big discussion. Excuse me. Okay. And back going to 64 now. Compare and share this document with y'all. Okay. Let me know when you all get that. And to our editor, do you have an email address I can send this folder to?
Sure.
Have access.
It's Daniel.
All right. So DANIEL.
At Business Frank. Glenn GLENN. 123 at Gmail.
There you go. Anything, all the planks that we actually recommend all the language will be in here,
Okay.
one at a time. Got it? And then Susan, I'm still waiting for it to.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not getting rid of the name. So this would be plain 64 government pensions. The Texas legislature shall enact new rules to begin removing the word to transitioning government pensions for public sector employees from removing a defined benefit pension to a defined contribution retirement plan similar to 403B, replacing that language to defined benefit plans to defined contribution retirement plans. Retirement benefits for elected officials shall be strictly limited and shall not exceed those available to public employees they serve. We call on the federal legislature, we've called on federal legislatures to abolish pensions for former presidents and members of Congress. Right, again, that's kind of incorporating all the language that we saw there in those resolutions. So I think the first debate here is going to be between changing the language from a defined benefit pension to a defined contribution retirement plan similar to 403B to the language there that says defined benefit plans to defined contribution retirement plans. It's really just removing the language 403B. Is there any kind of debate about that?
I think that's a little bit more streamlined and it's more active, same with transitioning almost not being to transition.
Yeah, makes it active language, not like this. We're going to presume that the government is actually going to do this, but importantly is that 403B. I don't want us to overprescribe the platform, and a lot of people have pretty much said that they don't want the government to just do this one thing. They want the government to be able to kind of figure it out when it comes to this, not just give them like, hey, only this is the only method. Yeah. So with that, I'll just take a motion on adopting the first three changes, striking to transition, changing that to transitioning, striking that well, end of that sentence. And yeah. Moved. Any debate? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. All right, ayes have it. And now the fun part. Retirement benefits for elected officials shall strictly be limited. Shall be strictly limited and not exceed those available to public employees they serve. We'll start with that sentence. Retirement benefits for elected officials shall strictly limited. Now, the way I take that is only in their capacity as an elected official. Obviously, if they were a teacher,
No purview on it.
and now they're elected, we're not, we're not restricting that. Not exceed those.
To those entitled to that office, do we need to put specification
To those.
to those benefits entitled to that office? That way it gets rid of it, or not to be
Oh, I
restricted
see.
to sure.
I see what you're saying. Retirement benefits for elected officials entitled to that office, or
The benefits that, I don't know that it necessarily has to be in there, we can keep it fairly generic.
retirement benefits. It says for elected officials, right? For,
Just
right?
that's what.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need
I don't
to
think that would be
wordsmith.
read into it, that would
Yeah.
branch out to personal or
Right.
other.
Yeah. And good luck doing that. So, okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to adopt that new sentence. So moved, seconded, well, it doesn't need a second, thank you. All right, those those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. That one's adopted. And now the other fun part. We call on federal legislatures to abolish pensions for former presidents and members of Congress. What do we think about that?
Texas is. Whether or not I agree with that, Texas.
Right, so the question would be, how much of the platform actually deals with federal matters versus, because this is,
Some, I understand.
yeah.
You can't decide on all federal ties in. But this one specifically is.
It jumps over former governors and former state legislators.
Well, yeah, there's like one sentence in here, hey, federal government.
So, well, but just, even if you want to just take out former presidents, if you want to keep them. Just.
They make enough money off the library books, sorry.
Entitlement.
There's no love lost there for not having a pension.
Right, yeah, no, and I'm not trying to think about whether or not I agree with that.
It just may not be a Texas
Yes,
platform.
yes, because when I think about, a representative, ridiculous. The more they kind of just like, well, I have to control that, I'm a Texas. Or, if there's gonna be too much of this like swiping away mentally, because like, well, that's great, I can't do anything about that, I can do anything about, just kind of be.
Yeah, because the previous language did have just state, local, identified on it.
So to be fair, Plan 27 has two parts, one federal laws, one state laws. And it is now seen, because I've really had kind of thought about it, that there are plans that speak to both the state and the federal.
Yes, and
government
I was
changes.
saying that, it's hard to not.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that we should at all,
I see what you're saying.
but with this one specific language about former presidents. That's just getting so specific. And again, even if we kept the sentence but took out those three words, on the four words, abolish pensions for members of Congress. That's it. That's fine. I could keep that in. Not suggesting that the sentence be one thing, it's just former presidents.
I see what you're saying. See, one of the things we have to consider here, I was on the legislative priorities for the last two cycles. And the one thing I try to bring up all the time, if you overdiagnose, if you add too much language, you could inadvertently add a poison pill
Yes.
where the delegates on the floor will just vote against it because they see that
Right.
and not on the merits of the entire thing.
That's kind of.
And I see what you're saying.
That last sentence.
Well, if not the last sentence, at least the
Three
former
words.
presidents.
Yes.
Because that gets into, well, I like Trump, I want him to have his pension, or Biden definitely shouldn't have had it, or well, who cares about Bush, but Reagan, or whatever,
So just those three words, former presidents.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, any delegate here that says, oh yeah, we should give members of Congress pensions. I don't know how. Democratic Party's down the road. Okay. Don't know why you're here, but anyway, joke. But I see.
Changes to remove for former presidents.
Yeah, just those three words. Former presidents and.
All right.
So can leave in.
Okay.
Former.
All right. We call on federal legislators to abolish pensions for members of Congress. Okay. Any motion? So moved. Is there any debate?
Do we need to give that track change in since it was
No.
suggested?
No.
This is the first time 5 to 8%, so,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not a change from the for the current fund. Alright, all those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. And I'll read the entire thing now, the entire plank. Government pensions, the Texas legislature shall enact new laws or rules to begin transitioning government pensions for public sector employees and defined benefit plans to defined contribution retirement plans. Now it makes sense with all those changes. Retirement benefits for elected officials shall be strictly limited and shall not exceed those available to public employees they serve. And finally, we call on federal legislators to abolish pensions for members of Congress. Any debate regarding that amended language? Hearing none, vote. All those in favor of updating 2064 with this language, say aye, aye, aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Ayes have it. Done. Easy enough. Oh,
I mean, basically, we're sending it to him anyway, but.
We are.
Filled out.
oh yeah. Well, that's easy. Keep as amended, keep as amended. There you go.
Oh, for all of.
Well, at least number 60.
Cause the one we just did, 64.
64. Kept it, but amended it.
Or 60.
Yes. Yes. And then 62, we did the same. 63, we made no change. So we just said keep blank. Of course, we're liable to come back to this. More pages.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case if I come back.
Oh, extra pages, no.
Oh, yeah, okay. So it's all good. We've done it. This. Passed. Okay, let me get the language for 65. And then, yes, in this one, can you be copying the current language? Alright, this one's gonna be on gambling. Grab 65. Do 66. Tools. Compare documents. Manual. Sorry, this is gonna be the longest part of doing this every time. Just email it to y'all. This is pretty much a wholesale rewriting of 65. Beth is in.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. It's gonna be the same name, but it's just the file. Okay. Alright, language on this is gambling. We oppose any, strike everything else, replace with further legalization, government facilitation, or expansion of gambling in Texas, including casinos, sports betting, online gambling, prediction markets, and any any other predatory gambling schemes. We oppose government-sponsored gambling as a means of financing state or local government, and call on the Texas legislature to abolish the Texas Library, repeal the fuzzy animal exemption, prohibiting gambling-style prediction market advertising, close loopholes that allow unlawful gambling activity to operate under alternative labels, and vigorously enforce existing anti-gambling laws. We further reject any casino-related legislation or constitutional amendment backed by corporations with documented contractual, regulatory, ownership, or strategic ties to foreign governments. We urge all Republican elected officials to prioritize the sovereignty, security, and economic integrity of the state of Texas above any gambling-related revenue interests. We call on the Republican legislatures to decline campaign contributions from gambling PACs, lobbyists, and corporate gambling interests, and to oppose any effort to pressure members into supporting expanded gambling. That's a lot. It's a whole lot of language. I'd like to find a way to parse some of that down and see if any that might be duplicative in nature.
I agree.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what. We had a lot of
There were quite a few resolutions on this.
a lot. One of them about cow sheep, about how that's betting and we should be allowing that in Texas, just like other sports betting. So that's why we have prediction markets and, yeah, that's why that language is in there.
86 submitted resolutions.
Yes, 80s, yeah, that's a lot. So we can't trim too much here, otherwise we're gonna be losing some of the language. Unless again, on the merits, we don't see fit. Anything that's explanatory in here, we don't need. But we don't need to explain necessarily what we're trying to ban, just ban it. Just wanna make sure we're clear about that.
I'm looking at this because when I put it up,
Oh, like it's not changing.
yeah, so that's why I'm looking
Oh.
at this. So what-
No, what I need to do is give you the link. I just need to see. I have to do this every time. So.
Just James.
Thank you. There's that.
Is there? Looking at
Oh,
my.
no, you're fine. You're okay. I keep zooming in because I'm blind as that.
Do we need the second to last line in its entirety?
We urge public officials to prioritize sovereignty and security and economic integrity. Yeah.
I mean, because we already have, let Texas run Texas, and
I would agree with that.
our entire platform is prioritizing Texas sovereignty, security, and economic integrity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's. Yeah.
We definitely want
It's
to.
still showing. So she's seeing what you're seeing there?
Oh, okay, you just copy along.
Yeah, I'll just.
Or you can just use the spreadsheet,
Okay.
because the current language and suggest are both in there anyway. Just won't show the comparative language, okay. Okay, yeah, so I'd be fine with getting rid of that sentence, like you said, it's kind of already spelled out
In the
elsewhere in the
second, in
platform.
the next sentence, we're asking our legislators to not go with any gambling related interests as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, let's talk about this first one though, that you mentioned, the second to last one. I'm fine with removing it, I don't think it's taking away from the platform at all.
I think we're covered.
Yeah. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Okay, move to nix this second to last sentence. Any debate? Hearing none, go to vote. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. All right, now that last sentence. said, we call upon Texas legislators to decline campaign contributions from gambling PACs, lobbyists, or corporate gambling interests, and to oppose any effort to pressure members into supporting expanding gambling. You would think that somewhere in the platform it says that, something along those lines.
The only other place that lobbying shows up is the taxpayer funded lobbying, but it doesn't necessarily clear out any gambling interest.
Now, here's the other piece. Where else in the platform does it talk about PACs, about campaign contributions?
Yeah.
Is that somewhere else?
I don't believe that's in there. But I know that the foreign governments, that's talking about SAMs. There's a whole bunch of people that specifically list the SAMs.
Right. Plank 202 is literally called campaign contribution limits. So that's one. I'll be honest, I think that sentence might belong there. Or at least under state governance, which is part of what state affairs does. I think that's a state affair thing, not a finance thing. But what's cool about this committee is I'm not gonna remove it. I, as chair, would recommend that language to that committee. Is there any debate?
Yes, we want to contribution limits or refer to their committee.
Do you wanna, like, recommend pass to their committee? Like, forcefully say, this committee agrees with it, it just belongs to y'all. Okay. Okay,
Did y'all get? I think it might fall into, but I got it in text, and I didn't know if it fell into it. Well, I guess it does. With the Texas lottery, did y'all get that?
oh, yes, someone said that, yes.
But what was
I mean, from what I read, it was, the Texas lottery has failed, it's time to end it. Is that the one you're talking about?
yeah, but with the very specifics, because you just say fail, that's just fail. But when you see the
It says predatory.
definitive, like not even. I mean, very specifics about, who has been found guilty in this much fraud, this many millions, in this many years, and yeah, and so
well, let's finish up that one sentence though.
Because it's definitely in with all this, right?
So the recommendation right now is to refer to state affairs. We call them Republican legislatures declining campaign contributions. Blah blah blah. Is there any objection? Hearing none. There. Actually, I'm gonna start using that. Any objections?
Okay.
All right. So I'll send that over. Put it up here. All right, back to the rest. We oppose any, just kind of go one sentence at a time, further legalization, government facilitation, or expansion of gambling in Texas, including casinos, sports betting, online gambling, prediction markets, and other predatory gambling schemes. Do you have any issues with that sentence right there?
I like it a lot more than what we originally had in the original plan because we didn't have the prediction markets. That was not a part of the original plan, but that was some of the resolutions that came in. We listed that one, but if you're
Now, since we're talking about the merits, I'll be honest with you. I don't mind sports betting, and I don't mind prediction markets, but unlike some legislators that I know, I like to listen to the Republican Party voters, and they don't like it. So I think we need to listen to our base, our voters. I mean, it's not just sports betting that's a problem. It's not just online casino gambling. There's a lot, like Kalshi, all these other prediction markets. There's a lot of money that goes into that stuff.
Yeah.
Of course, the other issue, I'll get that in a minute. Go ahead.
I think with the language here, this is we oppose any further legalization, so that would allow for what our current level is, perhaps, on how we're using, like, you can bet on racehorses in Texas, but there are no casinos in Texas type thing. That would allow that to maintain with the further word there. But we wouldn't expand upon what's already here.
Yeah, that's because it's in line with the current plain language of not of opposing any expansion.
Right.
But that we haven't had language yet that said just literally roll back, except that
Except
next
for the law.
sentence. Except that next sentence, the Texas lottery. That's the one that's specifically rolling back on. And that's where I again get into the whole. I want to be careful if we do want to change it to just mix all gambling everywhere. I think that's where you'll start getting issues of, well, what about my, Sunday evening, bingo, things like that. Like honestly, like that is a concern of a lot of people.
Yeah, or can I have a 50-50 raffle for my son's
Yes,
ball?
exactly, right. And so that's, again, we don't wanna get too into the weeds about it, but we don't wanna expand it in Texas. And then there's this one thing called the Texas lottery that has proved to be a big issue over the last couple of years. So yeah, so that one sentence there, do y'all have any changes to that?
Yeah.
Any issues? Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion to pass that like without opposition.
So,
Alright, any debate, hearing none, which means there's no opposition, so there you go. Anyway, now the next sentence, we oppose government-sponsored gambling as a means of financing state and local government. And calling the Texas legislature to abolish the Texas lottery, repeal the fuzzy animal exception, and prohibit gambling style prediction market advertising. Those loopholes that allow unlawful gambling activity to operate under alternative labels and vigorously enforce existing anti-gambling laws. I mean, that is that's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But it's all having to do with gambling, so. This may be silly, but somebody remind me, what's the fuzzy animal rule?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny to have that.
Allows operators to award non-cash prizes that are worth less than $5. Oh, fuzzy animal. State fairs. So you're telling me that those big bears for our wives are not worth $5? Could be going to Amazon this whole time. Dang it.
full name is bona fide amusement redemption exemption.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's what this would get rid of. Repeals the fuzzy animal exception. Well, how do we like our state fairs?
If I may.
Uh-huh.
The other question is about places like Dave and Buster's, like, are they covered under casino law?
Correct, right, I agree.
That's
But those are games of skill, not games of chance, so. I don't know.
Skill at the chance thing.
There you go.
It's both.
or if you know the hack.
Yeah. Yeah, every 47 player has a 20% chance of winning.
So the original plan called for repeal of the vague fuzzy animal exemption. So the word it just has it in there, but
Okay, so that's a good point. It's already in the platform, so.
We didn't get rid of it as of 24. We're still stuff that was available.
Now, some of this in here does, start to roll back the things that are already allowed. Unlike that first sentence, like prohibiting gambling style prediction markets, advertising, at least the advertising for it.
So I mean, like you won't see a commercial for DraftKings.
Kalshi or, yeah.
Well,
Because
like you said,
it's funny, we still see those ads all the time, but we can't do it here. Technically, unless you have VPN, but I didn't say that. Ways around things, which gets into the whole issue of vigorously enforcing all anti-gambling laws. That is another hard one. But anyway, is there anything in this that we should?
No, there's anything redundant.
No.
There's just all new topics.
Yeah.
Bunch.
I'm kind of doing a little bit more than what the current platform does, which is not really like get rid of this, that, whatever.
well, nothing's duplicative, but like you serving in these in prior years, I know that the goal is always to try to keep it less.
Yes.
Because so far, we have been like not just doubling, but tripling the words on all of our books. But from what I hear, y'all want to do is y'all don't want to eliminate. People have sent these in, you want to put all their words in, so if you want to do that, then just do it this way.
Yeah, it's
not duplicative, it's just that, like prior times that we've volunteered, that they always stress so
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
Less words, because it's just, it can always, you take every single thing that everyone sent in, then it will always end up being. So we're not just doubling all of our things, we're tripling it, but I hear what you're saying, so I'm not saying, no, I'm just saying, realize that this is gonna be our motto, whatever, it's gonna be pretty large.
Well, let's see. So current language is at 103 words. I'm sorry. The amended language will be at 103 words. Okay. The current language is 122. That can't be right. We're actually reducing language.
Yeah, if we take out that the contributions part, if we
Yes.
send that away, then
Yeah.
we are short.
Yeah, it's actually shorter. Yeah, it's because we got rid of those two sentences. Well,
It looks a little bit bulky with the strike through, but once you tear that off, it's
Yeah, I
actually.
guess, because
yeah. Oh,
again,
that's
I
right.
have
You're not
to
seeing
look at this because it's fine.
So,
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, definitely look at my screen.
Okay.
Yeah. But you can see how much we're getting replaced. We're pretty much replacing the same now. The only question I have about that next sentence that we're talking about here is that and vigorously enforce existing anti-gambling laws. Again, there's a thing called VPNs that exist. If you want to do sports betting from another state that allows it, you just throw on a VPN, you do it in the state, middle of Austin, in the middle of the capital, which definitely never happens. So, yeah, it happens. I don't know how you get around it. Honestly, it's the same thing about pornography.
I think we got a whole bunch of laws that we want to vigorously enforce. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the blank.
Yeah.
So you might be able to strike that.
I agree. It is duplicative language, and then it just brings the question: vigorously enforced how? Obviously, all these things should be enforced.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah.
If you make it a law, then enforce it. But
yeah,
that's a little bit vague as to how vigorously.
Yeah.
Maybe not plain necessary.
Right.
I think I agree with that. Okay, so the motion here would be to add the word and foreclosed, and then strike everything after levels in that sentence.
Yes.
Makes sense. Is there
So
a motion? Okay, any opposed? No, okay, we'll do that. And then we're done with that sentence. The last one is we reject any casino-related legislation or constitutional amendment backed by corporations with documented contractual, regulatory ownership or strategic ties to foreign governments.
outside influence.
Yeah, this whole thing is foreign government, right? Like, I think we're very clear.
Yeah, the
That's all
let
this is
Texas
talking
run
about.
Texas, that keeps the federal government on Texas. That's something.
What about no foreign law, contract, or judgment arising from another state whose laws violate fundamental constitutional rights shall be honored and enforced in Texas? That's not necessarily like a company. Oh, allow entities to harvest natural resources. No.
Cause you could also say, we further reject any casino-related legislation and constitutional amendment backed by corporations with ties to for government. You could just say with ties.
Yeah.
Instead of, contractual, right? Ownership, strategic, I mean.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Simplify the language. By corporations. Corporations with ties. Okay, any objection to that change? Okay, so we further reject any casino-related legislation or constitutional amendment backed by corporations with ties to foreign governments. There's gotta be something here. Okay, I see the issue kind of all over the platform. It talks about foreign nations being involved in one way or the other, like, which was the next one? Foreign defense, foreign military, no foreign laws. Shoot, actually, what they should do is probably change plank 4 to say something about, influence. That would actually take care of this. That would, yeah,
Yeah, no foreign law, contract, judgment, anything.
yeah, that would take care of this. Because it's influenced through a corporation, but whatever. But whatever. The rest of the platform has plenty of places where it has something like this. So I'm fine with it. Until we wholesale clean all that up.
But we're still short, so I like that.
Yeah, it is still shorter. Any further changes? Okay, then we'll do a final pass on this. Is there, and we'll do a vote on it too. Take a motion to pass the gambling plank 65 as amended. Okay, motion, is there any debate? Hearing none. Go to vote, all those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. It is passed. Copy the folder. Our editor. Yeah, so that's great. Good. We'll see if we can keep doing that. There's some of them, I'm sure.
There's a few that have some A, B, C, D subparagraphs.
Yes, which is also something we should be doing, but no. We'll see. Okay, we're on to 66, truth in taxation. The committee doesn't have any recommended changes for that one either.
So keep.
Unless somebody had something 66, right? That is plain 66. Some things here. See if I can diagnose why we didn't have a change. New plank, new plank, new plank. Okay.
Quick question.
Yes.
For 65, I'm not seeing a change language on Google.
You have the document that says 65, right?
Yeah. It looks like
It looks like it's
It's
already.
exactly like what she said.
Yeah, I get it without the.
Yeah. Hold up. Just Google messed up. Something happened.
okay.
It's it's not doing the market thing. I don't know why. Well, let me just do it for you, right? The word expansion to the word further. There, I'll just make it red. That's what we're getting rid of. Black is what we're keeping. Back to 66. So there's
Looks like we had, a lot that were, they indicated 66, but it was more 218, that they were indicating. So we didn't necessarily have any direct changes to 66.
okay. But if I'm not mistaken, we do have
We
planks.
had
New
new
planks.
plans, yes.
Okay. I have 4 of them here. So we'll just work off this suggested language tab for now. All right, so one of these is all taxing entities are restricted to issuing certificates of obligation in those circumstances in which the governor has declared a state of emergency, or the local governing body has formally declared a local state of emergency of limited duration.
Okay.
It's in the finance edition, so I'm just working on the cell. It's row 76. Suggested language tab. It's there. So suggested language.
There were quite a few resolutions that dealt with certificates of obligation.
Yes. Again, it's just one of those things you would think it'd be in the platform. But it's not. If you know what a CO bond is, again, another reason why your taxes go up.
That's why a lot of them, are kind of tied to 218, because 218 is the bonds create bondage.
Oh, yeah. That's great bondage.
So this certificates of obligation. Could be any bond.
That would make this duplicative.
Already
Because
in
it's
the
already
platform.
218.
Even the, it's not specifically addressed as a certificate of obligation, but it is a bond.
Yes. My recommendation here is going to be amend to, what committee is that?
Elections.
Government and election integrity, yeah. Mention in like 218 CO bonds. So mention it directly. And I think that will take care of that. So I'll make that a motion and to refer to government election integrity. Hearing none, opposition, no opposition, call that passed, which means, for the purposes of possibly coming back maybe to this, I'm gonna move to table this, if you like. Any objections? Hearing none, it is tabled. Okay, down to the next one. The Republican Party of Texas urges state of Texas to enact legislation that studies major economic risks, including federal spending policies, inflation or currency decline, economic attacks, or other full-scale threats. In addition, we call for the creation of DOGE to identify waste, improve performance, and ensure Texas remains fiscally responsible and self-reliant. This is where we'll just have to make sure to look at the platform to see if there's any of this in there. First of all, if you don't think our incoming comptroller is going to do any of that, you're joking. But still good to put it in the platform.
We haven't officially outlined a DOGE in our platform that I could find, so
Right.
that's back to that auditing piece. We did call for some auditing in 65, no, 62.
As a point of information, I would also add that we also have the Office of Regulatory Efficiency within the governor's office. Sole purpose is to just go through and basically identify government efficiency opportunities.
That's a good point. I know the my camera. Yes, I am. Hello. There are some people that would like to make that take it away from the government completely, or some sort of independent audit. Yeah, that's not housed in the governor's office. I think that's something concerning. Just whatever. Yeah. I don't think there's anything necessarily to that. It's just like I said, if you don't think the next comptroller is not going to do that, I mean, be absolutely right.
Right now, the current plan mainly is just outlining that we want a tax to be for a specific thing, and the language in that suggested one is about risks. And so it's hard to, I think, add that to 66.
Mm-hmm. So okay, let's go handle the second sentence. That we call for a creation of DOGE to identify waste. Again, like you said, we just did the thing on audits. What plan was that? 62?
That was 62. Yeah, I think we added language policy.
Yeah, we just didn't call it DOGE.
Right.
Again, there's the issue. It's over. It's giving a name.
What they are, what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Like we don't have to do that. 62, we already called for audits, and that's exactly what this is. So I am fine with striking the last sentence of this. Is there any opposed to that one? Okay. I think we can just handle this first part. Study major economic risks, including federal spending policies, inflation, or currency decline, economic attacks, or large-scale threats. What am I thinking? What on the federal level does that? It sounds like the.
Our testimony this morning aligns with the 36 one.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that word federal spending policies?
Oh, being that it's a federal thing, there's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, Texas pretty much auditing the federal government, which maybe we should, but I don't think it's in our place to do so.
Right.
And again, it's just, yeah, currency. Well, currency, we don't technically have our own currency in Texas.
We have our platform to have our backing of gold and silver.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have. Studies major risks. Oh, okay.
It's a systematic working group.
It's a study. It's just calling for a study. Okay, there's one study mentioned elsewhere in the platform. Plank 194K, a legislative study on the effects of abortion numbers post-Roe. That's the only other place that calls for a study. So if we call for a study, it should be part of another plank. Number one, we don't need a new plank just to call for a study. And then two, what plank should that be for?
Because 83 is the one that deals with gold, silver, cash substitutes.
I mean, is that part of the model, do you think? Is that part of the 62 government spending and taxation, or is it? It's like part of it.
81 calls for the abolition of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to add to that one. That's a hard and fast, like, just kill it. See, this is the fun part of a subcommittee. Really workshopping, like, where should this fit in? I mean, I like the language. I think I'm fine with it. It's just where to put it.
It's a study.
And we do have a guy who should be helping us, maybe? I don't know.
Could be sure.
So this, new plank we were talking about, I don't know if you did have access to this document.
No, I don't
Maybe you
have
should.
access.
You know what? I'll give you access to it because it's all language. Remind me what your email address was.
Daniel, FS and Frank. Glenn.
Glenn 123.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. We are in the suggested language tab. And it will be row 77. And it's in column C, the language we're looking at. Specifically, legislation that studies major economic risks, including federal spending policies, inflation or currency decline, economic attacks, and other full-scale threats. Just trying to figure out where we would fit that in to the platform without creating new plank out of this, because it's a study, it's not calling for a law.
It's calling for a study. I mean, you'd have to have a law that authorizes
The study.
the study.
Well, sure, that's fair enough, yeah.
So, you are calling for a new law.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. But we noticed elsewhere in the platform, there's only one other study called was for abortion, and it's within one of those planks anyway.
Yeah.
I don't wanna create a new plank just for a study, if that makes sense. So maybe you can help us kind of find out where that ought to go. And then in the meantime, I'm gonna move us over to another one. I'm gonna move the table lifts. Let's see.
If I may make a suggestion on this, and I'm just throwing this out there, plank 63, because plank 63 talks about, the economic stabilization fund and, economic downturns and stuff like that. So it does seem like maybe we could add in word that we urge the legislature to enact legislation authorizing the study of major economic risks to state of Texas and appropriate policy responses or something like that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that,
That's a good point. See, this is one of the things that didn't have a change, but
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Risk and disaster.
So I'm gonna take back my tabling motion and let us bring to the table plank 63 and talk about adding this language to it. I don't want to open up another document, but I have to. All right, give me a second. This is 63. I'll go to this. See that? Susan. No worries. Sorry, give me your email address one more time.
Do you know?
Okay. It'll start popping up to the top now. All right, grabbing the language. 63, throwing it in. Stop. Plank. All right. I mean, we just add it to the end. Here's state of Texas to enact blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of works. Any objection to doing that?
Seems like this makes.
Yeah. Best to highlight this. Come on, here we go. Highlight green. There you go. Added language. Okay. Any objection to this adding this language to 63? Hearing none. It is added. Yes, which means now we have kept but it hasn't ended. Okay, good. Then we'll go on to the next new plank. In fact, that means I can delete what I just. Next new plank is we oppose using tax dollars to hire lobbyists or paying tax dollars to associations that lobby the legislature and support legislation requiring full transparency and reporting by publicly funded nonprofits engaged in public policy advocacy.
The change now from the taxpayer funded lobbying and this particular plan was that whole publicly funded nonprofits portion. Because it was a bit of a mix on that.
Remind me what plank is 101. Thank you. And what plank is this the taxpayer fund lobbying?
I think it's 101, which is withdraw from taxpayer funded lobby groups that has been.
That's how we put it. Gosh. Sorry, I thought we had a whole. what, I'm thinking legislative priority for last year, okay, yeah.
We also have 212, tax funded lobbying may oppose using tax dollars to hire lobbyists or pay tax dollars to associations that lobby the legislature, in particular by proposals. So maybe refer this to
Yeah,
Government and Election Integrity Committee.
I think so, yep, that's the one I was looking for. That seems like a 212 thing. Okay. And I'll move to recommend that language to government in elections, right? Government elections. Yes. Any opposed? Alright. Opposed. Alright, easy enough. Next one. The Republican Party of Texas urges the legislature to require elected representation on the governing boards of single county emergency service districts. And that such representation promotes transparency, accountability, and adherence to the fundamental principle that those who levy taxes should be accountable to the voters. All right, immediately that second part gone. Is there any opposed?
No, it's just explain.
Yeah. So it is the Republican Party of Texas urges the legislature to require elected representation on the governing boards of single county ESDs.
This seems like a government election company or state affairs issue.
I agree with you. Yep, 100%. See, our minds are working. I like it. I like it. I like it. Thank you for butting in. Thank you. Like actually helping us here.
That's positive.
I'm gonna move to recommend that to the government elections committee as well. Any opposed?
No.
It is done. Did we send something seal bonds as well?
Yes.
Gosh. Oh, I see this. Okay, I'll just dig that. We're gonna get all the good stuff.
That was from 65 and 63 that had to almost
What does it?
those new plans.
Oh, yeah,
This is our list.
65 and what's that?
63 was the one.
Yep. Nice.
And there's that Doge on 68. It's a little different. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's a little different.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Yeah. Oh wait, I have one more for 63. Why did I miss this? Remind me, 63 Economic Stabilization Fund. This says the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services through the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid
That one's
Services.
talking about Cobra. They wanted us to add Cobra coverage into our plan, and Cobra is a federal instituted thing, and that line right there is that Cobra is authorized by the U.S. Health and Human Service.
So number one, I don't know what that has to do with 2063. That's one. Two,
It seems like a health and human services.
correct. Easy enough. I'll move to recommend Health and Human Services. Any opposed? It is done. That one. All right, and then there are plenty of other complaints here that actually don't have any complaint number next to. So that'll be something that we have to work on, so that we don't have to keep going back and forth. Although there's another Cobra one on here, but I'm gonna stop there and just go back to complaints. Which one were we on? 67?
67.
66, yes. Trying to remember
Yes,
if we
they
had,
were moving to 67.
we didn't have
We
any
didn't
changes,
do-
right?
Yeah, no changes.
Okay.
6.
Change to 66, we go to 67. Do the whole copy pasting again. Yeah. Starting to get to the spicy stuff here. Current language, 67. Oh, good lord. Okay, yeah, this is okay. Update link. Tools, compare. Move this to that folder. Well, it hasn't passed yet. 67. Okay, this one's a bit. And you'll notice on it that it actually adds an ABC. So we've already violated our own rules here, but it's okay. We'll get there. Public posting. We support all governmental entities, or all government entities compiling and remove publicly, replace with prominently, posting on their official websites, current debt, future obligations, financial statements, check registrars, uh, remove a whole lot there, legal expenses, discretionary expenses, contracts, fiscal impact analyses, endowment balances, taxpayer-funded bond project expenditures, TIF, TIRZ agreements and expenditures, meeting minutes, and audit reports. Posted information shall be downloadable, searchable, and readily available to the public. Okay, and again, we removed the language saying that all government contracts, and official websites. So we're not just saying governmental contracts, we're also saying legal expenses and discretionary expenses, contracts, fiscal impact analyses, just putting all this stuff, not just publicly available somewhere, but specifically on their website. In a very easy way. Let's try. Yep, yes. Well, if we just do that for the elections of part two, that'd be great. So I can get to that download shareable stuff. But what are your thoughts on that first part?
Well, I think it's kind of hard to think about this in just the first part and not think about it all together, because when we think about all government entities, and I'm guessing that they're, from all the lists that they're talking about municipalities and counties and even things that aren't falling into a city and county specifically, but they're probably talking about quasi-governmental, which might be housing authorities or appraisal tax districts, all of those things. Well, all of those meetings have executive sessions, and those are legit and real. We know there's information that is rightfully, because could be an HR issue, whatever it is.
Sure.
There's executive sessions, and so there might be some things, and again, I don't know that, because when I read the list, I think, yes, why wouldn't all of that be? Up. But I'm trying to figure out how it might, again, because when we think about our elected officials saying, oh yeah, but they don't understand XYZ, so we can't, with the extra warning, we don't want them to swipe everything off of 67, because there might be one part of it, right, that's gonna be, so anyway, just like trying to gather my thoughts so that I can help with the wording.
And
Because,
there's a bit more to it too, that we kept from the current platform, but also added into A, B, or C, obviously. And then there's a whole new C on here.
As a point of information, if you post the check registers, you would probably be posting the county's bank account information, which,
yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily want to have out in the public, and you may also be posting the bank account information of contractors and their employees for payroll and stuff like that, which again, I wouldn't want that in the information.
yeah.
Information
I was
like
trying to
that,
figure out a
so-
way to find some wording, or instead of having to say specific, because if it looks like the person, or maybe the mission of this is to name every single thing.
Yeah,
And I don't think that we need to name every single thing, but if we want to name, if we could find
That's
a
all
name,
encompassing.
yeah, a name that labels all these things.
The financial statements in the original plan, please. It's a lot.
Because again, I don't want us to miss some kind of a loophole, right, with
I think
executive session type. Now, I'm not speaking about just executive session discussion, but all executive session type of information that I'm just gonna say, they don't get it, this doesn't even apply. Pick out all of 67, but yeah, if the original one already has
so.
current debt, financial statement, registers, it already has that in the original.
And what I would point out is that we're just doing the platform, which is an opinion piece. You know, if the legislature were to introduce a bill with that, that would be then when they discuss potential
What things?
So we don't necessarily need to figure out a way to
Get so specific.
get so specific and
it's
to
not-
try and get rid of every loophole.
Right, yes, I agree, it's just too much.
We may want to keep the original first sentence and then just move up that post information shall be downloaded, searchable.
We can't just name TIF, terms, agreements, expenditures, I mean, that's just, if we're gonna name everything, we're missing things.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't try to name it.
Support all government entities prominently posting on their official websites in a downloadable and searchable format all records necessary for taxpayers to review public spending, debt obligations, contracts, audits, bond projects, and official actions.
So here's a possible solution to not having everything named is after on their official websites, we do comma, including but not limited to, comma.
Can you say that one more time, sorry?
Yeah, on the suggested language, in that first sentence after the phrase posting on their official websites, we add in a clause, comma, including but not limited to, comma. That means it's inclusive of everything that's stated here, the TIF terms agreements, whatever, but it's also like, in case we forgot something, you should go ahead and edit.
Yes.
I agree, if we get too specific, that's creates loopholes.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, would the language I just put there work for y'all? Y'all don't see it on y'all screens, do y'all? I have pretty much replacing that entire thing with re-support all government entities prominently posting on their official website in a downloadable and searchable format all records necessary for taxpayers to review public spending, debt obligations, contracts, audits, bond projects, and official actions.
Well, also revenue, because
Revenue spending, comma revenue, comma
Well,
debt. Again, fiscal impact.
Just try, again, I think we're still trying to name everything because.
but you're putting it in broader categories as
Yeah.
opposed to.
Yeah, I can
All
see us
documents necessary.
putting revenue. We just mentioned that, but I think,
Well, yeah,
I think that's all encompassing.
but debt doesn't include expenses, so again, we're gonna go towards trying to name everything.
Oh,
but-
obligations.
Well,
That's what I meant.
that's not necessary, yeah, liabilities are not expenses. Liabilities
Oh,
on the
gosh.
balance sheet, expenses are on the
liabilities, yeah.
So,
I can keep going,
I
it'd
know,
still be
that's
shorter.
what, yeah, I'm trying to,
So maybe,
But not, that's where you put the whole lot, not limited to.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
but not limited to.
Okay, so I just added all records necessary for taxpayers to review the following, but not limited to. Is that, that's, ugh,
So
that
where's,
didn't sound right. To review.
But.
Where's our wordsmith?
That's not what you.
Did I give you access to this file?
no.
Oh, you're the only one with access to this file. Sorry, it's called 67.
67.
Sorry.
Okay, so 67, let me take a look.
There you go.
Um,
It's that kind of paragraph in the middle there. Joys of wordsmithing. I love it. Rather you do this now than on the floor, right? Unless like, we can all stand in line and give our opinion. On every plank.
I've added 2 words. I've added 2 words that I think should cover both.
Okay.
I think I've added some language that I think should cover it from both an income statement perspective and from a balance sheet and statement of cash flows perspective.
Okay. First of all, I already like it other than the other one. The other one was being specific.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
agreement.
All
this
general areas, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That way we don't have to name specific TIF tiers, I mean, we would have to.
and their bank ledger.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay.
Underpay.
Is there any opposed to replacing that first section with this paragraph? Hearing none. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out how to merge all that, or I'll just let our friend over here figure it out. But let's get to the second part here. All right, the ABC. So A and B are pretty much already in the platform. A, compiled bond information shall be presented in a table showing principal, estimate, interest, and estimated combined principal. Yeah, but I can read all this.
But again, aren't we
It's
we were trying to name all the things with that.
and now
And
it's telling us
again, we're naming,
exactly
like, in our
how to do it.
bonds stuff.
And get rid of
and-
A, because
Exactly.
it's
Yeah.
an explanation of our
It would,
top paragraph.
yes, yeah, we're
I'm with
just,
y'all.
yeah.
Yep. Any opposed to removing A? None?
I mean, a table is a way of posting, yes,
Yeah.
but we don't need to tell
Right.
them.
Well, what would now be A? Voter approval is for a maximum spend, not a blank check for every project on a list. An approved bond amount shall include principal, interest, and the contingency amount of overruns. Okay. Oh, because this has to do with public posting. I get it. I assume this is talking about like the language on
The
the
voter
bond.
approval, isn't that elections for
Yeah,
the 2/3,
Exactly.
for any
Just like,
raise?
unless this is talking about like how bond is, like the language on bond is, it doesn't belong in this blank.
Right. Cause for when you're voting, what you're seeing when you vote, that would be an
Yeah.
election.
It seems like we're looking at what we're voting on with
Yep.
restricting what bonds money can be used for, and that would be more than government elections or state affairs, it should not.
Yes, so,
218.
yep, I'll move to, recommend to state affairs, right? Yeah. Any objection? Hearing none. Back to this. All right, now what would be A or something else? Independent school districts and public charters shall post full accounting of income expenditures, contracts, loss of delinquent tax collections for all governmental and quasi-governmental entities attached to or operating within a school district school district, including booster clubs, education foundations, and parent-teacher organizations. Education foundations and similar quasi-governmental entities shall be subject to the Open Meetings Act and Texas Public Information Act.
So I think that we were trying to do that here. But if we wanted to say all government entities, including quasi-government, because I think the CCSDs and the housing authorities and the tax appraisal districts are all like those quasi-governmental.
Yeah.
So
School boards.
including educational foundations and quasi-governmental entities that they use in the last sentence.
So I'm saying,
Well, the quasi-governmental would be like school districts and housing authorities and tax appraisal districts.
do we need to give them examples of those, or should we assume that they should?
That's what quasi would be.
Okay. So I have,
But I mean, if y'all wanted to say including school districts, I wouldn't be opposed to that because we want them to know.
I mean, we do say all governmental entities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then public charters, is that well understood that that is a government entity?
But they're the things that we're talking about, which are school districts and tax appraisal districts. Housing, it's, there's like government funds,
Maybe
right?
instead of quasi-governmental interests, entities say special districts, and that would include things like MUDs and hospital districts.
We even oppose the creation of those things.
We oppose the creation of those things, but because
But they
they
are
exist,
already
we-
some, yeah.
we support disinfecting them with sunshine.
Yes.
And so if you add in the language of, special districts instead of quasi-governmental entities, that I think becomes a bit more encompassing and.
Well, I don't know about replacing, I think about adding, because
I'm,
special districts are gonna include like the ones you said, like hospital districts. But the other ones I named aren't special district ones, they're quasi-governmental.
so like the housing,
Yeah.
so I think quasi-governmental entities, special
And
districts.
special districts.
Charter schools and entities receiving or administering taxpayer funds, I like that.
So
I like your additions.
yeah, so I have here is we support all governmental entities, quasi-governmental entities, charter schools, and entities receiving or administering taxpayer funds. We're not, prominently posted on
Yes.
their
Yeah, if they're
website.
gonna use taxpayer
I think
funds,
that's-
I like that.
Receiving or administering.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that's
that's
what's really
what
good
we were
to know.
wanting
Yeah.
to, yeah.
And then for the rest of it, if that's okay, attached operating school district.
Do we have anything about-
Then we don't need to name all that,
Yeah,
because that's the
we don't.
same thing that we were trying to do with naming all the revenue
Yes.
assets like those.
I think we can trim that. Do we have anything in the platform about open meetings?
Yeah, that would be the question, that's the only one.
It seems like open meetings would be like a state affairs, a government issue and not a finance issue.
Okay.
Let's see, well, 102 says enforcement of open meetings or demand, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think that's, what was that, state affairs, right? Oh, well, actually, that's under education,
Yeah, if it's under,
actually. Yeah, Plank 102.
and we're talking about schools, booster clubs and
Yeah.
stuff like that, so it's like.
Yeah, so I will recommend this, if y'all want to, we can recommend this language to state affairs.
Mhm.
Okay. Hearing no objection.
Pared down.
Sorry, I
Yes.
said, I meant education, I said affairs. Yep. Okay. what's been changed, but there you go. Plan 67, public posting. We support all government entities and predominant. What? We support all government entities and predominantly posting on their official websites.
Prominently posted.
We support all governmental entities, is what it says. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
you can take off the and.
Yeah, I don't know why that's there. We don't support all governmental entities in this convention.
We support requiring all governmental
Yes,
entities.
we support requiring. That's what's
We
missing.
don't support the entity.
Yeah, requiring all governmental entities prominently to prominently post now.
It's because
No.
Prominently posting.
Yeah, prominently posting on their official websites, current debt, future obligations, financial statements, check registrars. Did we just get rid of all?
Yeah.
But we stopped listing all that. Where's the
Is there an edit back there? Is that one?
something did, yep. Oh. My bad. We are completely changing this. That is all red. That's the issue. The plank is we support all government entities, quasi.
Requiring, do we wanna change that?
We require all governmental entities, blah, 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 and entities receiving taxpayer funded, taxpayer funds to prominently post on their official websites, downloadable, blah, 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 debt applications, all that.
I would have it as we support requiring all governmental entities, and that just kind of keeps it consistent with the other planks where it says we support X, we
I see.
oppose.
Yeah, I got you. Support required. Yeah, that means I don't have to change anything else.
We don't support the government entity.
Yes, exactly.
well because
Weird.
it said we support all government entities compiling and publicly posting. That's why it said
Oh,
that
so
way.
there was a word that
That's
got
why.
left out.
Yeah, that's why it
Yeah.
said that.
Okay. Is there any motion to adopting this plank as amended?
So this is
So moved. Any opposed? Hearing none. 67. Amended. All right. 68. How long do we have? Another 45 minutes?
2:45, we have the room until 3:30.
3:30. So
Okay. If I'll just give a quick reminder, anyone who wants to testify, they may sign up, all that good stuff. Otherwise, we're just kind of nerding out over here. But we're about to do repeal taxes, number 68, so don't go anywhere, guys. Okay. Let's see what compares to.
Can I just ask a point of information?
Yeah, of course.
So I'm following on your 24 platform, is there a way that I can follow like what you're actually looking at?
I wish there was. We are jumping from document to document. I
Would
wish we had a
tonight be
screen.
a way to do it, or is it?
because from the county conventions, they sent us all of
Yes,
it,
yes.
right? And then we were very manually manipulating and comparing and editing from this. He's even having to email us as he's typing
Yeah, sure. Every
word
single one.
changes. So, and that's why we're trying to be very verbal.
You're
about
saying
it.
if we have any input, we're able to give it?
Yes,
Is that what
and
you said?
that's the testimony, but I'm not like in a conversation as we're conversing.
Yes.
So yeah, let me take a pausing point here. We have gone over 62, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nothing we've done set in stone. We can always go back and change something if there is testimony on it. If anybody wants to testify on any of those items or this coming one, 68, I'll open the floor right now.
Which is repeal taxes.
And I know I've actually said I would do that to open the floor at every point that we start discussing. Do you have one specifically that you want?
I just am all in for the platform.
Okay.
So, I'm just kind of listening.
Okay, yeah. But if
And you know, I think what he's trying to say is, you know, there's very few.
Yeah.
And so if you have any words, I mean, we don't have to wait until we're
Sure.
on number whatever, and just say
yes,
what you want to say when you want to say.
yep. Okay, I sent you all the language. For whatever reason, it's not comparing. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's only one change to this. To repeal taxes, it's adding a part G. 90% sure that's what this is. Again, maybe we can workshop this language to get rid of the A, B, C, D. Okay. I'll read it in its entirety. Repeal, 68, repeal taxes. We support abolishing the following: estate tax, commonly known as the death tax, the inventory taxes, abolish business franchise tax, and any successor gross receipts margin or business activity tax. I guess
There's that
I think that's
close.
supposed to be D.
Yeah, there's a closed.
D, taxes on phone and internet services, please. E, Affordable Care Act home sales tax. F, personal property tax. G, this is the additive one, state and local taxes on firearms, ammunition, firearm accessories, or firearm safety equipment. We oppose the adoption of any tax or state tax income. Okay, I think this is supposed to be H. H. I'm just gonna say state income tax and any. Sorry, no, that's because we don't have it. Yeah, we oppose the adoption of any state income tax and any new category of tax or local taxation that increases the tax burden on Texas. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Okay. I'm actually not gonna get to the new language yet. And I could be crucified for this, but I'm gonna say it. Part F, personal property tax. I recommend removing that. Why? We already have a whole plank.
Yes.
You already have a whole plank.
Yes.
And this is about just cleaning things up.
Yes.
And trust me, I'm gonna be talking about that plank in a little bit.
And
the plank
69 is federal taxes. We support elimination of all federal income taxes.
It seems
We have that in the plan.
Which one is this? For
Well, because all of it is saying, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of it. And then the last one is, oh, and also don't start this new one.
yeah. So
So it's
that
not
one's
really-
we're gonna have to discuss. Yeah.
it seems like Plank 69 could cover the estate tax as well.
We'll roll to that one. Federal taxes. Right, there isn't an estate tax in Texas, is there? Or is there?
Elections there.
No, we're finance.
On the,
We do not have an estate tax in Texas.
Oh, okay.
but there,
That's
the
probably it.
business
Six,
franchise
three,
tax was
four.
marked federal, and the phone and internet service was federal. The Affordable Care Act sales tax was marked federal in the original plan.
Business franchise
Oh,
taxes.
I see.
business franchise taxes are also gonna be staying here regardless of sales and use tax in every jurisdiction.
So going back to 69, federal taxes, all federal well, that's just federal income tax. Oh, wait, that is an estate tax and income. Is it earning from an estate is considered an income, which is why you,
If it's inheritance, and especially like once you get into like
That's different.
equities from the estate,
Yeah.
then there's like issues around basis and capital gains, and those are considered income, so it is.
yeah.
It generally does, I
Yeah.
think it could be reasonably considered as an income.
So that would be covered under 69 then. Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So we'll get there in a moment. Let's see.
Did you want to add?
Well, I was just gonna say,
Go ahead.
the estate tax is different than the income tax. The income tax is based on your gross revenue for the year. The estate tax is at death based on your assets. I think you have to have like $11 million before it even comes into play.
The estate tax though does take into consideration, securities in the estate, and you have to deal with the basis, and if you sell them or anything like that, then that gets into capital gains. So there is, and capital gains taxes are taxes on income from capital gains.
But at death, there's not a capital gain. You get a
Right.
stepped up
You
cost.
get the stepped up basis, but that is a part of the income tax and how,
That is correct.
so I
So
think,
we need to reword 69.
yeah.
We'll have to do that because, yeah, to make sure it encompasses the state tax. But for the purposes of 68. All right, let's see if we can try to do these one at a time. 68. Should that be moved to plain 69?
Yes.
Seems like
Actually,
a lot of
okay.
69.
What other lines can you move other than the two new ones that are grossed down?
The Affordable Care Act home sales tax is listed as federal only, so I would move that to 69.
69, yeah.
E
And
to
then-
69.
Yeah, I would move,
I recommend striking F completely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Redundant in platform.
I better not be accused of loving property tax by doing that, by the way, all right.
That would be accused of not being redundant.
Slander
Yes.
campaign against you.
Yeah. Taxes on phone and internet services. So I'm trying to figure out, is that just local or state, both, right? Or federal, it's all.
It's
Cool. And then inventory taxes. So state and local. We're gonna gut this thing, it's gonna be left with 3 planks.
Yeah, because I thought that was part of the property tax.
The Plank 56 has, we oppose all efforts to further regulate the internet in the United States or to impose taxation upon the internet digital goods and services. That's 56, regulating the internet.
Taxation for internet digital service goods also.
I think they're talking about that point, cause I think talking more about like e-commerce and, online service, like virtual assistants or stuff like that.
Not necessarily the service provider.
Not the service provider, that's more infrastructure.
Darn, that's close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Almost.
We're working on this document. Yellow things I'm moving, red things I'm getting rid of. So right now, sitting in here still are inventory taxes, abolish the business franchise tax, and then taxes on phone and internet services. Because I can add like 20 other taxes on here too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the real problem.
Yeah.
If I repeal all taxes, okay.
The adjustment this morning was just do point of sales flat tax.
Yeah, and that's, I think we actually have that part of the platform language or recommended language, sorry. Sorry, I'm going back to the thing. It's all trying to see what tax you see all these, and it's all of them. Okay. So we're down to three, and then let's deal with G and H real quick. All right, G, state and local taxes on firearms, ammunition, uh, firearm accessories, or firearm safety equipment. Number one, you can almost shorthand it and say it's a 2A tax. So, second bill tax. Straight up.
No tax on constitution.
So. Are we fine with adding that language though, or something like that? Some,
I'm gonna look up what the tax revenue is actually used for very quickly.
okay. I mean, it's as simple as I can put it, something like, firearms, ammunition, accessories, and, safety equipment taxes.
Definitely keeps it from being worded.
Yeah, trying to leave out, ooh, yes.
Well, I just remembered this one because this is a great Texas government, and what they have their four, cows and laws. Financially devastating, seems like a big thing, okay?
It's one of them.
But, no tax on constitutional
Yeah.
rights, eliminating state and local sales taxes on firearms, ammunition, firearm accessories, and firearms safety equipment.
Okay, then we have it.
There's no
Well, no,
special.
I'm saying this is just an email
Yeah.
coming from the group saying that they, at this year's convention, they are advocating for these key.
Yeah.
It's not in there
Mhm.
yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what we would be adding.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So, back to G, the firearms, it's just there's a specific tax, it's just general sales tax, and it goes into the general fund, so. So the state portion of that essentially would be just giving the legislature quite a few million or so less to work with, but a local portion goes to fund things like roads, police, emergency services, stuff like that.
How
So,
much portion goes to that?
um,
Just a portion.
a portion is, there's a portion that is local.
Yeah, so we don't know if it's
So
2%
it's gonna
or
depend on,
80%.
it's gonna depend on the locality.
Okay,
So, but you're,
I'm fine with adding it. You should tax it two-way, right? In my opinion. But,
I mean, I agree in principle, but again, practicality,
Yeah.
it's making things more difficult, especially for, like, I'm in Austin and it's like, their budget is already punched enough. If they lose that little revenue, they're gonna cut emergency services even further. That's how the Austin City Council is, so.
I mean, it really kind of goes to show what government does to get around. So there's a max property tax percentage in California. Passed, obviously with Republicans had control. But what have they done instead? All these other fees whenever you buy or sell a house.
Right.
It's been nuts. And local governments can enact their own types of fees. And there's no cap on any of it.
So maybe say we oppose local governments using fees as an end run around on local taxes, because it wouldn't just be on guns like the city of Austin.
But
Again,
I just wanna ask, whenever we say that wording, we oppose local governments, and didn't we just say that they can do completely separate from the state? Cause again, this is the state, right? Like they can't, and I think they can sometimes, but not all the time, is like tell like a municipality that they can or cannot, or take a.
Local governments cannot use cannot use a fee to disguise a tax risk and then run around on the tax. That's against both state law and the Constitution. And I'm actually a plaintiff in a public interest suit on that matter right now.
Yeah, so you just said fee, but we're talking about taxes.
Right.
No,
But
but that could come up later.
they're using the fee as,
Yeah.
they're using the fee as a tax, like the fee that I'm litigating about, it's tacked
They're
onto every.
using the fee as a tax, I get
Right.
that part, but we're talking about what they are taxing, not what they're charging as fees, but what they.
I think what he's saying is if we list things here, eventually they'll add it as a fee, as something else.
Right, and so that's why we should have the plank here,
Either add it to this plank or add another plank.
or add another plank that says we oppose cities.
Yeah.
And we oppose local government using fees to circumvent taxes.
Could that
Or
be
as an
added
adjunct.
to 218?
I guess my question was, can the state of
218
Texas
is the bond
actually have
that requires
complete power
voter
over
approval
what
for
this
any
is
tax
and they're
increase.
doing? No,
They can't have that power, but they can tell, they can make rules about, like, you can't tell, you can't go to every city council.
cause then the count, and also for
Right.
counties, right?
Yeah, but
Because in this
So they
one, we
can't-
said that
that's what I'm
we
saying, it's
can
like,
increase the tax
we're
burden
telling them
with
do
a vote of
this, and they
20%
might say, we don't have the power to do that.
knocks out the last
Entirely, not entirely.
yeah,
saying
but the
that
city of
we
Austin, for
oppose the
example,
adoption
has
of
the
any
power to set
taxes that increase the
fees
tax
and
rate.
taxes, and so they use fees.
Is that a
But again, if you're looking at just Austin,
It's not just Austin that does this, it's a lot of other big cities that actually use
well,
it.
we're trying to look at it as a state as a whole, right?
Right.
No, it should stay with us. Yeah. Sorry, what was the other one?
Yeah.
It has to stick with us.
Yeah.
I
don't think
workshop me language for that.
For the fee,
Yeah. The fee, we won't put it in here, we'll put it in
Put it
another
elsewhere.
plank or something. We can find another place for it. And I say that because the platform is already open to doing things about fees, talking about fees.
Yeah.
There's something about college tuition, that's not property tax.
Is that their public posting?
Uh,
And it says what exactly it's for.
Yeah, impact fees, talks about impact fees, things like that, which is like, that actually goes right into it. Imposing a fee instead of a tax, so yes. Sounds good, thank you. Okay, so I think we were fine with G, right, the firearms, whatever. Let's talk about H. We oppose the adoption of any state income tax or any new category of state or local taxation that increases the tax burden on Texans. And I only cite because I feel like that's in the platform somewhere, maybe multiple times. Adoption, number one, just type in state income tax. Okay, maybe just type in income tax. Support the elimination of all federal income taxes. Okay, plank 75, and we'll get to that maybe tomorrow. Axe the property tax. It says in here, replace it with an alternative other than income tax.
And require voter approval to increase the overall tax burden, which is that last part.
Yeah. Yeah.
We
I
have
think-
to have voter approval put into that, I think.
Now, I know it's kind of in a weird spot, it's the tax, the property tax part, but I think this is taken care of.
Mhm.
Yeah? Yeah, I think so. So I will move to remove. Is there any objection to doing that? All right. Okay, so again, we are moving estate tax to 69 and the Affordable Care Act home sales tax, also this plank 69. That leaves 4 taxes here. Are we fine with that, or do we want to add like 20? We can go all day, or
We would support abolishing the following taxes and move towards replacing them with a flat consumption tax.
oh no, that's the property tax.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So here, I think that's it. I think we just leave it as is. And if we get to full committee, people want to start adding taxes, we'll just talk about it then. But okay. Okay, so
Move to support as amended.
yes. Motion is to support as amended, that would be. That would be A, inventory taxes, B, abolishing, word abolish is in there twice. I
Right.
called it business franchise tax and any successor gross receipts, margin, or business activity tax. Kind of a mouthful, but I think that's okay. Taxes on phone and internet services, and D, firearms, ammunition, accessories, and safety equipment taxes. Any opposition to those? Should that change? No? Okay. Good. That's 68. Yes, sir.
Can I say something, make a statement?
Go for it.
Well, you guys are making my point that I made earlier. You're sitting here swatting flies. If you list 50 taxes to get rid of or abolish, there's another 200 out there. So I mean, what's the point of picking and choosing taxes? Why not just consolidate all of them? All the revenue received by one level of government is one tax, instead of 50 taxes or 100 taxes. And let the legislature determine where that money's divvied up. And then we get to go testify in front of the legislature that we don't want money applied to restricting our Second Amendment rights or any of the other things that you guys have been discussing.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's something to consider. But let's go to 69 first, because I know that one's kind of a big one. The federal taxes. Since technically we're adding to it, technically. No, no. Actually, yes, we are. I'm sorry. Documents. Let me share this with y'all. Let me know when y'all have that. I think this will be the last one today. Sorry, just making sure it goes in there. Okay, 69. Federal taxes, we support eliminating all federal income taxes, repealing the 16th Amendment, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service, and replacing the federal tax code with a simple system such as a flat tax, fair tax, consumption tax, or other reform that reduces the overall tax burden. We oppose federal, state taxes, payroll taxes, capital gains taxes, gift taxes, and any requirement that Texans pay a federal income tax. Until federal income taxes are eliminated, we support repealing required minimum distributions from qualified retirement accounts and institutions. And of course, there's those two other types of taxes we may or may not add to this. Sorry, compared to the other languages, we support elimination of federal income taxes such as until such time we support repeal of requiring minimum distribution from qualified retirements, accounts, and institutions. So there's a bit more language here, and it comes up with a few possible solutions. Yeah,
You want to take it from the top?
yeah, take it from the top. Well, we support eliminating all federal income taxes, the first sentence. I think that's just a minor grammar change. From elimination of to eliminate all. Is any opposed to that? Okay, now this next part, sorry, I'm trying to compare to the current language. Okay, everything I'm about to say is new. So that was the first part of the sentence. Continuing, adding, repealing the 16th Amendment, abolishing the IRS, and replacing the federal tax code with a simple system such as a flat tax, fair tax, consumption tax, or other reform that reduces the overall tax burden. Stop right there. That's adding quite a bit. So everybody knows what the 16th Amendment is, right?
Income tax.
Yes. So let's see. Actually, I can specifically it says have the power. It says have the power, it doesn't require it. So
You're talking about not being redundant, so doesn't the first phrase mean that?
repealing the 16th Amendment.
We support eliminating all federal income tax.
Well,
By,
repealing.
by saying that, are you not meaning the other?
No,
Okay.
you would have to flip that. Repeal the 16th Amendment, and you by default.
Eliminate the federal income tax.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it is saying by default.
Well, no, because the 16th Amendment says Congress may, essentially. It doesn't require. Which means even if you eliminate all federal income taxes now, but not repeal the 16th Amendment, they can just
Can we
do
that?
federal income taxes again later.
Can we say we support repealing the 16th Amendment to eliminate all federal income tax?
I don't think you need to, but yes, you should probably explain what the
That's,
16th
yeah,
Amendment,
that's,
but
I
yes.
think what I was trying to say,
Okay.
so sorry.
No, I'm for that.
I would point out that there's a logical problem too, in that they want to repeal the 16th Amendment and replace it with the flat tax or the fair tax, but as I understand them, the flat tax and the fair tax are both income taxes, which would not be permitted if you repealed the 16th Amendment.
Correct, and that's when you get into the issue of overprescribing.
Yeah,
Right.
Because now the
We
plain
may want
butts
to go
itself.
yeah.
as close to the 24 platform as possible on that part.
Yeah.
Getting rid of
Right,
federal.
agreed. So that first sentence would be, we support repeal the 16th Amendment. What was the language?
To eliminate.
To eliminate. Is that a comma two or just two?
Just to.
To eliminate all federal taxes.
And does that get rid of our need to itemize?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can,
Abolishing IRS, I mean, you won't have an IRS,
Exactly,
obviously.
yeah.
Replacing federal, okay, and then now let's talk about the replacing the federal tax code. Getting rid of this, right? Sorry. You would replace it because you wouldn't have it anymore. The flat tax is, the fair tax is. Consumption tax is a different type of tax. Do we even want to do any of the rest of the sentence to give?
No, it's not.
Right, to give a remedy?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
simplify that plan, we just need to get rid of federal income tax first.
Yes, yeah, we support repealing the 16th Amendment to eliminate all federal income taxes. Done. And then the rest of it's already in the plan.
And then
Impose federal.
Congress sort out how we're gonna.
Yeah,
Work
right.
on it.
And then the only thing to do is to decide whether or not we're adding the Affordable Care Act, health savings tax, and the state tax to what is listed there. Oh wait, it already says the state tax.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, right?
That's good.
Am I crazy? The current language already says.
Did
The
that
state tax.
platform have state on there as well, or did it?
So what was
No, it's just
68?
federal.
What was in 68 was already in 69. Alright, so I'm gonna move to remove F. Any opposed?
No.
Here, none. Alright, it's already there.
Did you want to sign up?
Yeah, just when y'all gonna have public testimony?
Well, we have about 13 minutes left here. Was it on a?
Well, I don't wanna interrupt John.
No, it's
No,
okay.
no, no,
Is
no.
it on a plank that we've already done or doing?
Property taxes,
Oh,
state, local
then we'll
spending.
do that tomorrow at the next session.
What about, gambling and lottery?
So we did already do that, but if you wanna speak for a few minutes, we'll pause for a moment here. Yeah,
Sure.
for those, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll just need you to put your name here in a moment.
Okay.
Write down, yeah. Y'all fine with us pausing for a moment?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a sheet up there, right?
You want me to sign right here or over there?
Both, if you don't mind.
Both, okay.
Yes. We've only got 3.5 hours.
That was good.
Yeah. Affordable Care Act, home sales tax. Let's see if we can try to fit that into something.
Give a blanket term for those.
Yes. A blanket term for this. Yeah, anything we'll want to do. There's the blanket term.
Yes.
Alright, sir, you have 3 minutes, and then I can extend by 2, and it's 3 minutes per plank.
Okay, well, thank y'all for interrupting your work to let me testify. My name's Andrew McVeigh, SC25. I also serve as the president of Texans for Fiscal Responsibility. Wanted to, since y'all already covered it, we'll go back to the gambling plank. Y'all take up property taxes tomorrow. So when it comes to gambling, the key here to understand is that the whole country is facing this rapid rise in predatory gambling. Whether it's casinos, online prediction markets, state lotteries, there's been pretty much no end. Here in Texas, of course, we've had a long-standing ban on predatory gambling. We made an exception in the 1990s for the Texas lottery. Of course, it was sold to us as a program that was going to fundamentally transform public education, right? Public education funding. Of course, it hasn't done that. It's done just the opposite. It only barely funds 3 days of public education. And at the same time, it has fueled addiction. It has ripped billions of dollars out of the hands of private citizens, all for 3 days of public education. We've had billions of dollars of surpluses over the last several sessions. We can easily find that money somewhere else. And so we would encourage y'all to include abolishing Texas lottery in the platform plank. We did submit plank language to the SRAC, and I believe the SRAC did forward our plank language, plank 65, predatory gambling, to y'all. So I hope y'all were able to get that and review it, take it into consideration. That's really that's the kicker. Yeah, so abolishing Texas lottery and also opposing the expansion of any other type of predatory gambling, whether it's casinos, online slots, online casinos, sports betting, and the like. We don't need it here in Texas. It is essentially a form of taxation by exploitation. And we don't need it here in Texas. And with that, happy to answer any questions. Sorry, I wasn't entirely prepared, but I appreciate y'all making a few minutes.
Is that gonna be the only plank you're gonna talk on for now?
Yeah, I can come back tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine.
The others.
So my question to you is,
Yeah.
how does this language apply? Gambling, we oppose any further legislation, further legalization, government facilitation, or expansion of gambling in Texas, including casinos, sports betting, online gambling, prediction markets, and other predatory gambling schemes. We oppose government-sponsored gambling as a means of financing state and local government. and call on the Texas legislature to abolish the Texas lottery, repeal the fuzzy animal exemption, prohibit gambling style prediction market advertising, and close loopholes that allow unlawful gambling activity to operate under alternative labels. We further reject any casino related legislation or constitutional amendment backed by corporations with ties to foreign governments. I think we moved that
We
last.
did move that.
Sorry, we moved that last sentence. So ending at labels. The thoughts.
Um,
Did that feel like it was
It's a lot.
encompassing enough? Or?
yeah, I think so. I think the key here, so we appreciated what the platform already had on gambling in 2065 from the 24 platform. We hope to strengthen it, because we've seen such a hard push to get into the Texas market. We're the last large market in the United States that doesn't have anything other than the state lottery. And so the language that we submitted to the SRAC, we thought strengthened it and laid it out in a much more clear way. I think what y'all got is generally the gist. I'd have to read it to be able to.
Yeah. My concern is, sorry, I'm
Go
just
for it.
getting a conversation here. Like, I would like to see the legislative priorities have this, at the top.
Yeah, and
But-
they're working on that.
But if I were on legislative priorities, and if I had a plank that just said to eliminate, the state lottery, I could put that on the top. But if I had a plank that had, it feels like 400 words, I know it's not, but it feels like it with everything he just read, then I might say, well, that's weird to put all this, because it's all encompassing. We're trying to appease everyone who sent in something and putting it all together, not very pretty, but as best as we could. So that, I think that's harder to put as a legislative priority when it's that wordy. Because if I could, I would wanna get rid of, if I could only get rid of one thing, I would get rid of the absolute worst thing. I think, instead of, there's some fuzzy animal weird stuff, so.
Yeah.
I wish I could almost separate and put state lottery separate, and then this is like, yeah, and also this too.
Well,
But-
if y'all want to split out the planks into 65 and 66, I mean that's y'all's prerogative,
I'm
right?
just saying, yeah.
I think over in LP, I was just over there. They're working on a priority that would essentially say abolish the Texas lottery, oppose the expansion of predatory gambling, and close down any of the loopholes that are currently being exploited, like fuzzy animals. So
So like just those three things.
Yeah.
That he just said.
I
I think
in the-
great wording.
in the priority, that's prudent to do, right? Fairly simple, straightforward, easy to understand. I would say, the platform is a great place to be able to go into a little bit more detail, if you choose to. I mean, it's already long, so adding a couple more sentences probably wouldn't make it a whole lot longer.
That's an open door.
Okay.
But no, I totally understand. Yeah, I'm looking at the SREC language, and it's pretty much what we have. It's just it's expanded.
Fleshy.
That's all. Yeah, it fleshes things out.
But I
Yes.
didn't get that. I would have loved to have seen that, from your group. I didn't get
This
that.
email came from Virgin Groups.
Did it just come in this morning or something?
I didn't get it. I've been checking.
All this year. This one came Saturday.
I
It
didn't,
says SRAC memo to platform and resolution scrutiny.
I know I didn't.
I'm
In
gonna
fact, we had, and I can speak on this tomorrow, but we had several platform planks included in what version sent to y'all dealing with property taxes, state spending, local spending, taxpayer fund lobbies.
We'll make sure to pick those up tomorrow. Absolutely. I won't miss those.
Do we need to consolidate what's in these into our
We do. Yep.
sheet document?
Yep.
Can-
I'm about to give direction on that. Yep. All right.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I'll be back tomorrow, and I, again, appreciate y'all's support, and
I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note here that, regarding, what was that, 60?
That was 65
65.
right there.
That there is possibly some language here, that we can add. So I'm gonna put actually SREC on this.
SREC has 62, with the sent language on 65,
62 as well.
75, 76,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
212s out of record.
And we're gonna go back to 62 and 65 first thing tomorrow after we do testimony. Just to clear those up, and then we'll keep going to what we were doing. Let's see if we can real quick finish this part up. 69 though. Did they do something on 69?
They didn't do anything
Okay.
on 69.
Good. All right, so this Affordable Care Act home sales tax, making sure that it's accounted for in federal taxes. I don't feel like it technically is. But would that be something? Is that like is that a transaction tax? Would that be a blanket term for this?
The gift is a transaction.
It's a transaction, right? It's like home.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too blanketed?
Yeah, transaction taxes gets really complicated because then it's like you're talking about many transactions and all sorts of other transactions, whereas this, I think, they just want to talk about, like, I don't care if we want to tax a huge multi-billion-dollar, go ahead. But for individual taxes, like,
I think we'd have to keep it in the 4 categories: income, estate, payroll, capital gains, and gift.
yeah, capital gains and individual capital gains and gifts.
Still fine with the federal government taxing elsewhere. Affordable.
I mean, I would support a full repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act.
Mhm.
That's what I think.
Hold up. In the platform?
That would be probably.
Didn't we have that, affordable care? Get rid of it?
Yeah, I mean, if we repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, then we repeal and replace all the taxes.
Oh, Plank 128. Yes, we demand an immediate repeal of protection for patient protection and Affordable Care Act, which would take care of this tax.
Yep.
Yes, so it's there.
Got it.
All right. I'll move to remove E. Is there any objection? None. Okay. I think we have 69 then. I'll read it one more time. We support repealing the 16th Amendment to eliminate all federal income taxes, period. We oppose federal estate taxes, payroll taxes, capital gains taxes, gift taxes, and any requirement that Texans pay a federal income tax.
We don't need that.
Any requirement that Texans pay federal income tax,
That we support it.
because we just repealed it, and gift taxes in there.
Period.
Until federal income taxes are eliminated, we support repealing required minimum distributions from qualified retirement accounts and institutions. And that's already in there. All right, does that sound good, everybody? Put on the floor, is there a motion to adopt that? Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, that's federal taxes. And we'll stop there. We'll start with SREC. We'll do testimony, SREC language, and then go back to 27. Next time we meet, which
And then
is,
tomorrow, and
I,
we're done.
Yeah.
are we? So I believe this committee's re-meeting at 3:30 tomorrow. I'm gonna say the same room, and hope I'm not
Let me
wrong.
see here.
Is it 3:30 or 1:30?
1:30.
It's 1:30.
1:30 this room tomorrow. 1:30 to 6:30.
All right, again, testimony first, so if y'all wanna sign up, do here, should I leave that here?
No. I don't want to get lost.
Okay, I'm gonna put the sign-up sheet for this committee in the main room. Y'all know where that is. Okay, well, thank you all for listening. Sorry. Do I have a motion to adjourn until tomorrow at 1:30? So moved. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned.
Andy Copper.
So you can sign up for tomorrow now?
Absolutely.
Where do I do that? Did you see it?
I see. You had something a few days ago.
Yes. What I did is it's a gap analysis. It says, here's some things that we're talking about adding in legislative priorities. And you can go back and see, is it supporting the platform? Oh, these issues are not supporting the platform. And so, and that's what I'm going to testify on, is the things that I'm pushing at legislative priorities that I'd like to see changed here in your section.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
The stuff in here is fairly minor. For instance, right now we have a thing called right to use cash as the amendment. Well, my group has changed the marketing of it, we're calling it currency choice, and I would like to see a platform that names you. But there's another one, I can't remember what it is.
We will need to confirm the legislative priorities on that language, make sure this is. Copy of the chart.
Yeah, that's what that whole, what I did is I went through, first I went through just the topic. And then I, at the bottom, I went and reorganized it by committee, by section of the platform.
Okay, that's fine.
So you can go to, scroll down and look at this.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what I was gonna call your attention to. If you can figure out how to do it, that'd be here. It's maddening to try to go to all these committees.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thanks.
I think it's good for us to have some ground rules that, you know, our preamble, that's what's all
And we're here.
Oh, we're officials.
Anyway, I just saw that there.
I see. No, they can stay here, that's just to make sure that people are delegates have testified.
Yes.
I think that we're gonna have to work on that part of it because, you know, nobody followed the house.
Yes.
That's a big thing.
No, thank you. So I had seen your language.
We get a whole bunch of our decisions that in line with.
Just in sixty, my second favorite, you saw it in the first one. I haven't been home till 30.
Man, she's got. I care, there's just some things. You look a little bit.
I just wish there were teeth in it. So I wish that, you know, we could make it a little more stringent about, you are providing violence, well, like I said, take your car off.
Yeah, I think actually the way they're laid out is perfect.
Yeah.
This sort of ceiling.
Well, thanks for what
I think that's.
Some
75 cents. 76 cents. Until that is actually.
the second term is.
Here's how it's
I had one grandfather who testified against it was breast. When he died.
Property taxes went up $2.6 million last year. Because of the tax. So if we're going to actually get to elimination, we need to have something.
It must be a lot to have opportunity chair positions, definitely. Our last chair.
It is just as much as it is. Everything else is. I was just saying, I was talking about. I was just. It's great for mine. I mean, if you don't have a. Property tax rate is going up. Spending. Property taxes and we stop the increases. Then you actually have but if you don't do those things, you're just gonna keep throwing money across state affairs. It's not.
Oh, is there about to meet here? I think so, yes. My war against Plan 21.
Maybe my cards,
Okay.
Session comes in a few months.
No, that's the, like,
So we don't have an office.
that says that candidates for statewide elected office are elected by a majority of the counties
My executive director.
rather than majority votes, so like one county, which is 34 people, would have the same weight as Harris County.
Yeah, it's trying to duplicate, an electoral college type situation, you can take.
Yeah, but counties can be dissolved, like counties are not solid, like do states are solid.
Yeah.
So you can literally have the state legislature.
Broad analogies, yes.
Yeah, so under Dylan's rule, the state legislature literally dissolve counties with completely, they're under.
I've always hated that SB cities or civic district based.
Yeah.
Gerrymandering, all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
we could gerrymander statewide elected elections.
Oh, yeah, I like swimming pools in school.
Have you ever gotten into that issue yet?
Exactly.
The issue of changing the constitution so that, to change the constitution, that's what it's.
Right, and you know,
Not just the charter.
but like that's a constitutional amendment, like a better. That would not.
The big cities vote against that.
Well, everybody, because we had public election since. So it's definitely passed for one.
So this will allow me here at convention.
Well, it doesn't say
You know, it's responsible to do that.
Oh, yes.
I'm going where else?
It just doesn't work. Because if you're reading it as a serious policy document, you're gonna write this something. Oh, yeah, that's right. How are you? Nice to see you. No, I'm not on any committee, so I testified in education. My position doesn't start until August, so I'm. What else do I have to do? Yeah. Right, so I'm just gonna stick around, I had a calcium score test, we did like I didn't know that was spelled, I guess I could have just figured it out.
As you guys do, they don't actually show you the listings.
Painless. Well, how many,
We should get raised enough money for air conditioning, this conventional.
this is a closet compared to every other room.
Yeah,
Very nice.
but it's hot.
Still stuff in the air flow.
Yeah.
So how many, points do you guys have for the subcommittee?
I have a nutritionist who swears by that.
Hey, there we go.
Swears by that.
Yeah,
that is, I have quite a lot of that, but we've pretty much got it down to one language for every word. And what they language. Oh, yeah. There's a down to there as well. Down, saying, okay, so there are even 5 words in there. Flipping. Of course, now we're gonna go back to gambling.
Oh, how fun.
I know some of them touch on server.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they have. Oh, yeah, no, it's, like this, my body's not all a red light right now, we're gonna assume that's fine.
Yeah.
Wednesday or not surprised at all.
When we, something is changed more.
Now I get it, you know, you're sleep at night, 2 days old. That is all I disrupts your sleep. Well, see, I first thing first. This fall doesn't. Yes. I'm a runner, so it's like, I'm gonna carry.
Can I got it right now? Yeah, so.
As soon as I get a break.
be here for the get home. I know they were probably came out for a little bit. I guess they defeated Washington State.
Yeah, we thought they were in the process. My gigs then is for their ones.
Oh, I suppose. So I guess
Engineering is real hard on me.
well, so they're good.
And, they all, suddenly they want.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw a lot of
UT Tyler and Texas Tech.
that like they were
Which ones? Okay.
they were I'm talking about
Have you seen that place there? It's like Charleston, all these new schools that got put in these big colleges. You go to them now, they're beautiful, like resorts, which is kind of.
yeah.
State fairs, right? He's going to, he wants to be senior, from a few nursing schools.
For state affairs, are you going to
Cause he was trying to get see
the
and
state
south
south
in his class, SAT was not admitted to UT. And then you come to find out it's a holistic.
oh, you guys
Nursing is a holistic entry process. So it's a loophole around the state law that they have to take 5%. And okay, you don't have to start. So if you went there, you don't have to transfer it. Yeah. So that's
well, yeah.
yeah, I know that.
Actually,
The other kid that already started
yeah. Just that one thing.
yeah, I got the dean in my first 1 year. He asked me to come back.
Oh, that's.
I see it.
That says like. Well, this isn't in the state side. See that? It's under, it's like constituted, yeah, it's like this. After you get another citizens' rights.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's our constitution.
That's French on 281. So I'm gonna do their DC.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's like the whole metal building, the guys who built that, and we put a big bulldog on it.
Oh, so they're not, so they were the ones.
You said you should throw a finger at my.
That's awesome. That's good to know. I'm gonna see it next time.
Yes, oh, you know, you can just. I'm the proposal.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, we moved out there to go to Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Clay Jenkins.
Oh,
He's a jackass. I would tell him that I never got the chance to meet him. He's Spanish.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's,
That is responsibility.
okay, and if not, it's it just like read the little document.
Yeah, and then after
It just takes out sort of,
also mom and pops disappeared, no one knows their story, they didn't know.
due to Texas.
They wasn't
And it's funny how many people were this hurt by the fact that we get Walmart and all the big guys out there. It's like,
I think I love it. And meanwhile,
Okay, so
I appreciate it. It's been like McDonald's and all those people.
I will help out.
Their costs actually went down.
Everything going
So
well?
they were actually opposed to the because it was like, they get more money.
Somebody brought up a good point, you know, there's no 24/7. There's no going to 20 mile hamburgers. The whole world's now.
What actually made that?
That's in their. Their first release.
Yeah, it's stuff.
That's what I did this morning. A little bit later. So, and it's looking at that, after walking
It's built a couple times, it's a little bit different.
Yes.
Yeah, we got
For sure.
So
Breakout. Like a webcam.
This is Claire's, but chief of staff. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good name.
Good. You watch some vlogs. I actually just.
Oh, that's bad. That's on my Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
You on the state affairs subcommittee?
Yes.
We meet earlier.
I don't think so. I'm Jim Bacon.
Alan Smith.
Alan Jim Bacon from SD15, Southwest Houston, Harris County.
SD5.
SD5. Yeah.
3 resolutions that we did there.
Yeah, that's the same thing. I would have thought it was a business.
I got a squatter, it's nice.
Making sense.
So I walked around this building for 15 minutes, I found a machine.
Yes.
There's money in there, and it dropped my drink disappeared.
Oh my goodness.
At least it gave me a refund. I don't know what happened to the drink.
I pay attention. I like this now. I like it. Other media have like better stuff drawn on the side of the building.
Oh, yeah.
You been on the platform before or not? Okay.
This is my first time doing everything.
That's good.
So I am learning and trying to be as helpful as possible.
Yes. Well, I kind of got off to, I've not been on the committee before, but like when the SREC folks like, hey, what do you do with that? I was like, yeah, okay. Somebody needs to do it. Heavy lifting. I felt like it was my turn.
I just raised my hand.
Yeah.
I told Susan Lucas, say, hey, she's the SD5 chair.
Oh, gotcha.
And I said, hey, I'd like to volunteer for something
Nice.
on the committees.
Yes.
So she's like, okay. And then she said, we put you on the platform committee. I'm like, all right.
Sure.
And then the phone calls and emails started rolling in. I'm like, what?
So for me, whenever my data got sent to the party, to the chip, whatever, none of my contact information was correct. So my email, nothing. So I was not in the loop. So I'm like, about 10 days out, I'm like, I haven't heard anything. Usually there's some pre-work. What do you know? Nothing, just radio silent.
We needed to start this stuff a month ago.
Yes.
The amount of data that we got, I'm just like, I need an office with
Yes.
a handful of assistants to help me go through this stuff.
So even like, I got on the signal and even with the signal, the new chairman was like, oh, I sent all these. And I was like, yeah, I didn't see any of that. I didn't get anything. I have no idea. I'll show up. You know, I'll be here. The first thing you gotta do is you gotta be here. And then we'll go from there. But, you know, I'm not I mean, I certainly have my view and I intend to represent my SD to the best of my ability. But, you know, folks put a lot of effort into this. They really, they're very serious about these platform changes and resolutions. We've got to give them a fair shake. And it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
You know, it's hard to give them all a fair shake. To me,
Well,
there's so much data.
That's there.
And
Yes.
you got a
Yes.
small group of people working on a large amount of data. And then it was crammed into a short timeline. And then I was missing emails. I didn't get some emails right off the bat.
Right.
Finally started getting emails. Then the first thing I got was that Google Docs.
Yep.
Spreadsheet, and then it was like, holy smokes, there's like 3,000 resolutions in here. And then I was waiting on the original subcommittee chair. He was trying to get a hold of somebody for some guidance.
He was.
And he was having issues with that. And finally, I think he got frustrated. He's like, I need somebody else to take care of this. I'm not.
I don't want to carry it. I don't want to sack the potatoes. I don't blame him. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah,
So
difficult.
here we are.
So here we are.
So I printed off what I think I might need, and then, yeah, like you said.
Well, I've never done the format, and I think that it seems to me that there's a person from the editor committee that's gonna really handle the administrative side of whatever we choose to do. But that that's a public process and that we get to, folks get to come and say what they wanna say and you know, I've got a gentleman in my neighbor, the precinct chair, and at our precinct convention, he came and he goes, and I go, do you have any, he goes, yeah, and he's like got a bunch of stuff, and I go, good. I go, here's the thing. As long as if one of these things ban all firearms, there's a couple of litmus test items, right? If your resolution says, let's do, or let's ban all firearms, other than those two, those are gonna toss right here and there because we're not gonna even have a conversation. And he goes, no, I've got, and so I'm like, dude, sit down, let's get them approved, let's get into the ESPA convention, you can show up.
Is this state affairs?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good.
So, let people participate. He's got he came to that because he wanted to try to do something. So anyway, it'll be interesting to see. So,
We might have some extra folks, because originally the room was set 4 people, and the subcommittee, we might have more than that.
okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Tom, how are you, buddy?
Okay, I'm the editor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We have some equipment, I guess, for projection.
I think this is for
Or tell him.
camera. Live stream?
What?
Live stream?
I thought it was projector.
Don't know. I'm just observing that it looks like,
I don't know who's doing that is.
don't know.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Just wondering which planks you guys are handling in the next meeting here.
This is state affairs.
Yes.
And so we're the rookies here, so
Okay.
we're gonna defer to the grizzled veterans.
Okay, got it.
For the process.
Is like 174 to 208.
Okay, so that would be 75.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
There's some information, but we'll see how that goes.
How you doing?
Yeah,
Just for a minute on.
Yeah.
we're the ones that have no idea what they're doing, so we're here,
Yeah.
we're breathing,
I know what
I'm doing.
we're prepared to be as difficult as we need it. No.
Together as a collective, we'll figure it out.
Correct.
Get it done.
We're here to create as much drama and stress as we can.
Okay. When he shows up.
Well, Chair should be here shortly, so I'm sure he's got the sign.
Yeah.
Bring a resolution and present.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yes, the chairman will be here.
Yeah, he should be here shortly, so.
He should have the sign-in sheet for testimonies.
And then I have 2 more bills, same thing, I just sign in those places.
I believe there's just a sign-in sheet in each one, and you could just do that when you get there, I believe, so. Yeah.
Well, I thought they were gonna be left on the table, but
I think.
you think he gave to the
Yeah.
chair?
Are there any on that podium right there?
No.
No, nothing on the podium?
No. You are,
Alan Smith.
Alan?
I'm Jim Biggin, I'm from Harris County, I know we've connected at some level, it's been a couple of years, but
I noticed your name in the emails.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've gotten involved real late in this process. Okay, so, I was given, I've had a spreadsheet from Thursday night that had the resolutions in it. Saturday night, I got the Word document that had the 2024 platform in it. And I then took the resolutions and put them into that platform, into a platform document. But they don't want us to use that. I guess I don't know why, but anyway, that's what I sent you, was that has the resolution built into it. Now, you can refer to that, and you can read through those to try to figure out how to modify the plan. And I think that may be easier than trying to go back to the spreadsheet, and pulling things out of the spreadsheet. Hey, Robert, how are you? Okay, did you want to be on the end, or do you care? Yeah, I'd like to do it. That's all right.
That's all right.
We gotta move that.
Was it that? This?
We need one more. There's nothing in there.
Yeah, this was on the table.
We need one more.
We have a fourth portion?
Yeah.
Okay. Breakout 3.
Hey, we got time.
I don't know, I didn't do it.
It'll sit on the end of the table.
Because we're supposed to.
Oh, he's got something. Okay.
We're supposed to get a
Projector?
projector. I think Peter is bringing it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then, excuse me,
Second serve recording this whole thing.
let's see.
Smile for the camera.
I don't think that's possible, but
Oh,
Those run.
well, this is, okay,
Anybody here who cares to sign, I can put it in the back.
Yeah, it's really bad. Most of the work I did with the spreadsheet and everything, I did on the computer at the house. I was gonna email it to myself, and then I got here and I was like, I forgot to email it to myself, so now I can't even access all of it.
so because we wanna,
So
we're supposed to be getting
around
a
here ago, it's really stuff.
put it all on, it's. We, we started on time last session. So that's.
Yeah, we're up to normal start.
Yeah.
Stay fair.
Stay fair. How you doing? I'm doing good. Hey, Mike. Okay.
Yeah, no, did you see my, I sent you in my recap text,
I can tell you in a minute. Okay, so. Government's 360B. Yes.
that chair.
Scheduled to be in here until.
10:30?
I think it's 10:30.
So we gonna go get dinner?
I had a good sized lunch, so if I need to get till breakfast. I just gotta make sure I can, well, they got some water, so that's good.
sign-up sheets? I got it, that's out the door. Oh. We only a couple of sign-ups. Do we have a secretary? We're supposed to. Oh, yeah, we do. Who is it? I gotta read my writing. I don't know what the lady. Sharon. Sharon is the secretary. You know what? No. Take a look at the duties and the sign sheet. Oh, I see what you did. You wanna get started? You wanna take testimony now? I think we should. Okay. I don't know what the story is with Peter. Oh. Okay. I'll take it up. So, you're gonna be on that all the way to the end. You don't like that? No, that's fine. So I can move here. Yeah. And then Peter can come here.
Last time I saw Peter, he was in the ballroom still,
Okay. Well,
where we started this morning.
oh, really?
Last time I saw him, that's where he was. That was hour and a half ago.
Okay. I'd like to be efficient. So. Start with this. Okay.
So if we don't have a projector, how are we gonna do this?
Well, we deal with it like we started to deal with it in the other room before we got there.
Where did that projector over there come from? You know?
Yeah, that Rick brought there after we got started, a long time. So we started with no projector.
So maybe we should go stuff that.
We didn't get a projector till 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Well, we can start with that, I get this.
Yeah. Okay, Andy, come speak with us. All right. Let me, I wear multitasks.
Okay, we're a bunch of guys.
Let me talk to the team a little, 1 minute. So,
Just give us one.
based on my work in SD7. Yes. On their version of the platform and looking through the different planks and stuff, it looks like an additional plank should be added to the platform called 197A underneath property annexation and DX annexation, which is 197. And 197A
We did have a 197A.
is infrastructure planning and protection. I mean, that's, if you look at the document that I sent y'all, it's in there. So that's the area that I think Andy was gonna talk to.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, well, Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to speak just for a minute today about this suggested change. Now, with this went to State Affairs, and I appreciate that. This morning I spoke to Business and Commerce because I'm also advocating a slight clarification of Plank 25 and Plank 30 in here. The overall thrust of this conversation and the backdrop is that I believe that we are lacking some really important language that reflects our principles in the Texas Republican Party platform. Having gone through at least one legislative session as a representative for Wise and part of Denton counties this past legislative session, I will say that we are constantly put in a position of having to recognize that there is
latent tension between private property rights and this idea that we should be required or expect government at every level to protect our liberty. There's an inherent tension there. It is not characterizing our platform well. In fact, Plan 25 and 30 that I mentioned ago might actually suggest, and I can tell you as a state representative, it was presented to me multiple times during session that our Republican Party platform already asserts, like, basically the language that benefits developers at the expense of our local liberty. We had multiple legislative attempts last session to assist unwanted development like casinos, and the bills that were presented were essentially, in the case of a bill that came to the floor that was actually trying to eliminate the tyrant's veto, that bill was intended to be a backdoor to the Irving Casino. We found out later. And it was explained to state reps, we should vote for this because this is like a private property rights issue. Well, the reality is that the legislature is only in session once every 2 years. The backstop of your liberty cannot be solely the state legislature. There needs to be tools in the toolbox for local government, local jurisdictions to stand against unwanted developments like Islamization, like these Epic City and these developments that are basically nothing more than footholds by foreign invaders into our state. Things like the shot clock, which is an effort to try to make sure that local governments have no ability to disapprove plats, is in the right hands a valuable tool of local governments to buy a little time to fully understand the ramifications of casinos or Islamic developments. So I think that we need to be very clear that while we support local preemption as it pertains to Harris County or Travis County or Bexar County, that there are many local small towns that are run by conservatives that have every intent to defend the liberty of their local community, whether it be against data centers in today's context. That's a huge issue, but definitely Islamic developments, definitely gambling casinos. This suggested platform change to 197 suggests that cities and counties must have the statutory tools to protect individual liberties, to defend our Texas values, that state government should not advance the interest of developers over local communities by advancing special taxing districts, high-density housing, or requiring local jurisdictions to development that would be detrimental to the property or water rights of existing landowners, and 3, that local government should be empowered with tools to stand against development interests that are in opposition to this platform. Cities and counties should retain sufficient authority to preserve the integrity of their communities and the lives, liberty, and property of existing landowners. And I think this would just be useful to have in our platform for political conservatives in the Texas legislature right now. I think we are lacking that. And oftentimes we are confronted with people who sometimes are well-intentioned, sometimes are not, that use our platform as a bludgeon to say that we are always in favor of property rights, even if the property rights mean protecting things that are specifically opposed by our Republican Party platform. So anyways, I think that I'm open to any questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for letting me.
Do you have a copy of that?
Yeah, I can send you.
Yeah, that'd be good. Well, which one?
Did you not get that? I think Wise County actually passed this resolution.
Okay, which one is it? We have about 6 of them, it looks like.
Yeah, so it was passed by Wise County. That's all I can really tell you. I can definitely send you a copy of this resolution that was passed. It should be in your hands.
I have a copy of it as well. Electronic and print.
What SD is that?
SC12.
Yeah.
No, it was the county convention. No. Larger counties obviously have SC.
I'm supposed to be your secretary. I'm your secretary.
And is there a sign sheet or
Where is this on?
There is,
I don't know. What I'd actually love to do is put something out there on the door that says state affairs.
If you have a copy of it, can you cross-reference with some of them and show them?
That's great, copy.
How did you get it? Okay, so
Oh,
that's
that's
right. Yeah.
So people know that that's what's here, put it on that back. Sure. Thank you. No problem.
So,
Did you have the, oh, okay.
yeah, but, like I said, I spoke with Business Commerce and they said it was actually routed y'all's direction, so
Yeah, we
hopefully
think
it's
so.
in your.
Yeah, we think so.
Okay.
Yeah, which one was? 197.
I know, but I can't touch them.
Oh,
There's a whole bunch of them. SD 24, SD 24.
okay, let's start with this.
Easy, okay.
Yeah, don't bring them.
Can you tell me name, sir?
Yeah, I'm Andy Hopper, HOPPER. Okay. Y'all have any questions?
No, you're pretty, it's pretty clear what you want.
Do we have a copy?
Yeah, here's a copy of it, and then we'll, work it into, a plan.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Andy Ivy.
Yes, Andy number 2 or backup Andy.
Yeah, Andy.
I'll take all the nicknames I can get. I do have a handout. The reason why you're getting a handout is because my outgoing precinct chair did not give you guys our resolutions. So as the incoming precinct or incoming county chair from Hamilton County SD 22, it is my privilege to give you our resolutions, which passed unanimously. 3 of those fall in your subcommittee. I bring you greetings from Hamilton County, home of the Dove Fest, home of the Texas Steak Cook-Off, and home of your 2025 2A state football champions, Hamilton Bulldogs. Thank you.
So, okay, so you've got 5 entries.
4.
4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 4, okay.
3 of those fall in your wheelhouse, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the vaccine one obviously does not, but I think that's well taken care of elsewhere. I'd like to talk about 2 and 3 together. First, the Jetty Act, which replaced Chapter 313. Rural Texans know a lot about that. That's about tax abatements for large projects, solar farms, wind turbines, data centers. It mirrors Chapter 312, which is the same thing, but instead of your school boards, that's for your county commissioners, that's for your cities, that's for your hospital districts. That's a way for them to give tax abatements to bring these big projects into rural Texas. What we're asking for from a platform standpoint is what's missing from these. We love the Jetty Act, it's a huge improvement, but what's missing even from it is that we don't take any moment to think about what is the impact of these projects on the immediate neighbor who is not financially benefiting from the project. We have nothing in these that help us to understand that impact and to compensate that neighbor. And we do if we put a gas line on your property, it goes to a committee of your neighbors and the neighbors decide what the impact is and they compensate you. We would like something similar to be set up. And so the principle would be that we understand that these projects have a negative impact on neighbors and we would like that to be understood and we would like them to be compensated. That's our ask around that.
Okay, so asking, are you asking that the local government provide that connection between landowner and developer?
I think so, because I would mirror what you do if you drop a pipeline or if you drop a highway in the middle of somebody's place. There's already a process set up to put a committee of neighbors together. I would just expand that to any time you do Jetty Act or Chapter 312.
Okay.
As far as like, how would that work? If there's no more questions on that, I think the more interesting topic and the more kind of current is artificial intelligence. I have 2 certifications in that field. I know I don't look like an AI guy, but I am. The Trega Act, which was passed, and I think it was signed pretty recently,
That's the Texas Responsible Artificial Intelligence Governance Act. Was awesome. That was a great first step. But it stopped short of one area. And all AI development falls under codes of ethics. And all the codes of ethics from these different big AI companies actually all look kind of the same. And what they say is, in general, when you use AI, there needs to be auditability and transparency. So you need to explain to someone that AI is being used, and then you need to tell them exactly what it did. So what we're asking for is, when a governmental entity in the state of Texas uses AI that impacts a Texan, that Texan has a right to know that that happened, and has a right to appeal any decision AI makes to a human being. And this falls in line with every major ethical code for artificial intelligence use, yet it is missing from TREGA. So we would love to have some ability to say, hey, AI made a decision about my driver's license, my taxes, or whatever it is. I'd like to appeal that to an actual human being. That's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see, I can't see that. Do you see which one it is? The, right here, number one. Where you're looking at something, yeah, right there. But I don't see the resolution. Oh, right. So you wrote.
Well, there's.
Oh, detail at the back.
Yeah.
Yes, page 3 is the actual resolution for AI.
Yeah.
Resolution promoting free market innovation and artificial intelligence, while safeguarding Texans. Yes, sir. I would have much rather if this had been uploaded to you appropriately.
Okay. Tony, all right, McDonald.
Thank you, guys. My name's Tony McDonald. I'm a delegate from Senate District 9. I'm also general counsel to the Tarrant County Republican Party. And I'm here to support and urge you to adopt a new platform plank that was recommended by Senate District 9. So I assume it's in the packet. I don't know what's been distributed. I also emailed you guys, several of you all over the weekend about this issue. But the platform is silent currently on the problem of the Texas Ethics Commission. The SREC in December 2024 adopted a very strong resolution calling on the power of the Ethics Commission to be curtailed through the sunset process. That bill did not pass during the sunset process. In fact, they haven't passed a sunset bill for the Ethics Commission in about 3 decades. And so the SREC has been speaking out about this, but our platform doesn't currently address it. If you've never dealt with the Ethics Commission, the problems there really operate below the visibility line for most Texans. But it is an atrocious violation of our Fifth Amendment rights. This is an enforcement mechanism whereby all of us who get involved in politics can be accused by anybody else. And in fact, it is always a political opponent who makes the accusation. And on that accusation alone, you can be dragged into the basement of the Capitol, forced to hire your own attorney, forced to defend your right to free speech in a process that can drag on for years and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, all over speech regulation. And so I'm happy to get into that. There are a myriad of problems with the way that our state, through the Ethics Commission, enforces speech regulations, but there is compelled testimony, compelled giving of evidence. There's a default judgment if you resist. And in fact, most people are forced to settle rather than actually defend themselves when they're accused. I've represented a number of clients there, and I've basically pledged I do those cases pro bono because I refuse to be part of the problem. If I can help people, I try to do it. So anyway, I hope this is in your packet. It would belong in the individual rights and freedom section. It could be a sub-plank to plank 181 on freedom of speech, or it could be its own plank. But what we would call for is the statement, we oppose the Texas Ethics Commission's punitive speech-chilling enforcement against private citizens and grassroots organizations. The legislature should abolish the TEC. At minimum, it must remove TEC jurisdiction over private citizens and prohibit any enforcement scheme that coerces testimony or otherwise denies Texans due process. I think it's time, like the SREC has said in its resolution in 2024, the party is starting to speak out about the problem with the commission, but the platform is silent, and we really need a plank addressing these issues. So happy to answer any questions. And other than that, thank you guys.
Any questions? Thank you. Go ahead.
Question, I'm a committee member,
Yeah,
but I've let the secretary have her seat because, she needed the desk and I don't. But Mr. McDonald, you and I talked.
Okay, great, yeah, I was kind of wondering, I thought I recognized you, then you were over here, so.
We talked electronically
Yeah,
about this. But my question driving down here, thinking about that proposal was, if the, Ethics Commission were abolished, then to whom would a statewide or multi-county candidate submit their campaign finance reports?
Well, what we did prior to 1991 was the Secretary of State managed what was called the Texas Ethics Advisory Commission. And the benefit of that is that you had somebody who was accountable to the elected governor through the Secretary of State. One of the biggest problems, we're here as Republicans, but we've built into the system a bipartisan commission where it's 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans who are managing the commission. And then, of course, it's a bunch of bureaucrats. It's all, Democrat staff, effectively. And so that's really where filings should go. The Secretary of State, a lot of people assume it's at the Secretary of State. That would be an ideal improvement. But really the focus of the platform plank proposal is to address the enforcement. And that's where it really becomes punitive. If the TEC were a bucket that you dump your filings into, I don't know that I'd be that concerned, but the enforcement is really the problem. That needs to be.
You're referring to the enforcement of regulated speech?
Correct. I mean, all of our election code and all the rules and regulations that regulate political activity should be enforced by somebody who's elected. Because if you're elected, you're accountable. And what the Ethics Commission now is a bipartisan, intentionally unaccountable body. So.
Thank you.
Okay, can you send your resolution again?
Sure.
Tom, because I don't see it.
Sure, yeah.
Hopefully it's in, we want to make sure we cover it.
Yeah, I'll make sure I get it over to you.
Okay.
And Tom, what's your email, Tom?
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, next, Joan Newhouse.
Yes. So I may not have gone about this quite right. I made this proposal up through my Senate District 15, for which I'm a delegate. I don't know if it actually got to you because I couldn't find a list of all the proposed things. So let me just paraphrase because you may have seen it or you may have not. I proposed a resolution that all persons being paid to protest must identify themselves as protesters, similar to having to identify yourself as a lobbyist, and provide information on what organization is employing you, as well as the source of the funds. It's the same consideration can also be given to hecklers or to those who work to incite a crowd. So what I'm trying to get at, or the point of this is, in many cases we've seen what appear to be possibly large protests. But what the average person doesn't know, and the press might not know, is that they are being paid to be there and to do what they're doing. I had actually met someone a few years ago whose friend's son worked for a George Soros organization, and he was a paid protester. And this is not here in Texas.
Now, let me ask this question. Do you have an idea of what plank you want that would modify?
I don't know that there's anything that addresses this.
So that's my difficulty. I was trying to look that up from the 2024. But the point being that when I had this discussion, if someone who was familiar with it, with the Soros organizations, they were allowed to, I think, receive up to $40,000 or $60,000 a year protesting, and then that was their cap for the year. And this particular fellow would then take off and go surfing, like, in Costa Rica or someplace. But it's also been known to me in the past, for example, when we do something on the border and there are a lot of protests on the border, usually on the Mexico side, the cartels are paying people to skip work and they're paying them $100 a day. Well, that's happening in the state here by different nonprofits, and we have seen, maybe during Occupy Wall Street or other times, people coming in from out of state who are doing the protesting. It is not actually the citizens of Texas that are having a significant gripe. It's people who are, going from one spot to the next, to the next, to the next protest.
I understand, I agree with what you're saying, the issue there is in the enforcement. How do you enforce that?
Yes, I understand, and I'm not deep enough into enforcement to be able to give you that answer. I was trying to provide the concept that I really thought deserved consideration.
So would that somewhere fall within free speech?
Well, that's the problem. You're gonna run into issues, enforcement issues.
But how, so that's why I bring up lobbyists. When lobbyists go and talk to someone, that I guess could be free speech, but then they also have a requirement because they're trying to influence the outcome, to divulge that they're being paid to do so.
Yeah, the worst thing from the taxpayers pay for lobbyists.
Anyway, so I hope that it bubbles up, and I just wrote it down briefly on a piece of paper. I'll put my name on it. But if it doesn't bubble up, I will go home and try to make this look prettier and more formal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, oh,
I'm gonna bring it to you. I'm gonna put my name and SD on it.
okay, Dr. John Sagel?
Can you put your email on that as well, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Good to see a couple of the members that keep coming back for more fun here at the convention. And there's two issues I want to talk to you today that's in your subcommittee. The first one is about plank 195, abolish abortion. And this was the last State Affairs Committee had a long debate over the convention 2 years ago on this specific plank. And there's a phrase that they voted to strike out that because of technical issues, it maintained in the platform. And it's one that I want to draw to your attention on plank 195. Plank 195 from 2024 says, we urge the Texas legislature to enact legislation to abolish abortion by immediately securing the right to life and equal protection of the laws to all preborn children from the moment of fertilization. I agree with all of that. What I don't agree with is what comes after that. And to oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn child and violates the U.S. Constitution by denying such persons equal protections of the law. And so the problem is the oppose. That is a cover for Republicans to not support my bills, Texas Right to Life bills that will save lives. Because you're not just telling them what to support, now you're saying go and oppose any bill that is not perfect when it comes to protecting the right to life. That is the kind of cover, the kind of cop-out we don't want to give legislators. So what the last State Affairs Subcommittee voted to do is to strike that phrase and to oppose legislation and strike that clause out. So we're saying, now Texas Right to Life, we're saying leave in the equal protection bills or language, leave the rest of that plank in there. This is an important issue. The Republicans have a family conversation about how do we deal with abortion. You're going to hear from some of my friends later that are going to say equal protection only. prosecute women who are seeking abortions. That should be the number one priority. Not all Republicans agree with that. I don't agree that that needs to be the only focus of the legislature. But the point is, Republicans have disagreements of what we need to do on the pro-life issue. The platform needs to reflect both views, not this language that says support this and go oppose anything else that's not perfect. That's an easy cop-out for legislators. That's my first point. My second point is what the handout I gave
I have
you
a question.
on 190.
So
Yes, sir.
you're asking to strike what you highlighted to oppose?
Yes, the to oppose legislation that discriminates against preborn children. If you kept that language in the platform, that tells Republicans to vote against things like the Heartbeat Act, our abortion, the bills that we're proposing to go and stop people from mailing abortion pills, all of the bills that we're filing to actually give us good tools to go after those that are committing these evils. The language as is the platform right now says, hey, Republican, you got to oppose those because it's not a perfect bill and doesn't do everything we want.
So you get a legal eye on that to determine that that's exactly what this says?
That's exactly what
I'm
this says.
understanding what it actually says.
It says, and to oppose legislation.
Right.
And so you're telling Republicans oppose any legislation that they would say, and these are not my words, this is the words of some of the groups that are going to testify here in a second, that discriminates preborn children and violates, they're saying that the bills that stop some abortions violate the U.S. Constitution by not securing equal protection for every child. Well, if we can pass a bill that will save some children from the violence of abortion, my position is we should do that. This language says, no, Republicans, you have to oppose those bills that will save some children from the violence of abortion because it doesn't give protection to all of them.
Okay. It's the equal protection thing.
Yes.
The points it. Okay.
And we can keep the equal protection in the first part of the platform, that plank. It's the opposed language that the previous committee saw was the problem, and I agree is the problem. The other part is this 190. We want to be very clear that we are the party of adoption, that we want to support adoption. Right now, the platform mixes CPS and foster care reform and adoption. And so this is to clean that up.
What happens if we move CPS, the two current CPS bullets under 190 being B, D, and E, if we move that to 129, which is CPS?
That's fine. We tried to make it easy for you here by already doing that because the current 190, it says it's for adoption. It's really a mix of foster care, CPS, and adoption.
I don't know that we want to lose the particulars that we built into the platform previously regarding CPS. I think we want to.
Well, I'm not losing. I'm not taking anything out. I'm trying to parse out whether we're talking about foster care and infant adoption. And that's kind of where the culture is confused right now. Whenever we're talking to a woman who's thinking about abortion and we tell her to choose adoption, she's thinking foster care and CPS. We've got to start being better at communicating, hey, these are two different things. Private adoption is different. That's why we took the current plank, divided them up. We moved some to a new platform plank, and then we kept 190 to focus on foster and CPS. So this was passed in Senate District 14, where I worked on that report. We kind of did this work for you so that you can create a new plank and then cover infant adoption and foster care separately and not mix them up and confuse these two very different issues.
Okay, what's confusing to me is that you've labeled it 190.
Well, because 190 already exists in the platform.
Correct.
And so we're replacing the current 190.
You want to replace that with this?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Where's the, that's why you're calling it a new plank. Okay.
Correct.
So you're not amending a plank, you're calling it a new plank.
Yeah, amending the current 190 and adding a new plank to be clear. These are really two different issues. And culturally, we're working on bigger efforts outside of just the convention to help educate our women facing unexpected pregnancies, that these are really two different things and you don't need to worry about foster care issues whenever you're talking about private adoption.
Okay, just to be sure.
Yes, sir.
You're recommending that, or you want to change, you want to remove 190 as it exists and replace it with this.
Yes.
Okay.
But all of the language that's currently in 190 is going to be preserved in what I've offered you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're saying here, updating plank 190, adding a new plank.
Correct.
So you really want to replace it. Okay, any other questions?
Just out of curiosity, why specifically infant adoption as opposed to just adoption?
Well, when we're talking about the 30,000 women in Texas that still think abortion is their best option today, it's infant adoption.
Yeah.
And that's what they're choosing.
Okay.
And so we really just want to deal with those stigmas and that misinformation out there. On the Democratic side, there is an active anti-adoption movement. And that's one crazy thing for the last 4 years, is they're actually openly opposing infant adoption. We as the party of life need to say, no, this is the right solution that we can promote this.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm not supposed to show it.
Oh, I'll let you know. Yeah, I know.
Motion detected at your back door.
Bradley.
Thank you very much. Bradley Pierce, President of Balch Abortion, Texas. I'm an attorney here. This is my 6th convention in a row.
Nice. Good for you.
But thank you all for all your work and all the time you put in before this week, and all the work you're putting in now, and a lot more work to come. So thanks all for all of that. So talking about 195 that John was just talking about. So and I concede what John just said, that was a technical error, that they left that language in there. However, I think some of that language is actually helpful. It maybe needs some slight tweaking, but here, look these out. Would you mind passing these down? Sure. Thank you. You know, the real issue in Texas, yes, there's pills coming in, things like that, which pills are already illegal in Texas, 6 ways from Sunday. There's multiple laws that make it illegal to provide pills, transfer pills, manufacture pills. You can sue, it's a crime, it's all these different things. But the issue is they're coming from out of state, not just out of state, but out of the country, and Texas can't regulate any of that. But what Texas can do is enforce the laws on activity that happens in Texas. And what's happening in Texas is that women are ordering abortion pills, and men and others are pressuring those women to take abortion pills. And over 31,000 children are still being aborted on Texas soil because of that. And it's because it's legal to do that. It's legal to order the pills, it's legal to take the pills to murder your child, it's legal to pressure a woman to do both of those things in Texas today. And that's because, if you look at page 3 of this pamphlet, all of our laws, the pro-life laws that we've been passing, all keep it illegal, or keep it legal to do those things. Our homicide code says this chapter does not apply to the death of an unborn child if the conduct charge is conduct committed by the mother of the unborn child. So we've legalized mothers murdering their children in Texas. The trigger bill says basically the same thing. That the abortion pill bill that was the key bill of the pro-life movement in 2025 also has the same language that does not apply to the mother. So that's why we keep passing laws to keep it legal for mothers to murder their children. And when we do that, we're also keeping it legal for others to pressure them. Because if it's not illegal for her to abort her child, then it's not illegal to pressure her to do something that's legal for her to do. So we support equal protection. That is, we already have laws that make it murdering anyone illegal, and that's actually from fertilization. That's why you actually have in the Texas Homicide Code that says this doesn't apply to the mother, because but for that language, it would automatically apply to everyone. So that's what we need to get rid of. That's what equal protection does. It makes murdering anyone illegal for everyone. That's how we have to deal with, that's how we have to begin by dealing with abortion here in Texas. Right now, it's legal to murder people. You know, we can regulate this pill and that pill and that pill, and we've done that. But people are still murdering people, and the numbers are increasing. 2 years ago, we were saying the data was showing 19,000 a year on Texas soil. Now we're seeing 31,000 a year on Texas soil, because people are finding out more and more and more about how easy it is to order the pill, take the pill, and commit abortions here, and about how easy it is to pressure people into that. So that's why this language about opposing legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the United States Constitution by denying such persons equal protection of the laws. What that's about is we keep passing bills that we're treating abortion like it's healthcare, right? We don't regulate crime. We don't say, well, you can rape, but you can only do it for this age, and you can only do it in these places and with these means, you know, and you can't get, you know, you have to use this pill or you can't use that pill, right? We just say, is it legal for anyone to rape anyone, right? For anyone to commit sexual assault against anyone. That's how we deal with crime. But that's not how the pro-life movement has been dealing with the crime of prenatal homicide. That's what we have to do. We have to make it murder. And then that's going to deal with, if we can't reach abortion pill providers in Africa or Austria or India, but what we can do is reach people right here in Texas that are ordering the pills and taking them, and those who are pressuring them to do that. It should be soliciting a murder to pressure someone into an abortion, but it's not. It's not a crime at all in Texas. So that's why we need equal protection. And these other bills, while well-meaning, are a distraction from that. And you know as well as I do, you give legislators, you give them some easier path, they're going to take it. They're not going to do the hard thing, even though they say, oh, it's pro-life, life begins at conception. All we're saying is treat life that way. But you give them some easier path to take that doesn't require them to do the hard thing and protect life from fertilization, you know, and abolish child sacrifice, abolish child murder. They don't want to do that if they can get the pro-life stamp of approval and get the pro-life votes just by doing something that doesn't actually do much. And so that's what we have to call our legislators to do, what they actually say they believe, that life begins at conception. We're calling them to treat it that way. So that's why we're saying don't get behind any of these other bills that are just regulating the circumstances of murder. Just outlaw murdering anyone. Right, that's what we're saying. That's why these other bills are a distraction. So that's why I think language like this, telling them, because this is what they continue to do, session after session, right? And there's just as many Texas babies being murdered today as there was 5-10 years ago. And so we've got to call them on the carpet and get them to do the right thing and obey their duty, not just under the Constitution, which requires equal protection, but before God, which God says that magistrates are to provide impartial justice. And when we keep writing bills that discriminate by denying to the person equal protection of laws, not only is it unconstitutional, it's also unbiblical. And so that's why I think that kind of language in there, something along these lines, is still helpful to keep in there. There you go.
Okay, very good.
How do you argue John's point that this actually allows legislators to vote against bills like you're suggesting? I'm having trouble understanding.
I haven't seen that. I'm not sure who he's talking about or when that's been used or used to justify a vote against any of the bills that he's talking about.
Yeah,
I know a couple times there were a couple legislators this last session who did not vote against but refused to vote in favor of the bill because it was an unnecessary distraction and it denied equal protection and it was being used as a substitute, a way to get the pro-life votes and get the pro-life stamp of approval, but without actually solving the real problem. We addressed that also if you have time later on pages 8 and 9 of the pamphlet as well, why that bill did not solve the problem and why that was not their answer. But other than that, I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any pro-abortion, Republicans who are pretending to be pro-life or somehow using this language to justify that. Okay. I'm not sure what he's talking about. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just not familiar with that.
Understand. Okay, any questions, other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's Mary, right? Macy, Mary. Elizabeth, Castle.
She's not even.
Not here.
No.
Okay, Christina.
Garhoff?
Yeah.
Okay. I have packets for you guys. Thanks. So how long do we have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, I'll talk fast. So my name is Christina Garhoff. I am a delegate with SD4. I'm also the executive director of an abortion abolition org. And this evening, I represent the stacks of testimonies that I have brought you today from post-abortive women who are begging you, some with tears in their eyes, to keep Plank 195 exactly as it is. These testimonies include testimonies from 2 rape survivors, teen pregnancies, mothers who were coerced. They are all in support of equal protection, as is currently in that plank. And the reason that they're begging you to keep that plank exactly as it is because the overwhelming majority have told us that if we just had equal protection in the law, they never would have done it in the first place. They wouldn't have lived through decades of regret. They wouldn't have suffered all of this pain that they have to live with, knowing that they murdered their baby because the law allowed them to do that. So in one of the testimonies, just one that I've given you, it's from a rape survivor, and she says, after the hearing last session for the Equal Protection Bill, after that hearing was canceled by Texas Alliance for Life, 40 post-abortive women gathered at the Capitol to share their stories of abortion devastation and regret with the legislators. And at the end of all 40 of those testimonies, they were asked, had abortion been illegal and you faced penalties for violating the law, would you have done it? And they all unanimously agreed, all 40 of them, that if the law had been in place to provide equal protection, including penalties for them, as the women who were initiating that abortion, they never would have done it in the first place. And so in each of these testimonies, you will see a statement somewhere along the lines of, I am post-abortive and I fully understand and support equal protection legislation. If equal protection had been the law when I aborted my baby, including penalties for me if I chose to abort anyway, I never would have aborted in the first place. And that's what you will read over and over again. And so on behalf of these hurting women, I am here to ask you to do the kind and loving and compassionate thing for women facing this difficult decision and keep equal protection in Plank 195. It is what is good for Texas women to just tell us, no, you can't do that horrible thing, that horrible act called abortion. And it is certainly good for our Texas babies. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak? Is Mary Elizabeth here?
Mention it. I saw here. People for business.
I saw that. I just wanted more.
I saw it.
Bouncing rooms. That's not me. You know, like, we're getting a piece of paper. You didn't have it out yet, that's what it was. That's what it is.
You don't want my signature on my handwriting?
Are you next on the list?
No, she signed it in right now.
I'm signing, the other people just got one, so that's what I'm
Yeah, you can sign it.
Go ahead, sign it.
I'm sorry.
I came here, I was on the first one, list, but now the second one.
You got another.
Yeah.
Lewis,
Yes.
you're up.
Okay. Somebody leave the phone up here? That yours? Okay, that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
We ready? Which one's it's the first one I put down. I got two.
You can start with either one.
Okay, all right. So we'll start with data centers. So I've got a resolution really long, so I'm not going to try to read the whole thing to you. But essentially what this is we need to give Ellis County Commissioner, by the way, I'm an Ellis County Commissioner of Precinct 3, and we need to give we need county commissioners authority to impose regulations or policies over data centers that we currently do not have. Today, if a data center wants to build outside the city limits and they want to build an unincorporated area, they pretty much get to do whatever they want, and we do not have the authority to tell them no. I think Hill County just recently will tell you that they learned that in a really hard way. They got hit with a $100 million lawsuit for imposing a moratorium that their county attorney told them they couldn't do. And so, as a commissioner of Ellis County, I don't want to do that. So I would like the state to give us some authority. So I'm going to read just a portion of this. Actually, let me give you guys a copy. I'm going to read just a portion of this.
Has this been submitted before?
Not by me.
By anyone?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe.
I submitted it
Oh,
on your behalf.
oh, did you? He submitted on my behalf. Okay.
Have you seen it in here, Peter?
No, I haven't had time to read that document. I just got
Okay.
that
So
36
I'll
hours.
just read some of the therefores here.
Yeah, make it brief.
Okay, I'll make it brief. Okay, so you know, our court, so what we would like is we declare that support for future data center development should be conditioned upon the implementation of enforceable safeguards necessary to protect electrical grid reliability, prevent undue cost burdens on residential, agricultural, small business ratepayers, ensure sustainable and transparent water use practices, preserve agricultural lands, rangelands, wildlife habitats, natural drainage systems, prevent degradation of county infrastructure, and safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare. Anyway, so we would like to, we just need some authority. We need some authority to say, if you're gonna build this data center, be so far away from your neighbors. If you're gonna build this data center, have downward lighting, or better yet, have infrared lights. So you don't have to have lights shining in people's yards and people's properties. And then if they have someone walk onto the campus, have full lighting come on so they can then use that as security. Infrared or thermal imaging cameras, something like that. The noise issue, they buffer sound walls around the facilities with trees to help absorb the noise. And again, like I said, downward lighting, use closed loop cooling systems as opposed to the evaporative systems, which are a big burden on the water supply, things like that. Rebuild the infrastructure or improve the infrastructure for the electrical grid, if they're pulling off the grid. If there's somewhere where they can build their own power plant, they can in Ellis County, we're in a non-payment zone. But if there's somewhere where they can build their own power plant, they need to build their own power plant to be able to power that data center.
So I found Texas County Commissioners Court should have authority to regulate the siting, construction, operation of large-scale facilities proposed under construction or operating within a county's unincorporated area where that county's Commissioners Court has jurisdiction.
Yes.
That's your resolution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't see that in here. I was gonna ask you to boil it down to 2 sentences,
Well,
but if that covers that.
He pretty much boiled it down for me.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was the full resolution we submitted in Commissioner's Court April 28th. And but it kind of boils down to that.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Any questions on that? Anybody? Okay, you got a second one?
I have a second one.
Okay.
This has to do with municipal utility districts. Here's a copy of.
Municipal utility district is gonna be.
It's not here.
No, that is gonna be back in business.
Okay. Business commerce?
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay, so is that y'all meeting tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
What time?
Afternoon, 1:30-ish
Okay.
on the city.
I will probably have my lovely wife presenting that, because I have Commissioner's Court in Waxahachie at 2:00, so.
Is it true, I have a question, is it true that, Waxahachie is an old Indian word meaning field of cow dung?
No, what is it? I forget what it means.
Or maybe not cow dung, or just field of dung?
No, it's something to do with buffalo.
Buffalo dung. There you go.
Well, I don't know if it's buffalo dung, but I think it has something to do with buffalo. It could be. I don't know. I'm from Midlothian, so you're not gonna offend me.
Yes, it's buffalo dung.
It's buffalo dung? Okay, she knows.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Kathy.
Yeah, Lewis, don't sit down. We're gonna tag team this, he started it. No, so my name is Kathy Olson, I'm a nurse attorney, and I'm sorry that I missed it on the list, but things happen for a reason. And I was asked, because there's so many different resolutions, there's so many issues with the data center stuff, somebody asked me to compile giant document incorporating it all, so sure, if we approve resolutions, it should have been legislative priorities. Anyway, as Lewis said, this is affecting, so this resolution incorporates SRC resolution, Ellis County, Bernalillo County, including the development plans that Hill County put out, trying to pull all this into one. But the big issue here is not so much what's gonna go with the environment or noise, there's even health risks that we've not identified. Or where there's 4 class action lawsuits on the East Coast in Michigan dealing with the health risk established in our positive citizens. But we don't have that part yet in Texas. But basically what this is asking is to fix a structural loophole in the Texas law. I believe it's Texas Government Code 260. To give these commissioners what they need. Right now their hands are tied. We're gonna give them what they need as far as land use authority to protect their citizens from any risk that are being proposed. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you knew this, but under the transportation code, if there's a pothole that's causing a risk or potential wreck or safety issue, you can shut down that road till it's fixed. If there's feral hogs, you can quarantine that land until they're dealt with. But if there's industry coming in that's causing health or safety risk to citizens, we can't touch it. We need to give them that permission, not full permission, but we can work with the development list. There's actually a list in there on requirements that they have to go through, or the development review checklist that has been proposed to use. So I just appreciate you taking that into consideration. It's very much needed. I will tell you from personal experience, I've been going to these forums. This is a bipartisan issue. A lot of liberals sitting right next to me, and their plan is to get rid of these guys. And this way they can do the job, because they don't understand they can't do the job. We've tied their hands. So we've got to open that up. These are really heavy duty, deep seats in the grassroots community, and we need to keep our commissioners. So that's the plan, to get rid of them because they can't do the job. We've got to help them do their job.
And you're happy with the words that were cited earlier?
Yes, yes. And I know this is lengthy, it's bedtime reading, but it does incorporate every resolution you've seen throughout Texas, as well as some federal law and Texas law.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate it.
When you say
yes,
the plan is to get rid of them, whose plan is it and who are they trying to get rid of?
The people I hear, they feel like the commissioners are not doing their job. And this happened with the Hill County when they left with the moratorium. A lot of people were upset because not thinking the commissioners were doing their jobs. And when I went to meet with them to explain
Who's them?
just citizens that are sitting with me. So when I interviewed them or met with them, they are liberals. And that's their plan, is to get someone that can get the job for the Democratic Party, not realizing that they can't do anything either.
So citizens are frustrated because
County
commissioners have no authority.
Correct.
So.
And I just applaud the Hill County commissioners. They did what they couldn't do. It brought a lot of attention to this. But as you know, they lifted the moratorium because they're not allowed to do those restrictions. So this just, so what they did come up with is a development plan. And this, our commissioners can do the same thing to get into authority, requiring any industry coming in, not just data center, any industry has to meet these certain requirements as far as noise, light,
Well, I got a question for you. What is it that's preventing the commissioners, or not allowing the commissioners to?
I'm glad you asked that. It's the Dillon Act. Ever heard of that?
No, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's called the Dillon Act, and it is, I can give you the citation.
I think I remember seeing something about that in the email, but I
The
can't
Dillon,
read
the
everything.
Dillon, and it pretty much says Texas County Commissioners possess zero baseline land use or zoning authority in unincorporated areas. So this has been created like a regulatory vacuum for these companies coming in because they're buying private property and they're developing for data centers. And they just have no control.
Didn't enforce the property rights and all the private property rights.
And my position is to not say, I don't want the commissioners to have the ability to say, no, you can't do that because I don't like it. But if you're gonna do that, you need to meet these needs, these regulations, these policies.
You guys, so there's various things that affect the citizens of the county, and you're gonna impact those items.
Right.
And therefore, you should, get some idea of what, tell us how much resource you're gonna take and how you're going to supplement, the existing, pot.
Right, yeah. What are you gonna do to make how are you gonna affect the lives of the people around you? Because I used to live in the country, I'm surrounded by city now, unfortunately, but 30 years ago, I could walk out of my house, look straight up in the sky, and you could see just an immense amount of stars. It was the bright lights were so far off in the distance, it wasn't a problem, but now they're all around me. Well, if these data centers have big floodlights all the way around their buildings, they're lighting up the sky, they're lighting up all their neighbors' properties and things, they lose that tranquility, so to speak. So they lose part of the use of their property on why they moved in the country in the first place. So you don't get the city services when you're living way out in the middle of nowhere. Well, suddenly you have a data center next to you that's surrounded in floodlights. Well, now you've lost one of the things that you moved out there to not have those services for, and that was to have the tranquility and the peace and the quiet outside of the city. And so they lose that when they come in. I don't want to say, no, you can't build there. I want to be able to say, if you're going to build there, you need to meet some requirements. And one is you can't be intrusive to your neighbors. So those are the arguments you need to make to the legislature. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
And if we get a bill in front of them, I'll go argue.
All we're gonna do is present an idea.
Yes.
We're not writing any laws.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. I
We
understand.
just need that plan, like I was explaining, I should have taken this to legislative priorities, it will be there. It's gonna be their top topic, we'll be walking those halls. So one of the things they can do is.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Since I think it's the right time. I've been to 4 counties and out of my 8 county senate district, and the number one topic, more than life, Second Amendment, anything else, is the data centers. People are pissed off and they want the legislature to give these counties authority. And so if the legislative parties committee doesn't have this as a top,
they should have
top 8 priority that they.
As I say, it should definitely be the top 10.
Yeah.
They're gonna be stepping in it.
This is the noisiest thing that I've heard as a commissioner in my 2+ years.
Well, it's
being
going on everywhere
on
too, as you probably know. I heard this week that Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank has purchased 40,000 acres in Utah for data center purposes.
Yeah.
They restricted them to 10,000, but still, that's incredible amount of land.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you know Erin Roberts, she's the one working, knocking doors in East Coast. Tell me how your asthma is, tell me how your reading is, and she's adding people to the class action.
Yeah.
And it'll be here once.
I would personally want to keep her out of it.
Yeah.
So I think she's not much different than Antifa. She's looking for a pot to stir. So if we can come up with a way where commissioners can have some control, we can leave her out of our politics.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my email is on top of that, feel free to drop me an email saying explain this, show me that.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I will be very brief. It's come to my attention And I meant to talk about this earlier, but thanks for giving me one more shot at at this. Plank 23 and Plank 195 both pertain to abolish abortion. I don't know if you all know, we got HB 2197 that I joined author this past session. Correct Money carried that bill. It was a bill to actually ensure that, you know, the most vulnerable human beings are actually humans, that they should enjoy equal protection under the law. You all probably know that there are organizations out there that are trying very hard to undermine the right to life. They call themselves pro-life organizations, but they are lobbying you to make sure that those links are removed or weakened substantially in our platform. It is the job of the Republican Party to move the window and to fight for life for those young Texans, and we have organizations that are fighting against it. So I just want to tell you, like, we are making that fight in the legislature. We are gaining ground. We've had 15 co-authors to that bill. That is historic. And just implore you all to keep that language, strong language that we already have in the platform and our platform. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. I have a question. Okay, Caleb?
Got a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And do you happen to know, what percentage of the 2024 convention approved plank 23, is it?
I mean,
Is 23
it was
the one with
it was overwhelming, as I recall, but
Yeah.
maybe you know.
No, I don't know. No, I'm asking because I need to have that information.
Yeah. I would love to know. So if you could provide that, I think generally when folks vote on the platform, I mean, you see like small variations in various planks, but I'm pretty sure it was overwhelming. Thank you.
Typically 90%.
I would think probably 80 to 90, yeah.
Okay, Caleb.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name's Caleb Irving. I'm a delegate from SD2. I'm a precinct chair there as well. I was also on the resolutions committee for the Van Zandt County Convention, and that'll come up here in a moment. I am speaking to support keeping plank 23 and 195 in regards to abolition of abortion. My parents run a crisis pregnancy center. We've walked alongside myriads of women from all paths of life. And one thing has become fairly evident throughout that. Many of us in our society, and maybe many people in my shoes, talk about abortion fairly flippantly because we've been very desensitized to it. In Texas, with the 31,000 Texans that are still murdered yearly, we're talking about 10 times 9/11 occurring every year. My generation of millennials, 1/3 of them were not born. So statistically speaking, I had a 2 in 3 chance of being here to speak to you today. It seems like a self-fulfilling prophecy to me that the organizations who say abolitionist bills don't succeed are often the ones attacking the bills in legislative committees. Of course, the bills cannot succeed if pro-life lobbying groups oppose them. But this idea is slithering through some Republican camps because they say that they don't want to remove equal protection. But I personally, on the resolutions committee for Van Zandt County, had to resist a resolution that sought to remove the constitutional quotes in the party platform regarding the unborn. The beauty of abolition is it makes representatives stand by what they claim. Either you believe that life begins at conception and that all lives are created equal, or you don't. And as it currently stands, we offer bills to give people an easy way out to get their pro-life stamp of approval. So I'm asking you to keep these planks 23 and 195 as they are, to stand with the unborn, and that we will honor God as the magistrates he has appointed over this nation. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Okay, James.
Hi, my name is James Peñalo, SD 29 delegate from El Paso, Texas, precinct chair. And as our platform committee, I chaired it, so happy to be here. Thank you guys for serving. I was just over there in criminal jurisprudence where they said that you guys are also looking into matters of transparency for law enforcement institutions. Have you guys touched on that at all? No?
No.
Okay, well, that advice will be fine. That's okay.
What plank are you talking
Oh,
about?
I don't know if it's a plank, they just said that you guys were also looking at matters of like transparency, like FOIA requests and things of that nature.
I think that would be government.
Okay, I have a backup plan. Plank 180, religious freedom for businesses.
Yeah, that would be us.
And plank, what was it? Oh man, there's two of them. Oh, 181, freedom of speech and religious practice.
Yeah.
There's a conflict with plank 249, which is not in your committee, but it's still like, be nice to resolve that. And I'd like to ask, empower you guys to have the debate, because it's the one that lists a bunch of things regarding Israel. And I'm not here to nitpick on everything. Some of them I agree with. I think they should stay on there, but still, the First Amendment exists not to protect popular speech and popular religions. It's there to protect unpopular speech. And so in plank 249, it says that it supports the prohibition of anti-Semitic boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movements as a form of warfare being waged upon Israel on all levels, including especially on college campuses, the UN. People have a First Amendment right to do business with who they want or not to do business with who they want. The state of Texas should not boycott your ability to seek contracts with the state or a local municipality just because you're doing something by your conscience. And I think the platform committee should have that debate if planks 180 and 181 matter more, or does bullet D in plank 249 matter more? No, sorry, not D, it's the BDS boycott, divest, and sanction is F, bullet point F in plank 249. Please have that debate, and I hope that you guys will choose to stand with the First Amendment and people's rights to have free speech and do business, according to their conscience and stuff, and just the state should not be involved in that sort of stuff. Thank you.
So what is your recommendation about 249?
Scratch that bullet F. People have a right
Scratch the
to,
bullet.
yeah, because it's control of people's, who they do business with and what they say. We need to protect free speech for when conservatives are having a protest and trying to say something that's controversial. And we need to be on consistent ground here on protecting conservatives' rights on college campuses. And so the First Amendment needs to be applied also to areas where like leftists are doing stuff, as long as it's peaceful. Now, if they're occupying a library and pushing, Jewish people around, like those are crimes. It's, battery and assault and stuff like that. But like, if it's just like they're, protesting for something that we all disagree with, we still need to protect that because we often are the conservatives are the ones that need our First Amendment rights protected as well. Businesses as well, businesses should be able to, do such things, boycott, divest, and sanction, if that's what that business wants to do. The state of Texas should not be able to. And you have a plank that says that. So you guys need to champion either 180 and 181 or that bullet point F in 249.
Okay, so you're not against anything in 180 or 180?
I champion that. I urge the platform committee to boldly say, we definitely want to.
181.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth. Okay.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm in Senate District 14. I'm also the Director of Government Relations for Texas Values, and I would like to add a new plank, actually a new bullet point under the pro-life plank. And this will just be to modify language to extend banning private funds for interstate abortion travel. Now, we've done an excellent job at the Texas legislature on making sure that governments cannot give money to give women to go out of state to obtain an abortion. We had that in Senate Bill 33 that was passed recently. That's been successful in stopping Austin City Council and even San Antonio City Council from funding those women to go out of state. But when you think about how much they were attributing to that, it was 100,000, 200,000. Compare that to Dell or Samsung or Google, which all have locations in Austin, who were actually privately providing their employees funds to go out of state and receive abortions. So this is a very huge issue. Certainly businesses should not be getting involved in this issue at all. They should pay their employees, they should stay out of politics, period, but they definitely should not be giving money to end the life of an unborn child, especially sending their employee alone to a different state in a hotel to receive chemical abortion pills and possibly bleed out to death in that state alone. So we want to make sure that we restrict private entities from giving those abortion funds, even if it's not, their own employees. They were also just creating their own funds to send women out of our state. So we want to make sure we address this problem because this is the plan B or plan C of the abortion industry to send women out of state, which is not only denying the life of the child, but extremely dangerous because we don't know what happens to those women when they go out of state to obtain an abortion. So I'd just like to add that language prohibiting private entities from using funds, benefits, reimbursements, transportation, lodging, or organized logical support to facilitate travel for the purpose of obtaining an elective abortion. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, so it's not in here already.
I believe it's just government entities were prohibited from funding. I think we don't have private entities or private companies.
Do you know what plank the government entities would have been in?
I believe it's under the pro-life plank under state affairs because there's a list of things that it stands for.
Yep. We'll see it. Yeah, I just want to see the travel, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you so much.
Pro-life issues. Well, I see the pro-life, it's 194. There's the plan.
I see that.
Okay.
That's what we're
Yeah.
Okay, 194. Okay, Phoebe.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Wesley, and I am a precinct chair in Montgomery County, SD4, and mother of 6. I'm asking that you keep plank 195 as is in the platform, recommending equal protection with a strong language remain. Many pro-life Republicans believe that abortion is ended or severely restricted in Texas, most recently by HB 7 last year that tried to stop abortion pills. But pill providers, especially overseas ones, ignore the law. HB 7 is ineffective. Our focus must not be on stopping abortion pills, but on ensuring justice is applied to all guilty parties whenever law enforcement discovers that people have murdered preborn babies. If you don't mind, I will illustrate the problem with a true story that was shared by a pill provider overseas in order to advertise the effectiveness of her pills. An abolitionist organization turned it into an animated video. This provider told about a woman in Texas who ordered abortion pills in order to kill her twins. The provider promised the woman could not get in legal trouble, and she was correct, because Texas law exempts moms who kill their own preborn babies from prosecution. The provider shipped the pills concealed in the zipper of clothing. This is from the video.
Say that again.
It was concealed in the zipper of clothing, which was a crafty way, even though there's actually no system searching the mail for abortion pills even now. This is an alternative way to get pills through. It's very difficult to stop the transport of pills through the mail. Abortion can also be caused by alternative medicines. Our state will not establish justice by simply pursuing prosecution of pill providers, again, many of whom are unreachable overseas. The abortion was successful, and the Texas woman delivered 26-week gestation twins and let them die. Even if this situation had been discovered by law enforcement, they would not have been able to meaningfully prosecute her. This leads to my second point. We must stop the unequal double standard that prosecutes anyone but the aborted mothers in our state. In Montgomery County, my county, a few weeks ago, this man, John Demeter, was rightly arrested for spiking his girlfriend's drink with abortion pills and killing his preborn baby against his girlfriend's will. And yet, if the mother had consented and chosen to do it, there would be no consequence. There would be not even any media. On social media, users by the hundreds, not just Christians, just all sorts of people, men and women, kept pointing out that the law that goes after men and not women is unequal and unjust. And it is not my desire to go after women. It is my desire to protect women like this guy's girlfriend. Because if equal protection was passed, it would have been a crime for him to even suggest to her that she take the abortion pill, much less spiking her drink. Simply him pressuring her would have been a crime. So equal protection does protect women too, from even having the option of killing their preborn babies or being pressured to do so. As you can tell, I'm angry that babies are not protected by the same laws that protect you and me. There are laws that if I'm murdered, there will be all sorts of prosecution and due process going after my murderer, and that's not the case for preborn babies in Texas. How much more must God be angry at this when he has made human life sacred? Please keep Plank 195 as a recommendation to the delegates to keep it in the platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Okay, anyone else that wants to testify? Sign up then, please.
We got 3 different ones. Will we sign it 3 times?
Just make sure they're all listed there.
Okay. So let me go back and make sure. Just gonna put the current platform. 198.
Thank you, you're on.
Ready for me?
Yep.
Okay.
Annexation, HOAs.
Yep. My name is Chris Barnes, SD5. I am a brand new Brazos County incoming precinct chairman. My second state convention, so it's a little raw. Okay, so this is on 197. Basically, what I'm requesting is to add a section to this proposal. Well, let me read it first. I want to add the minimum acreage size for a proposed neighborhood to request annexation shall be set to 1 square mile, parentheses 640 acres. And B, proposed neighborhood annexation shall not be created, which result in areas commonly referred to as flagpole annexation, corridor annexation, or shoestring annexation. Basically, what we have seen in Brazos County is that a loophole was created so that a developer could buy a piece of property out in the county, and they would then turn around and request that the city annex that property. Sometimes they would buy a very small piece of property and request the annexation so that they could get city services, basically, and get the city to pay for sewer, water, things like that. The flagpole annexation has also happened. I don't know if you're familiar with those terms. Basically, what happens is a developer would buy a piece of property that was fairly well outside of where the current city limits is, right on the edge of their ETJ, and the city would approve their annexation because they wanted the additional property tax revenue from all these houses. And then they would annex just literally the sewer line, not even the whole road, out to this property.
So that you get property up here, city limits down here, and it's all city limits, but all the rest of it's still county property.
What's the term?
It's
Flagpole.
called flagpole. It's got three different terms: flagpole annexation, corridor annexation, or shoestring annexation. People refer to it three different ways, but it's really the same type thing.
And
This
what-
request would be to stop that.
You know, in what language specifically are you to address that issue?
Well, it's basically, the language I have here is proposed annexation shall not be created which result in those areas.
Yeah.
I don't have specific language on, you know, it must be within this distance or anything like that. I was gonna leave that to people who are better at writing this kind of malice.
Again, we don't write legislation.
I understand.
Which is this is good for.
But I think that language still projects the idea that we want to get across here.
Real quick, one more time, what was the three terms you used?
Flagpole annexation, corridor, or shoestring.
Yeah, and it's, if you look in the document,
It's on page 17.
yeah, that I sent you, his
Did somebody have that?
the two proposed resolutions are in that, on page 13.
All from Brazos.
Yeah.
It's defined.
Oh, so it gets submitted?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's in here.
I didn't think it did.
And
Okay.
what was the recommended?
The first one was the minimum acreage size for a proposed neighborhood to be requested shall be set to 1 square mile. It should say at least 1 square mile. Obviously, if they have a bigger area, they can request it. That's basically to just stop a little section just being added at will. Okay, that's it for the first one.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions on
Okay.
197?
No.
Okay. 198, HOA governance. This one's pretty quick. I want to add a paragraph K to the end of this. That's
Paragraph or a sentence?
I'm sorry?
Paragraph or a sentence?
Paragraph.
Well,
It's an item.
the item K.
Additional phases of development may not be added in order to lengthen the time frame that HOA ownership can be maintained by the developer.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that was apparently got passed on to.
I live in Stonegate here in Harris County, and our developer not only added sections, he added non-contiguous sections. So they were miles away, but added it to the HOA.
And that, basically, the way the laws currently work, and I'm
20
sure
years.
is that after a certain period of time, the HOA ownership is supposed to revert to the property owners.
Right.
But if they add new phases, then the developer gets to maintain that HOA and charge the HOA membership dues, and that goes to them rather than the people who live in the neighborhood now. That's to nix that, so that the HOA has to be established at the time that it's done.
What item was that?
It's item K, so it's on page 22 of that document.
Yes.
But it's for.
Anything else?
199.
For 198, plank.
Got
it. Then for 199 property rights, there's 2 additions that we want to get added here.
You guys are good.
Thank you. I was on the platform committee for Brazos County.
Which 2 are they?
The first one was after I'll read the part that's there currently. Property owners shall be notified of their rights regarding condemnation, annexation, or easement, and the condemner shall be required to petition a court of jurisdiction to show public necessity. That's the current wording. We want to add a sentence that says, notification shall extend to all property owners within 1 mile of any such action in order to avoid area effects on adjacent property owners. Basically what happened in Brazos County, since I'm going to use my personal example for this, is that they were proposing a big highway through a rural part of the county, which got it killed, but it was a roadway that was going to be 300 foot wide, and basically a highway. And the only people that were notified were the people whose property they were actually going to try to take. So people that own the very adjacent property within 100 yards of it. I personally own property within 700 yards of it. I never got notified. We want notification to go to everybody in the area.
That's gonna affect everybody.
Because it affects everybody, exactly. The second part of that is at the very end, is that property owners of less than 100 acres may, at the property owner's discretion, require that the entire property be included in any condemnation, annexation, or easement if such action would result in the property being physically divided, making the existing use no longer possible. One of the same road, one of the properties was a 40-acre tract. The road was going to go right through the middle of it and leave them with 5 acres on one side and 7 acres on the other. But they weren't going to take those, so they had 2 pieces of property that were essentially useless on what used to be their 40-acre property.
Yeah, they can't, in Brazos County, they wouldn't be able to ag exempt it because the minimum's what, 20 acres?
Well, they could. I'm actually a beekeeper, and bees can be used on as little as 5 acres. But yeah,
I think the minimum is
Yeah.
10.
I don't think they're using 40 acres.
No, they had horses. That particular property owner had horses.
I believe the minimum acreage for ag is 10.
No, for bees.
I mean, except for bees.
Yeah, bees is statewide 5 to 20. So, questions about that? Did that connect it to Ari?
Yeah, they're there. Any other questions?
I love it.
Can you tell me how to spell your last name?
Barnes, Barnes.
And yes.
Yeah, there's an E.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Dan.
Okay, that's it, I think. Anybody else?
We do work.
I can write my name down on the list.
Please. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine Owens. I'm from SD 11. I've spoken about the situation. The resolution is called the Jobs Availability Act for Qualified Citizens. But I've spoken about this to other committees based on, this is from my heart. Plan 181. For me, to be able to work, that's a part of my religious practice. For me, I enjoy working. I've been working since I was 14 years old. The only thing that's inhibiting me from being gainfully employed with a pleasurable job is my background check. Yes, and I'm not the only person affected by this. The current background check is a Texas Business and Commerce Code, section 20.05, which I did speak to the Business and Commerce Committee. I've also spoken to the because it's a legal thing as well. I spoke to the civil liberty, the civil people next door. But this is really, for me, it's about my freedom of religion. It's a religious practice for me to work. You know, my Bible tells me all day from Genesis to Colossians to work. You know, we were created to work. In Genesis 2, they were created to till the garden. Were they not? They were to work. And then in Colossians 3:23, which is one I have to keep in my little office area, it says work, that you work unto the Lord, you know? So I think we should somehow look at this background reporting system and how it's preventing people from working. You know, just doing something, like I said, for me, this is from the heart. It really is. I've been working since I was 14 years old, and never have I ever, like Ellen would say, you know, run into a situation where the background check, the reporting system right now, it reports things that people were not convicted of. There were no penalties paid to the state, to the county, they didn't owe anything. They were just arrested, and it's still preventing them from getting jobs because it's on the background report. You know, for things that they've already paid their debt to society when it was dismissed in the court of law, but it's not being dismissed by the current background reporting system, which is that section 2.0,
Yeah, 20.05 in the business and commerce thing. But I'm asking y'all to look at it, consider it. I have some copies of it. Just basically on like 181. Yeah.
Have you talked to criminal justice?
Is that the ones next door right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to them as well, but for me, actually, like I said, it's a hard thing. It's what I do. I've been working since I was 14 years old.
Right.
It needs to be unforgiven by something that the court gave me up.
A possible, okay, well, in that situation, a possible option for that, if somebody was arrested, but then the charges were dismissed, you can either get that expunged from your record, or you get it sealed.
We don't get they don't qualify you for jobs that make enough money to get it expunged. And I have education.
It should be in criminal justice, don't you think?
Well, yeah, well, criminal justice, and we were in the business environment about it as well. So, yeah, I think it's,
Yeah. Yeah, so but I did, it just to me, like I say, it is part of my religious freedom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I just wanted to make y'all aware that I'm not the only person that goes through stuff like this. You know, I've talked to countless of other people. They have stuff that's on their records that prevented them from working since they were minors. And I thought that was illegal too. Yeah, how can we be a booming economy? We have all these new businesses and stuff coming to our state, and our citizens aren't eligible for employment. Yes.
Thank you.
My understanding was that you could, my understanding was that you could expunge a conviction.
Yeah, this is no conviction, no penalty.
I'm not talking about you.
People.
I'm saying in general, my understanding is that you can expunge a conviction, but the arrest record will be there for all time. The actual arrest.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think we're gonna get started on the work now. I would like to take a final break.
Yeah, I need to use the restroom.
Okay. And then we'll get going.
When I come back, I'll have to get everything plugged in.
Mr. Chairman, do you think we would benefit from the use of an overhead projector?
What do you think?
Yeah, it probably would help.
Yeah, I think
I've
so.
got one in my hotel room.
It's still over there?
In my hotel room, yeah.
Okay.
How long does it take you to get it?
Take about 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes.
Probably 15 minutes.
Where can I go get something to eat in the meantime?
And the third question is, what's your credit card number? The third question to me? But is there some power strips down there?
Yeah,
we got a power strip back here, and I've got.
I think it would help.
I've got a power
I
strip.
think it would.
Yeah, so we're all on the same page.
Because I don't have a laptop with me, so it definitely would help me.
Yeah, well, let's get it, and we'll just project on that wall there then.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a break there.
Okay.
I would prefer to have either the projection, or I would like to have to look on someone's laptop with them, share a laptop with them, because I have a desktop, and I don't really want to drag that down here.
No. Yeah, just go get it. I think that'd be good.
It may be 15 or 20 minutes. So
yeah.
If I don't get back in time, go ahead and start without.
Yeah, we may start if it's okay.
Yes.
Maybe knock out 2 things.
I can call my roommate. Bring it.
So no snack places around here?
I think the Starbucks downstairs closed, I believe. So, the closest thing is Papa Dough Saltgrass. It was those snacks.
No. You're not for gambling, are you, sir?
No. Honestly, personally, that's not my thing. I enjoy going to
Nasty rumors.
about what? No, it's just friends of ours that are doing.
Well, like,
Did he work on one of those ones? Yeah, when I worked for David White, we were on the sports things.
You're not at the hotel room, are you? You're not. Okay.
What? No, I'm Baptist to the bone, my guy.
Your power cord or my power cord that you borrowed?
Baptist without, you know, participating in Southern Baptist. I know, I'm pretty sure it was like, I know the Baptist church, and I grew up in one. What, I got a life fan, Randy Phillips, Greg Dean, gospel singer.
Okay, how did you get there? On your bike?
We love it. No, like, but it's like one of those deals where it's like, you know, just like, already.
Really?
I'm like, good for you.
Can I borrow your bike?
Overseas. Oh.
Yeah, where are you?
This, I think they're number one life priorities. Defeat gambling, who knows? But for me, it's like, you know, like I said,
Okay.
I've never been like.
I'm a little bit further down.
Like, honestly.
Do you have your bike with you?
Okay, that's good. I mean, like, I don't know, it's not my thing. It's more cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 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 All right. I'm gonna come get it. You're in the rules committee. I'll be down there in 5 minutes. Bye bye. No, I'll be up there. You have to get a key from you, right, to unlock the bike. Okay. Bye. I used to work for a criminal defense attorney, and I think that was the deal. You could expunge a conviction, or you could have it sealed, like you said, with the actual arrest record. There forever.
Yeah.
That wouldn't make sense though, if that's. Cause if you got wrongful arrest, or you didn't do it.
Right.
Whatever you're arrested for.
Right.
Why would that
It
still
looks
be?
bad.
Yeah, well, why would that still be held against you?
I don't think a judge can say, get rid of that arrest record. That was my question. Hello? Yeah. Oh, shit. Never mind then. I'll just take a cab. All right, bye.
So I haven't gotten any feedback. I talked with Trey about the security for the convention.
Yeah. I'll be back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. My question to him was, is the security, or lack thereof, gonna be the same starting on Thursday, on Thursday, as it is right now? Which is, I mean, there is none.
You're talking about police.
Just, like I told him, I was here at this convention, but I guess it has to do with whoever the event coordinator is.
There was supposed to be security, but I don't know when it's supposed to start.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out, because if there's not gonna be security, then I will carry my firearm on it. Because I think that if it like this, there should be security.
Yeah,
Especially with.
I was told there's gonna be, but I don't know if there is or not.
Well, I don't wanna show up, I don't wanna show up Thursday morning with a firearm on me, so you can't.
Well, there's supposed to be security on Thursday, I don't know about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Let's see, why would they have some kind of security right now? Cause like I was telling, I might have been telling Peter, that right now, anybody has access to this place. So they could put something in place for 3 days from now. I mean, there's rooms all over this place, and there's no secure access points. And everybody, we just walked in this morning, and I'm like, that was just like, there wasn't even any, it's like, why'd I get a registration confirmation number, a registration number for what? Other than, it's basically a receipt saying I paid, but without security, I think that's, I don't know, it was kind of concerning. I'm very security minded just because, 20 years in the military, and I was in charge of security for facilities over and over in Afghanistan, so I don't know. I was kind of baffled by that.
Is there a time limit we can do?
What do you mean? For right now?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, about another 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's recording.
Oh.
Everything we're doing here. So we gotta be careful about our jokes.
Keep them clean.
Yep. Have to keep them clean and professional. Oh, my stuff. Oh, my bag's gonna be so much lighter tomorrow. I can take some stuff out because I didn't even, like a 6-inch cord I brought my own just in case I need it.
Yes.
No, I won't need it. That's nice. And I'll probably still bring my power strip in case it disappears.
Does this one belong to?
I think it does.
Yeah, I'm a little. This was just loose when I got here. This is a.
That power strip?
No, it's
a landline.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what that.
So they just
what that cord going to.
They just plug this in to this laptop.
Okay. So it should be on battery power, right?
Well, we think it could be. What do you think?
Well, I was gonna say if we unplug it.
Try it.
If we unplug it, I can plug in this power strip.
Okay.
And then we'll have more.
Well, let's do that.
I think it'll be okay if we unplug it and plug it right back in.
Yeah. Let's see what we've got over here. It's plugged in. Yeah.
All right. Fingers crossed it won't shut it off.
Yes. Well, yes. I'll give it a try. Still good.
Yeah, it should be all right.
Perfect.
It's out from underneath your chair.
Yes, of course. And that data line's still going on. Let's just make sure it is. Oh, I see.
Yeah. I'm using my phone for my network.
Oh, gotcha.
Plug that in.
They did send out a Wi-Fi connection and a password.
Yeah, they were talking about it this morning, but
Yeah.
they said it was restricted to X number or whatever, so I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
really?
yeah.
Gotcha.
So I just made a hotspot on my phone
Gotcha.
and I'm just using it.
Perfect.
And it might be quicker than using the actual network that they're supplying. So far, I haven't had any issues.
Good.
I'll just plug it in because I didn't. Screen, I think my screen will stay up longer. Oh, well, we're not gonna finish, I doubt, but we got this room until 10:30. So we'll see, we got 30 something, we'll say 37?
36, I think.
36. And so we need to go through about half so we can finish up the other half tomorrow in the morning. Hopefully. So we had 15 testimonies. I laugh when I get calls for donations now for the Republican Party. And so many different calls from different groups. I'm like, I'm donating a lot of my money and time right now. I'm good. I used to donate, but now it's like, yeah, I'm donating a lot more. I think by the time I get done this week, I'll be about $3,000. About 3,000 total.
Yeah.
Went to lunch and went to Papados. It was $60.
Oh, yeah. Cha-ching, no doubt.
I've never eaten Papados. I've heard a lot about it, but I've never eaten
It's
it.
pretty good.
It was very
Pretty darn
good.
good.
It was
but
very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Where did you go? Which one?
One right here in the convention center.
Which one here?
Yeah, on that end of the building is a Papados. You go down to that, towards that end of the building, there's a salt.
Is there Papacitos?
There's a Papacitos over there in Hilton.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, I haven't been over to Hilton. So you got Papados right there, and the other end of the convention center, you got Saltgrass.
Yeah. Papados better.
Yeah, depends. I don't know. Last time I was here, we ate at Saltgrass before we left, and I wasn't.
60's high, but that's because it's in this convention
Yeah,
center.
for sure.
Yeah.
I wasn't impressed with Saltgrass with it for what they
It's been a
charge.
while. Yeah.
Well, the ribeye that I had, I compared it to Love Texas Roadhouse,
Gotcha.
and I would have preferred $30 Texas Roadhouse ribeye over their $50 ribeye all day. It just, even if they cost the same, I would prefer Texas Roadhouse ribeye.
We got some really good steakhouses here. None of them are cheap anymore.
No, not with the price of beef.
You know.
Oh my gosh. For sure.
A few months back, we went, our daughter, she had a cheer competition at Kalahari's, Round Rock,
Oh, yeah?
and they got a restaurant in there called Double Cut, the steakhouse.
Yes.
That was probably the best cut of steak I've ever had. It was really good.
Nice.
It was weird. We went there, the first night we were there, we went there and ate. And it was a great experience. It was myself, my wife, and our daughter. It was great. The next night, I went with some friends of ours, and it was the total opposite. I mean, the food was still good, but they were out of a lot of stuff. The service, it took a long time, so they were comping us with all kinds of, they were bringing stuff out here. I was like, okay. But, and it was just bad timing because after that first night, that next day, we were telling our friends, hey, about our experience and this and that. That's what we had. It was great. So they're like, yeah, we're going to try that. And then they were out of like all that stuff. What? Oh.
The Papa's family is a really good restaurant family.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Their steakhouse, it's my favorite one in Houston is the Papa's Steakhouse.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's others that are really good.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They figured it out some time ago. My boy, I've got a 16-year-old, and he loves that Papa's Burgers over on Westheimer, and man, it's not an inexpensive burger. It's not a quick burger, but man, outstanding. And then I was in there, and I looked over, there's burgers, and I look over, and the family next to us had a giant seafood platter with everything on there, and I go, didn't see that up there. So next visit, I'll order that. Oh yeah, that was
Also, the chicken
phenomenal.
sandwich that's about that big. It's really good.
Really nice.
Yeah,
It's nice to go. It's fun to go there.
had the salmon. They had salmon topped with crab meat, scallop, and 2 shrimp, and the butter sauce with
Nice.
mashed potatoes. Good.
Nice.
We had some
And where are you from again? Refresh my memory. Where are you from?
Franklin.
From Franklin. Okay, yes.
They had some hot honey glazed gator bites or something like that. I like, that sounds good.
I'll try it.
Well, I gotta be,
No
I was like,
hot.
I,
really gator bug?
Can't do the hot.
Gator, yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the spice, so I'm gonna be stuck here all day.
Yeah,
Just in case.
for sure, for sure.
So, I've gotten older and now I gotta really pay attention to what I eat.
Yes.
It's all about timing.
Yes.
Sometimes it's okay, and then sometimes it just hits you wrong. Should be back soon.
Alright, I should adjourn.
That would be nice. It's only 6 o'clock. Okay. So Tom had gone through and added some of this stuff already?
I don't know if he's added the new stuff, some of what, was testified on is already in there.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's all.
I wanted to check on the one that Chris was talking about, 197, 198, 199.
197's got a bunch that was sent in.
It does.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. 1, 2, 3, 4 pages for 197.
Yeah.
What Chris was talking about is, I believe, already. Check. Minimum size annexed. That doesn't seem right. Double check that real quick. Okay, so yeah, he's got it's already in there, so that's good. Check that out, folks.
Yeah, what Chris is talking about is the first two paragraphs.
Yeah, it's the first 2 things in there. Good deal. That's less work for us. It's already done. Well, it's in there, but then we gotta discuss it and see if we're gonna. So the highlighted part, is that
that's the current platform.
That's it?
That's the current.
Yeah.
And we got 4.5 pages to go through to. Okay.
Yeah. You're not all that way.
Easy day.
Like that way.
Just work backwards and backwards from this list.
Just starting. 174.
So condemnation slash annexation is basically the same thing as, that falls under eminent domain. That's what they're talking about.
Is that where it is?
Well, no, it's under, I'm talking about 191 under property rights. But when you're talking about condemnation or annexation, to me, that's like, eminent domain where, they're forcing you to sell. That last one, I'm not sure. That's even gonna be something for us to put in. Just one maybe one. A will-to-work state, you can't force anybody to hire you. Right?
You cannot.
Background check or not.
You cannot.
So I don't see how she's even got an argument on that. I mean, I see what she's saying.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, freedom of religious, that's, she was trying to interject that as a freedom of speech and religious practice.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
She's trying to find a loophole to get a job.
Yeah, because,
Which,
didn't have anything to do with religion, it was just her belief that she needed to work.
yeah.
At least.
Well, and she's definitely got a right to work. You just might not be able to get hired if you have to get a background.
They need
The
to.
requirements.
I'll be honest with you. If it ain't true, come out and say it. If it is true, say it. Yeah.
I was in the military. My second command I went to.
3 days.
I went to work with STRATCOM, and that required me to get a top secret clearance. And they gave me an interim, which was good, I think, for 90 days.
Money to exchange hands like this.
And in that 90 days, the FBI did their background check and everything. It was funny. My buddy called me. He's like, "Is there something you need to tell me? What are you talking about?" He's like, "I had 2 guys come to my house today, asking me a bunch of questions about you." I said, "Yeah, they're just doing a background check on me." He goes, "Oh, I thought you were in trouble."
Knowing you, I thought you was in trouble.
I said, "Nothing to worry of, not yet."
All right.
Give me some time.
Did you eat?
No, I didn't have time to eat. I didn't have time to get.
What the hell?
What'd you get?
No, I didn't get enough for everybody.
It looks like it. That's a big bag.
It is,
Holy
but
smokes.
now I know just where to go.
Looks like a grocery bag.
Papacitas, which is on the other side of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's much better price than going to Papados, which is downstairs.
It wasn't exactly inexpensive though.
Well, this is reasonable
Compared to
compared. Yeah, it's a reasonable number compared to the same price
Papados.
at the restaurant at Papacitas. Where Papados, I hadn't been to Papados in a long time, but it was like everything was like $35. For just
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I went there. I had
Yeah.
$60 for lunch for my bill and the tip.
Yeah, that's higher than normal restaurants.
That's more than I'd like to spend on lunch, that's for sure.
But anyway, Papacitas was $22.
What'd you get?
Man, that thing is huge.
Sour cream chicken enchiladas.
What you got?
Plus, I got chips and sauce.
You might have
And do we have a
snack for later, huh?
Do we have a projector yet?
No.
No, you beat them.
Okay.
Now, when you're ready, we're gonna start.
Oh.
So you tell me, just eat though, go ahead and eat. I don't want you to eat.
I'm working, so that last testimony, I was just gonna scratch that.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Just that's,
She didn't belong.
yeah.
Oh, that, yeah.
Okay, so moving on. There was a lot of people testifying on 195.
Yes. And based on, well, based on the discussion that came out, I probably would say we should leave 195 pretty much alone.
That's my opinion. I don't quite understand the gentleman's argument, how this prevents lawmakers from.
Well, okay, so let's look at what it says.
Equal
You have,
protection.
so you have two groups. One that says the mother's at fault too.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The other group says, well, it's, you know, for instance, if someone got knocked up, not their own doing, okay, well, now the mother's still at fault?
Are you talking about the case of a rape?
Yeah, there's no exceptions. Okay, equal protection says no exceptions.
Well, that's a problem.
That's the problem, and yeah.
You can't be hardline one way, hardline, you can put exceptions in there.
I'm thinking that people writing laws are gonna people writing laws are gonna consider that.
Well, I think that one is.
Yeah.
Because then you're saying, lose this life or, you know, yeah, I think that one is general in all cases. But, so you've got that piece, and the other piece is, so Texas Right to Life has been pushing for a long time to incrementalize. So you got the heartbeat bill, which is 6 weeks, okay? So, from where they came, that was a great improvement. Okay.
Well, I don't think anybody's prepared to stop working on the problem.
Well, there's still room for improvement, but the issue is you have the two groups are one extreme or the other.
Right.
Well, you need to find a middle of the road that makes sense. Like in a case of rape, why would you force a woman to keep that child?
So that same group, the abolitionists, they spoke against the heartbeat bill because to them it didn't go far enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a problem.
So it's true. And you had others that wanted free abortion anytime. Okay. So Texas Right to Life was in the middle, which is where the legislators went.
Right. Because, give and take. I mean, it's better to get something than nothing. That's where I look at things.
Now,
Just say that then she left
by full knowledge, so on. I've been a supporter of Texas Right to Life since 1990.
If you read these testimonies, pretty much supports leaving it the way it is.
Right. Well, right now would be better. I mean, we don't want to take anything away from it.
So do we want to start at the beginning of our section?
I think so.
Okay.
It would just give you a chance.
So the beginning of our section is the Alamo.
Yeah.
And from everything I've gathered, there were nothing that changed it. Nothing that anybody offered to change any of it.
Yeah.
So I say we accept it and we won't. Now I got to figure out how to.
So here's what I was gonna say as a preamble. You guys all know we're not writing law, so we shouldn't spend a lot of time monkeying with is or ours or that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We should change a plank only if it's not clear or it's necessary to add a new idea. Not in the plan. And you should add one if the new issue, that has arisen that's not in the platform. Like the Sharia law stuff that's going on, I don't think there's anything in the platform on that. We're not gonna add it in our section, but that's an example. Right. So we're supposed to, these,
You good? Got anything?
say again?
You good? You need anything?
I think we're fine.
Okay, who are you?
Trey.
Oh, our leader. I tell you what we would like is a poster that says for each section, state affairs or something, we could hang it on the door so people know
What they're
walking into.
Okay.
The other thing that we could use, Trey, to be able to lower the light so we can use a projector, wait for a projector to come.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be
I
great.
tried to use that stuff back there, but I couldn't get any of them to do anything.
Okay. Yeah, we don't know how to track anybody down, so.
I don't either, but I'm gonna work on it.
Thank you very much, sir. So we're supposed to take every one of these planks and put them in one of 4 categories, keep as is.
Right. Okay.
Or amend it, delete it, or add a new one. So my thought was, let's just talk about each plank one at a time, and then let's just vote. Or if someone wants to make an amendment early on, like, I move we delete this, then let's do that, and we'll just vote.
So as is and delete, or what?
Add a new one, add a new plank. So now,
Admin.
oh, here you come.
What I'm working
How are we gonna set that up? The camera in the way.
Just getting started, so we'll wait for you to.
We don't have to have it on camera.
Well, no, I guess we can put a chair out here and just put it on that wall.
Yes.
Let's try.
Can you put it here?
Try where?
And connect to my laptop?
Let's try.
Let's try it. Oh, maybe we can put it on here.
No,
We don't
we
wanna
can't
put-
see it.
Well, I mean, you all have computers, right?
No, the point is, for
Log on
for the
one computer.
yeah, I drive.
Well, let's try.
He's driving. We're just here for the
Sit
ride.
Just start a chair.
So long for the ride.
Leave the.
You know, we'll pick it up in the mornings.
Just a year now. Let's get this done real quick.
Maybe the chair. HDMI?
I was HDMI earlier.
Before HDMI was cool?
No, this afternoon, at the other session, I was HDMI. So that worked. Let me get rid of this. I don't need that anymore.
The power strip down here?
It's all here by the wall.
Okay, hang on. We can fix that. A little bit. I can get an extension.
That one, which is, pigtail.
Yeah, something like that.
Why don't you give it to Tom?
None of this, okay, yeah. Get under there. That'll be closer to him. It's gonna come your way.
I can unplug my thing.
Oh, you're
You're good, I'm sure. Move this a little bit out. That's okay, it should be down there.
all right.
I mean,
Yeah. Go get the hardware. They're using one next door and it looks fabulous.
yeah, well, that's where I was before.
So,
I came here. Now, I wanted to go back there. I said, oh, this is.
these people, we're too nice. We're nicer than they are.
That was actually Rick Townsend, his projector. I think they asked first. I think that was the issue.
So what funds you get courier?
I was a Boy Scout.
Just
There.
We thank you.
I brought everything except the projector. Of course, I didn't bring my printer with me. That'd be a
But you
whole
thought
lot. I thought about
thought
it.
about it.
I brought it back so I could carry it. But when I had these 2 bags, I was like, man, this is quite a bit.
Do I need to see it?
Oh,
I
possibly.
mean, you could change money.
Yeah, you may need to.
Change
I
my
have to
display.
dump my daily carry over to the larger, and I go, no, I can get it all.
Oh, I see something. I see something there.
Oh, oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so,
Oh.
We asked him, we asked Trey to help us dim the lights.
What do you think of
It's
that?
coming out a little better.
Got a focus feature
Yeah,
on
let me
it?
get the focus.
I don't have my reading glasses on, but.
This opens if we dare experiment with the lights, but.
I tried, go ahead and try. I experimented and I got nothing.
Is everybody's computer plugged in, just in case power goes out? Okay. Yeah, I can
That's
see that.
pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Shut off power to the whole.
Oh, yeah.
Alarm.
You're gonna have to sit back here, so it's not too big for you, Peter.
Nope.
Wrong way.
I would say, I get interested.
On the bottom right, Tom, can you?
There we go.
Perfect.
No,
On the bottom right, can you slide over the 100%? Yeah, that little bar there.
what you did was good.
There you go. There you go.
Turn the big lights off and just have the can lights on.
How's that?
It's hard to tell what's what here.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a little too dark.
There you go.
That's good.
That's
I
good.
think that's good.
That's it.
That's like pretty good.
That's perfect.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's about as good as it's gonna get right here.
Starting to look professional now.
All right. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Okay, Peter, what we were talking about when you walked in is that we're going to go through one at a time.
We're gonna approve everything en masse
Yeah,
and go to supper?
yeah. So we're
Second.
gonna put every plank
Legislative
in.
priorities, they went to it for an hour and a half to supper.
Oh, my gosh. We're gonna put every plank in one of four categories: keep as is,
Yeah.
amend it, delete it, or add a new one,
Yes, sir.
basically. So we're gonna bring them up one at a time,
Perfect.
look at what's been submitted.
Yep.
Someone make a motion on what we wanna do, one of those four things. We'll talk about it and then we'll vote,
Let's go.
okay? So we're starting at 174 Alamo. There have been really no submissions for the change in the Alamo one. So, someone wanna make a motion?
Make a
to
motion
do
to
with that
leave,
one?
make a motion to leave as is.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, moved and second, any discussion? Okay, all in favor of leaving as is, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Heritage, we're on to heritage. And it looks like we've had a couple of suggestions there, just take a peek at those and just see if if anybody wants to do something with those.
Yeah, we can't see.
Okay.
The other thing we should be thinking about, I know you guys already know this, but should these things be in the platform at all? You know, do they rise to the occasion of being a platform item?
Right. So.
I think that probably still gets you guys.
We have a motion, suggestion from anybody.
I have no motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so prominent. Well, let's look at the first one. Prominently display
What's Liberty Island?
I was wondering the same thing. Where is that?
Statue of Liberty.
No, well, that's
Oh,
Ellis, that's Ellis Island.
Well, that's
Liberty
Liberty
Island.
Island.
That's not in Texas.
No, you're right.
No, this is Texas place.
I've heard of it.
You're right.
I've never heard that term.
I don't know where it is.
No, Ellis Island is a different island than where the Statue of Liberty.
Right.
So they're just wanting to, let's see,
It's every venue where taxpayers support.
The second item might be impossible to hold on, don't you think?
well, what's the, what, is it worth the cost to do that? That just, to me, it's just. Now, I wouldn't say that we need to, well, that doesn't fall under heritage.
Yeah.
I think that, where is it at? Where it says, so I would say that any venue, any venue that receives taxpayer support maybe have something, but that's separate issue. Having something notating this venue receives taxpayer fund, whatever, are supported by the taxpayers. But that has nothing to do with this particular
See any reason to change this blank?
No, I think that the cost to do such would be.
So,
What is everybody else's thought? I think.
are you vote as keep as is?
Yeah, I would not add these two.
I got a motion to keep as is there a second to it?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, let's vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Keeping it as is. So, keep. Okay, we're on to the number 3, historical monuments. And we got some submissions from Collin County. Calling government entities to forbid the destruction, defacement, and alteration of public monuments, works, art, and historical landmarks. The local government may remove a statue, blah, 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 refer blank, no change. Resolution to publicly honor all Confederate soldiers and veterans of all races and creeds that served and sacrificed. And there's a suggested, I don't know, did you do that?
I don't know that I did that. I've seen it in the, well, as a matter of fact, I can tell you whether I did it or not, because, I don't think I did.
So the question is there anything there that would require or suggest we make a change?
Well, I have one question. So like on this very first one, they're talking about forbid the destruction, defacement, or alteration of public monuments, works, art. I mean, that's destruction.
Don't we already forbid that?
Yeah, that's destruction of property, so I don't understand why we need to add more.
Yeah, basically, if you read what's there already, it's that shall be protected from future removal, and we believe those monuments that have been removed should be restored to their historical locations.
So the suggested wording that was there came from Lauren Pena, whoever she is.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's just another way of saying it, isn't it?
Saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Just reword that.
I would make a comment, Mr. Chairman, on the SD to Ellis County wording. Come down, and thank you, sir.
Yeah.
No local government may remove a statue, monument, or et cetera, that's been in place for more than 50 years. Well, I mean, there could be legitimate reasons that they would have to do that.
Yeah.
Like maybe building a road or expanding a parking lot. So, I mean, I would think that was.
So any reason to change this?
I don't see it.
Okay, let's get a motion.
Motion to keep as is.
Okay, is there a second?
Second by Mr. Rich.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion, more discussion? Okay, let's vote. All in favor of keeping as is, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. We're on to, military base names. Publicly honored the Southern Airways rescind all name changes. And, looks like there's only been one submission, no, maybe two.
Yeah, the first one is,
No,
But these don't have anything to do with the military base. These,
no.
we're talking about streets.
Yeah, the question is, should there be an additional claim,
Right.
that specifies street names as opposed to military bases? Streets.
Yeah, they're both the same. They're both talking about the same thing. So we would be adding 177A.
potentially. Anybody in favor of that? In white?
Are you talking about 177 or 177A?
Add 177A.
So, I mean,
No, I wouldn't support that.
Chuck Norris is great, but I mean, why just him? I mean,
Right, exactly.
Well, they changed it
What
from-
about Roman Klein?
They changed it from Cesar Chavez to Chuck Norris.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, today they have it, somebody has an issue with the Cesar Chavez.
Well, yeah, and that's probably valid, but
That is valid.
who are we to decide it should be Chuck Norris?
I make a motion to keep what, plank 177 as is.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
So I take it that also then would be not to do a 177A.
177A, yeah, will go away.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's something that they can that can be handled at local level. That don't need to be statewide.
Right, I agree.
It doesn't have to be state legislation. City, the county, they can control that.
Right.
Okay, numbers 178, we're honor our flags. And there's a bunch of submissions. Is there any reason to add or change in any way this plaque?
Campuses. I mean, it's already illegal.
Is that all the proposals, Tom?
There was a lot of, quite a bit
Oh, there's
on
another.
that one.
There's a Williamson also.
Williamson's pretty big.
That's as far as it goes.
Opposition toward using taxpayer funds for painting any public streets or sidewalks. What does it have to do with flags? It's not flag. Again, that's city, the
I
city.
think we got that somewhere else, don't we?
I think so.
Painting any public streets or sidewalks, I think that's somewhere else.
That's up to
It's
the
not a
city.
flag issue.
That doesn't
It's not
belong here, I don't
related to
think.
It's not even a state issue. Hey, why do you have state legislation for something the city can take care of? Okay.
Is there any new question, is there any new idea here?
I would
Or
leave
is
178 as
there
is.
something about not being clear? Okay, we get a motion?
Motion.
Make a motion to keep it. Second,
By Mr. Rich.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it, we're keeping it. 179, identify theft and data privacy.
Okay.
Only one suggestion, and it's to reaffirm the plan, no change.
Okay, well, that's easy enough. So let's read through it and see if we. 179.
Okay, can you give me a motion?
Let's see.
Motion to keep, Mr. Chairman?
A motion to keep, is there a second? Second, okay, any more discussion? Okay, all in favor of keeping, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Keep it 179. Number 180, religious freedom for business.
Oh, boy. It's not too bad.
Okay, and is there any new idea here, or is there anything that needs to be clarified?
Okay, what do we got? We got this. This may be the same. Describing wrong.
They added D, SD7 added D.
Okay. Oh, wait. Clear up one.
SD7 added D.
Yeah, let me get rid of these. That we already have. So.
Do we want to add D?
Hang on, let me read D.
So D says prohibit professional and trade associations from denying membership services or participation based on members exercising freedom of speech, religion, or something.
No, because it's from denying, so it's tying that, well, why even have that blank if you're gonna turn around and say that at the end?
Except in the case of unlawful speech or direct incitement crime. Is that what you mean?
Well,
it's saying prohibit professional and trade associations from denying membership services, accommodations. Oh wait, I'm doing the wrong one, sorry, that was the other.
Yeah.
Prohibit,
That's it.
denying services or participation based on members' exercise of freedom of speech, religion, or assembly, except in cases of.
So this protects the individual from the trade association.
Yes. Well, but I see the whole point of even having this platform is they're making sure they're removing the laws and regulations that are used to force business owners and employees to violate constitutional beliefs, or basically the way I read it is. So is that reading? You're removing the laws and regulations used to force businesses to do business or something they don't want?
No, this is adding associations from doing the same thing that we don't want businesses to do. Or, well, to allow business owners or employees to work with professional trade associations without denying their business owners or the employees any of the services.
Gotcha.
So basically, it's blackballing them from joining the association. It prohibits that.
Well, if you know how they feel, why would you want to join their association if they might deny? I don't know. I mean, I don't have it.
Well.
So I guess for me, it'd be one way or the other. It doesn't really matter to me to add it or leave it for that. I haven't read through these other ones. Oh, it's the same stuff.
Yeah, it's the same stuff.
It's the same stuff. It's only D that they're suggesting.
Okay.
Okay, can I get a motion on what to do? With D, or I guess with the whole thing.
I know that somebody else go on this one.
Check the others.
You know where elections should be meeting? I just got here. Not tonight. Oh, wait a minute, yeah, they're in 360 BE. 360 B? Thank you.
Oh, hold on. We need to look at this other one.
The Travis one?
No, the McLennan.
Oh, there is one below that.
Yeah. Pass legislation to ensure that no business or school can be required to provide accommodation for individuals whose religion requires them to interrupt regular business schedules to pray multiple times a day.
Yeah. That's something we should
I
consider,
definitely
in my
would
opinion.
support that.
I don't know if you guys saw this last week, Target has taken their, at least one of their stores their dressing rooms and turn them into prayer rooms.
Yeah. I think it's always personal stuff in the bear wagon.
Yeah, they're from Minneapolis.
Yeah. So we might wanna look at, what would that would end up being, so if we added D, then we would make that E and add that under D.
Yes, or if we don't have D, we make this D.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
I wanna make, SD 22 McLennan, D.
Make that D.
Make that D.
I agree with that. I could go either way on.
I agree.
We got a motion to do that?
Yeah, to make McClellan,
Is there a second?
so paragraph D.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded, all right, any more discussion? Let's vote, all in favor of making the McLennan one a, point number D.
So we're voting to amend that.
We're gonna amend it to include McLennan as D. I think we gotta dress up the words a little bit.
Gotcha, yeah.
Okay.
But we're gonna go with the idea. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're gonna add this. You wanna just put the words in there, my friend, or you want us to?
Well, I thought what was there.
We don't need to say the state legislature should pass to ensure no business.
Yeah, just capitalize P.
We could say no business or school should be required to provide accommodation. We could just get rid of the state legislature should pass.
It's up there.
Say again?
It's up there on the board.
Here we go. Oh, I got you.
So we're gonna add that resolution as.
Yeah.
Subparagraph
I'll
D.
look at it.
Okay, does that look good?
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. We don't need to vote, we already voted, so it looks fine, looks fine to me.
So this has,
Subparagraph D.
keep it amended.
Keep this amended. Okay, we're on to 181.
Yeah.
Ton of stuff here on 181.
Yeah, this is a big one.
This is a
So
big one. Okay.
take a look. Is there anything new that they're offering?
Oh, yeah. When I went to highlighted purple, the SD and county,
Yeah.
that meant there's a lot.
Oh,
Cause
that's
I
why I can't read it. What county it came from. Purple means a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of entries.
Yeah.
And I had to help write where that was, so you can see.
Yeah, this was like 3 pages long,
Um,
the entries. I haven't had time to go through all. But does anybody have any input on it?
I don't know that we're gonna have more time to go through it other than now, because we're meeting again in the morning.
Yeah.
If we weren't.
Right, no, I know that,
We
that's
can
what I'm
talk
saying,
about it.
does anybody have any inputs on
Okay, so
yeah.
any changes,
Any
the
comments?
first two are essentially the same.
right?
Anti-Semitism practices, Sharia law, other contradictions to the Constitution.
I want that.
Huh? You
I would
agree?
like to have that. I agree.
Yeah, subsection F.
Okay, you wanna make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept,
The F edition,
the proposal by, Colin SD2 to add subparagraph F to, blank 180, is it?
Yeah, 181.
is it the
181.
same words as,
Yeah, same thing.
okay, any discussion, any more discussion, any discussion on adding?
Well, we could put that in there, and then if we change, don't like something,
Okay.
then we can also.
Well, actually, the
We're adding
one,
that, okay.
the one from Caldwell has a little bit more verbiage to it.
Run for Caldwell.
The next one down.
What they were saying.
The word
Well, it's the same.
Yeah, they're saying.
Yeah, it's saying once you get past the add subsection.
I got you, okay,
Yeah, it's the same.
okay.
Okay, why don't you add it up there? Let's see if we've got anything else we want to.
Did we take a
Well, why
vote?
don't we vote on this one?
Yeah, let's take a
Okay,
vote on that.
all in favor of adding this, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll add this. Gonna dress up the, okay, what should we?
That's gonna be F.
What should we?
How does that language work? Yeah, we demand. Except to we demand.
I think it's okay.
It's okay.
We're
not English majors anyway, so.
Yes. We'll leave it for the grammar and style committee around.
Well, we could just get rid of the first words and start with to. We demand, oh. No, that wouldn't.
Yeah.
No.
So they all start with nouns. Each, so exceptions is noun.
How about this? Make paragraphs of paragraph F the very last, regardless of how many others we add in there, make that the last one. And don't indent it.
And don't what?
And don't indent it. Take the F away. Make it flush left.
Oh, as a, not, okay, gotcha.
Yep.
If you don't indent it,
Don't indent it.
then it's not part of the domain.
Okay. Okay.
Right, but it's saying exceptions to
Yeah,
demands.
no, that's valid.
Yeah, like that.
Are there any other additions here? Anybody see anything else that needs to be added?
So the F goes away, but it becomes unindented.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see
Good.
what we get down here. Okay, now we have opposing religious dietary.
Didn't we just do that?
No, that, because what we talked about is speech. This isn't speech.
So we had something about.
Where are you looking at?
Oh, it falls under
Skills
religious,
research, huh?
it falls under religious practice. You got freedom of speech and religious practice under 181.
Right.
So the dietary, they're talking about taxpayer funded institutions, making it to where taxpayer funded institutions do not have to provide meals or services certified under any religious dietary standards, including halal or similar certification system. Instead, maintain policies that protect religious liberty, from responsibility, and government neutrality towards religion.
So is that an idea we want to include?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think we would, it's my recommendation, I don't think we need that last part. And instead maintain policies that protect blah, 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 because
I agree.
we're really doing that everywhere else.
That's good.
Right.
Yeah.
So we start with reject
Of the
legislation.
certification systems.
Yeah, starting with reject legislation that mandates.
Okay.
Demand that we reject maybe.
We demand Texas legislature to reject legislation that mandates public schools or other taxpayer-funded institutions to provide meals or services certified under any religious dietary standards, including halal or similar certification systems.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yep. Yeah, you don't need that.
Was that a motion, Mr. Chairman? Did you make that motion?
I guess I did.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of including that section into
Aye.
181? Aye. All opposed? Okay, ayes have it.
So that's charity,
Oh, there you go, Tom. Good.
and that's gonna make that subparagraph.
Yeah.
G. That'll be subparagraph G,
Oh, next one?
what we just talked about.
No, that'd be F.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah,
F.
because he's moving the other one down to be a closing paragraph,
Okay,
so we don't have to add it.
See right there.
okay.
See what I'm saying? You put that over on the left side.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right. All right, anything else?
No.
Exception.
First Amendment rights, practice and exercise right to speech, public square,
We have all that.
So I think that everyone's already included pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're good. We're gonna do it out of this. I don't know about that.
which one, right?
Good.
Okay.
Well, those are duplicates. Yeah, those are all duplicates. Now we're down to ratings, which is the last one on the page. Let's see. This is election of faith-based institutions from government. Foundational right requiring vigorous defense against government overreach. Or increasing subject to government mandates, licensing, threats, and legal actions compelling them to act against sincerely held religious groups. Direct violation of the First Amendment, Texas Constitution.
I don't think that adds any new thoughts.
No, that's,
The lawyer rate.
Freedom Restoration Act to Church and Government Action. Licensing, zoning, funding, and its enforcement. For the free exercise of religion outside of districts. Okay, so we've already covered that in the First Amendment.
Sovereignty of the church. That's covered elsewhere too, I think, no?
Yeah, I think that's sovereignty of the church. Oh, that's further down.
Oh, okay, what was this?
Oh, it's part of that other one, okay.
I don't know, they're basically saying, dealing with the church.
I think that's covered elsewhere in the platform, I don't know.
I don't know, but that's just something happened and the church was responsible. That would make it that we couldn't hold them accountable.
So did you write those duplicates in there?
Yeah,
Are you only saying duplicates on this page or duplicates with our platform?
no, I'm saying duplicate with what
Submission.
somebody present submission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that one for Missouri.
Do you have a quick way to check on whether this is elsewhere or?
Sovereignty of the church?
I don't think we call it sovereignty of the church, but the idea that's presented there, I think, is elsewhere.
All three of those are, I don't.
What do you, what are we looking for?
Try sovereignty. Yeah.
That was happening too. 40 results, that's interesting. Patience, body integrity, mental health, clear military readiness. This is foreign. International bodies. Crane. Israel. And nations.
The way those read, I would not put those in there.
Well, I'm looking at the current 181D. It basically says the same thing.
You said 181D?
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit more. What was that?
It's the same thing. Okay, we can pass that.
Yeah, we can pass that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew I read it somewhere.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thanks for finding that.
Thank you, Tom.
So this one, yeah, we already have the Johnson Amendment in there, the protection for districts all the same. The use of emergency powers. Is that in there?
It used to be, I think. Oh, but I think it had more to do with,
No, it's in there.
It's in there.
It's already in there.
Yeah.
okay.
So why, okay.
That's to protect against,
Somebody take-
Justin Trudeau style debanking the truckers in Canada.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sure there are real world examples here.
That's affirming the plan.
That's affirming.
Okay. Protect free speech, Texas's participation.
I don't see where you are now.
Yeah, first one.
The first one? Did you already pass the,
Which one?
this is freedom of speech and religious practices, or practice? That one right there, okay, yeah, that's all in caps, that's the one we're looking at, right?
Yeah, protect free speech by strengthening citizen participation.
Okay. What's the Johnson Amendment?
The Johnson Amendment is the one that says you can't preach, or preachers can't talk political in their churches.
Yeah.
Essentially. You can't profess it from the pulpit.
Somebody wanna tell Pope that?
He's not a US
He
citizen.
he doesn't have a 501c3.
He is a US citizen.
Yeah, he is.
Actually, yes. But he doesn't have a 501c3 in this country.
First time ever.
It's over in Italy.
Right.
I would definitely support any plan to get rid of the Johnson Amendment if that's what we're talking about right now.
Johnson Amendment's already in there.
Oh, it's ready. Okay.
It's already in there. Because there's priests that are from communist countries that have been under communist rule that really would like to talk, but the bishop won't allow them.
Why do we have to put in, why are they putting in about the First Amendment? If you honor the First Amendment, you don't have to put that in there.
No, not really.
Texas judges supposed to say. Plus, that's covered under the actual title of this whole plank.
Right.
They're anti-SLAPP.
Where are we now? First Rockwell.
Yeah.
Right, I'm on number 3. Against those intimidation.
What is anti-SLAPP? Just religious freedom. I think is anti-SLAPP.
Yeah.
Anything?
I believe it is, yeah.
But in the past, if we weren't certain what these acronyms meant or what a specific law pointed to, we didn't put any reference up there.
Come on here.
Because we may not know.
Peek on your.
How are you gonna propose a law that it's not defined?
Yeah.
We don't run laws.
No.
Well, no, we pass this up to become law, right?
We made suggestions of things.
Recommendations and see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Well, let me see what's left. Acronym for strategic lawsuits against public participation. Refers to baseless legal actions filed by powerful individuals, corporations to intimidate, censor, or silence critics by burdening them with expensive legal defense costs until they abandon their criticism.
This hasn't been the first time that SLAPP has been talked about. Sorry to see it.
So the real question is, do we need to add, is it gonna add anything to the plank?
I look for slap. It doesn't, slap doesn't exist in the current, but.
Yeah.
What if frivolous lawsuits does?
So I still have a question, does that add anything to
this,
to the plank at all?
No, I think that.
I probably wouldn't have it.
Okay, anything else on this section?
Oh, there's a whole thing on frivolous lawsuits. In plank 162.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just not sure how it's,
We don't need
I don't,
anything.
it's just not how it works with the religious speech and religious freedom, it just seems a
I say,
separate thing.
no, I mean, if we have it to cover everything,
Yeah.
we don't need to just shorten it to religious speech.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think we're good.
Okay, well, private contract, property concurrence, private justice, please. What this is this last line is every American has the full legal right to change his or her religion or entirely leave any religion without any harmful or dangerous consequences. I don't know how you enforce that.
Right. I'm making that already, I think. Right. Freedom of religion. Again, the title just kind of spells that out.
This doesn't add anything new to that.
I like that proposed wording, legalize apostasy, but again, I don't think it belongs in our document.
Okay. Then we're down to the end, right? Anything new? Anything you wanna add? We already got some back there. Did we vote on it already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we're on.
Institutions, statements.
181, was that 181?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay, wasn't,
we got 181A here that they're recommending.
Okay, so, I'm just flipping through all that. You were pretty quick.
Well, you were on legalize apostasy.
All right, okay, so, question, where's 181? Oh, 181 A, B.
I got A back right there, limit state holidays. So we're on 181A.
First of all, okay, so let's vote on 181 itself.
Well, we did.
2 amendments.
We voted on the 2 amendments.
Yeah.
Oh, you voted on what we added.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
we should then vote
Yeah.
on the blank as amended.
Yeah, let's vote on the blank as amended. All in favor of.
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Wasn't it blank 181 where this guy, Tony McDonald, the lawyer, said that you wanted to insert the wording about
Hold on, yeah.
the TEC, the Texas Ethics Commission? He came and spoke here.
Yeah.
Was it on that one?
I don't think Texas Ethics Commission belongs there.
I agree.
Right.
And that's what I told him, but he was insistent. No, it belongs there. But just so that he has a fair hearing for his proposal.
Tony McDonald?
Tony McDonald, yeah.
Yeah. He mentioned that plank?
Was it 181?
I didn't write that down.
Yeah.
There was 181. They made a note that there's conflict with plank 249.
Right.
Bullet point F.
Oh.
Versus the First Amendment.
But his suggestion was to scratch the bullet point.
No, yeah, this has nothing to do, he's saying change 249.
Right,
Yes.
remove bullet point F from.
Yeah.
No, when you say he, you mean Tony McDonald?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Tony McDonald, it was James Pinalda. And that's the only reference I have in 181. As far as Tony McDonald, I don't have any notes on Tony McDonald.
He came in on for testimony today.
I just didn't write down what plank he was referencing, but he did say he wanted to insert that language.
Ethics, paid protesters. No, the only note that I have for 181 is that conflict
with 249.
Yeah,
So
249.
It might be somewhere else.
Well, I don't think it belongs here.
I think ethics commission would belong in government.
Exactly. That's exactly what I told him over the weekend. Okay, email exchange.
Yeah, we did tell him. We told somebody that.
I told him
I
that
think
it
so.
belonged.
We did tell him
I think so, and then, so we didn't write anything down, that belonged to us.
I told him it belonged in the government and elections integrity
All right,
section.
so we're back to voting
So we're
on
voting on 181 as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes. Keep as amended.
Okay, now we can talk about 181.
181A, limited state holidays.
I agree with the wording. Just wondering, it could be put somewhere else.
Okay, well, the first thing, we can't, how can we pass legislation to remove religious holidays, any non-Christian religious holidays from official state and federal calendars? We can't affect the federal calendar.
Well, it says we urge the legislature and our congressional delegation.
That's okay. Don't put it. Any non-Christian holidays,
They solely to those.
it's kind of blanketed.
Days of traditional Christian significance.
That's not gonna,
Once the invasion is.
Oh, you know what they're going with that.
well, I know, but you can't, don't schedule anywhere.
Okay, somebody wanna do something with this?
Motion to delete.
You were going?
Table, motion to table. Cause it's not,
We only have to bring it up again if we table it.
okay.
Can you see the wording, show the wording again?
From Travis.
Going back to look where we had holiday, the only place we have is Heritage, is supporting, Texas Independence. But yeah, here's the word.
Well, they're trying to be preemptive because this is gonna get brought up in the next legislature. They're gonna wanna do a state holiday
Yes.
that corresponds to a non-Christian, non-traditional day.
Exactly.
And they're gonna,
And you can tell
the
them.
guys from Fort Bend County are
We
gonna
have
file it and it's
several
gonna be argued
Muslim
about.
state representatives.
Yeah, but
So we could wait and argue next time.
But what, also one of the planks that we have to deal with is, about Islam not being a religion, but an ideal.
Ideology.
Okay.
So-
Ideology.
Right. So if we go that route, then it wouldn't follow the religion, and it would be, this wouldn't be an issue.
Alright, let's think about that.
I understand I understand why they put it in here.
Yes.
But to do a blanket, I think we need to push the ideology thing, and this would be a non-issue. Cause all non-Christian, I mean, that's.
Well, they're going after holidays here specifically.
Right, but then you're taking away somebody else's religious freedom to have a holiday.
No, they can have their holiday, they just can't have it
It wouldn't
by the
be, it
government.
wouldn't be official.
Yeah.
No day
Well,
off.
it's a lengthy flank you could,
Recognized and paid public leaves.
I say we pass on this.
I wanna keep it. We have our first division, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
we got a motion to pass it. Is there a second? Let me dice for a second.
Make a motion to add SD 25 Travis. Proposal as planned 181A.
Motion to add it. Is there a second?
I will second it. I'd like to amend your motion to just the first part that through We urge the legislature and congressional delegation to limit official government religious holiday recognition and pay public leave solely to those days that have historically been part of the American experience. And I would not include the removal of any other non-Christian
That
religious.
sounds really bad.
You think so?
That's why I said, with that verbiage right there, that's not gonna go anywhere.
The verbiage of the remove the non-Christian religious holidays?
Yeah. Any non-Christian.
That's what I'm saying. We could just simply say,
You reword it.
we urge the legislature to limit official government holiday recognition and paid public leave solely to those days of traditional Christian significance that have historically been part of the American experience.
You're on the money.
And then we're good. And then if there's something next cycle, you can't add anything because we're saying that we don't want you to add anything. But removing something, that eliminates your
So we got a
ideology.
motion to amend the acceptance with,
Essentially
only,
the first sentence.
only using the first sentence there.
So the highlighted portion.
I agree. There's a second.
I agree.
In a second, okay. So we're gonna vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, and now we're gonna vote on the inclusion. As 181A, limit state holidays. All in favor of including this, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's included. We urge, right? Where you started?
Okay, so we're gonna add that as amended, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
As amended as a new plank.
Right.
Yes, 181A.
Okay, what do you got here, man?
You got a piss.
Mr. Biggins, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Biggins.
Okay. Now, how do I,
No, not keep it as an add.
no, keep as is the guy above.
Yeah.
Okay.
Add new as
Now,
amended.
what I need to do is copy this here. And then say, what's your option? Isn't there, you have four options.
That's
One
not
is add
going anywhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
the full sheet that you
Yeah,
have.
add a new plank.
cause it's something like that's anti-Semitic.
Does that look right?
We could.
Add new plank at the bottom?
Yeah, I think that's where
Looks
everything else is, right?
Okay, yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
think that's right, but,
Okay.
you wanna have limit state holidays as the plain title,
Yes.
and then you wanna start right in there, or
Yeah.
usually well, I guess that's fine, you know. But can we get rid of all those caps?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Why are you shouting, Tom?
Was it shouting?
See, here's
before?
another one about the dietary standards.
Right.
How did it wasn't shouting before, but when I put it
Well,
down here.
we had that one, didn't we?
Yeah, is that right?
I think we added that to the other, we amended I think we amended 181
Oh, I don't,
with a,
Hold on.
I can't change
hang on,
font,
so it should have been the Cherokee.
Yes, right there.
style.
So
To
we
the
can
left,
pass that
further
one.
left. Further left.
Yeah, we can pass that one, cause it's,
There you go.
We just added that
No,
as
no, no.
paragraph F.
I'm
He's
trying to
trying to get rid of the
Yes.
caps, it's all caps.
Caps in there.
Okay, don't move. Okay, those
What is
ones further
styles?
down. Yeah, what's that?
No, this is bullet points.
And the one to the left of the bullet points.
Well, one's numbers, one's bullet points.
Oh,
What are you doing up above in the last paragraph?
Oh, styles, wait, we go, that's why.
oh, there it goes, right there. It went away. The shouting went away.
This subplank.
yeah.
Sometimes says but it was there.
Just click right there. Just click.
That's it. That's it. Right there. Okay, very good. Yep.
The resolution submitted though, that doesn't belong.
Well, I'm just trying to keep that with what they had in the document before.
Yeah, just take it out.
It's amazing. Sitting here,
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
now there's, one more down there.
181B,
181.
we can delete that because basically
Yeah,
the
we
same
already
thing
did
that
that.
we added as an amendment
Okay,
has
so
took care
just
of
move
that.
on, and we don't have to delete it. Okay, how about, 182? We're on 182.
Yes, sir.
Gender identity government policy.
Okay, what do we got? Aransas, Montgomery, Harris, Travis.
Anything new
Hold
there?
on.
Anything new?
Resolution submitted.
Mandating clear success and application of all official documents. That isn't having a biological sex. It was defined as sex evident passive participation.
I'm a pretty smart guy. I mean, I never heard of the word gametes until I'm reading that sentence there.
Oh,
That was a liberal arts major. But
yeah, well, that's probably why.
But doesn't that, if you use the wrong pronoun, freedom of speech, it offended them, so what? Move on. I don't understand this gender identity thing.
Well, but we're against it. No,
it's because
they don't want anybody penalized.
because of your privilege.
They don't want anybody criminalized or penalized for.
Same privilege as everybody else. It's been overused. Those days are gone.
I sure hope so.
It's been used against us for so long. It's actually the other way around
Okay, anything?
in many cases.
They want to remove the phrase sex change and prevent the change of sex on all legal, vital, historical records.
What is a gamete?
That's what I was just saying.
Gamete.
Gamete, what is that?
It's the sex cells, like ovum and sperm. So they're using small gamete for sperm and large gamete. I've never heard it. Why don't they just say
What?
sperm and ovum? I mean, is that like a bad word?
What? So they're just talking about the biological sex.
Yeah, the cells
Gamete,
produce.
okay.
Do we have? Do we have some wording that was?
Yeah.
Do we have some wording that incorporates SD4 Harris? Documents in the record book. Do we have something already in the plan about that? Or in the platform?
That would be C at best, I think, but no, that's not documents. D is official documents.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay, for those here, a gamete is a reproductive cell that contains half the usual number of chromosomes. Gametes combine.
So it defines you as a
during
biological
fertilization
male or a biological female.
Male gamete is a sperm, female gamete is an egg.
If anybody wants some of these chips.
Cause it probably offends people.
Yeah.
You know, but we can have transgender story time too.
That's not offensive.
Okay, anything else, anything you want to add from here?
So I think we go to question.
motion to keep as is.
Keep as is.
Okay, a motion to keep this as is.
Second.
Second, any more discussion? Okay, let's vote. All in favor of keeping as is, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll keep it as is. Okay, we're on to 183.
Okay. So in SD7, we said much of what this is the definition of marriage, not human sexuality.
Right.
It used to be the definition of marriage at one time.
Well, and
wasn't it?
what they did do at one time then was they called this the definition of marriage, 185. So what we had proposed in SD7 was to combine those two. And then we added a 185A and added a few other things.
Okay, so you're basically combining 183 with 185 and delete 183.
Right.
Okay.
And the reason why I want to put it into 185 is now 184, which is protect minors until age of consent, doesn't fall between planks that are marriage related. Because you got 185, you got 186,
Right.
you got 187, you got 188, you got 189.
Makes sense.
Okay. So what we want to do is, then for 183, we want to delete this part.
Okay, so for 183, we would delete.
Right.
It's not deleted yet, though. Don't you want to keep it and move it under 185?
Well, I'm gonna go rewrite 185.
Well, is it not rewritten right here in your resolution?
Yeah, it is.
You've already combined the two right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can go grab that.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. What about the reference to?
I mean, we're not taking this out of the document. We're just simply saying we want
The recommendation on your document right there is
right.
to delete 183
Right.
and add this down here, basically amend 185 with this resolution.
Right.
Okay, I'm
I make a motion to delete 183.
Track. Second.
Okay, so it's keeping it basically the same words, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a note, we're gonna delete.
Is it, what's the verbiage, delete blank or just delete?
Just delete.
Okay.
Merge.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I just wrote down what we were supposed to do. I just
delete.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second.
Get a motion and a second to delete this blank. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're gonna delete this.
The question is, should I write something here that says merge with 185?
I would put a note.
Yeah.
Put recommend delete and then put a note, merge with
say
185.
I would say delete, and then I would say merged with.
Yeah,
merged.
There you go.
Because someone is definitely gonna say, what the heck? What'd you do with that?
Yeah.
I would, behind delete, right, merge with 185.
Put it down on the same line as
Yeah.
delete.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta figure out how I have to change case. Because this.
Go to font. There's an all caps.
That's
yeah.
the one.
Merge with 185.
Okay, and where does the 185 come in?
After 184.
Yeah. But this resolution from Harris County will become the new, we're gonna amend 185 and use this resolution to replace it, basically.
Right. So do you wanna go do that now, or you wanna go do 184?
Let's do 184.
Yeah. You can do it.
Chairman. Chairman, this way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading here.
Do you wanna keep going in order and go do 184 next?
Yeah, I do, but I wanna make sure we don't forget it, except we may have left one sentence out there. Okay, 184, we're on 184, protect minors until age of consent. Law should be enacted to protect the rights of individuals until the age of consent is reached, to include blah, blah, blah. Okay, anything new on the submissions?
Okay, take minors till age of consent, drag queen story hour, and less. And in libraries, schools, and other public venues, criminalize exposure to children under 12 to B.
Okay, the very last one is a duplicate of Brazoria. That's a complete duplicate of.
Right.
Scratch that.
Well, does it include performers?
Yep.
Under 12, that's not age of consent. And the age of consent 16?
All I'm saying is SD5 Sentinel is exact duplicate of ST11.
Right, yeah.
We're just cleaning up house, so we don't have as much to look at.
Right.
Agent, no, the reason, some reason, 12, it has to do with, it's not,
I would say minors.
Why do we
Why
have
they-
why do you have to put the age in there?
Right. I mean,
Criminalized exposure of children.
we're already talking about minors.
okay.
I would just leave off under 12.
Okay.
These guys can make laws that put in under 12. I would just say, from our standpoint, criminalize exposure of
So
children.
add this to B. That's what you're saying.
We have a motion for that?
Age of consent.
I'll make a motion to add that. I think that's good.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, any more discussion?
Can I say the word one more time, Tom?
Sure.
So here's what B is, President Secretary, including but not limited to public drag queen story hour sessions.
Right.
What we're now saying is where those sessions occur.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Library, schools, or other public venues. And criminal exposure of children.
Perfect.
Okay, now what else is there?
It is. No, okay. Did we vote on this?
We had a motion a second and I.
Okay, all in favor of adding this, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're adding it.
Okay.
So we're amending.
Yep.
Right. So we did that, then, so anything this adds. So this one's, let's see, the other one was to criminalize exposure.
Yeah.
This one specifies who to criminalize.
Talking about drag queens.
Well, why not say,
So this one says criminalize pedophilia performance, anyone, including parents. This one doesn't specify who.
I got you, yeah. Anybody wanna add that, penalizing for pedophile performers and anyone, including parents who expose children to this perverted activity?
No, that's not better.
I don't think it's necessary.
I mean, again, we don't write law, and we're saying criminalize exposure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the,
So.
Okay, anybody wanna add anything new here? Anything else?
So another thing is protect minors till age of consent.
Affirm client.
That's already stated.
Oh, okay,
That's already stated.
then we're done.
Okay, we're on 185 now.
Okay,
So you got it. I'm gonna say,
keep this amended.
amended as, okay. Keep as amended.
Keep as amended, and then you're gonna, you gotta go back to that resolution? Or is it already in there?
No,
What?
we're doing 185 now.
Right. But that's,
This piece, no, keep as amended is 184. That's for 180.
okay, gotcha.
Now we're going down to 185.
185, we
We're
were
going
gonna,
to change that.
right, so we were gonna use this SD7 Harris County, that piece right there under 183. Right, cause that's already merged, the two merged together.
Yeah. Which is a better way to do this. Okay, let me see if I can. Yeah, this is my document, so they don't care. So I can come up here and say, this is what it was. Take that, actually, just take that and copy it on top of the 185. Here. Let's see.
Maybe it'll say the same thing underneath it. Yeah, you got it down here again, underneath it.
Well, I just wanted, so your question was, is it the same? And I want to verify that.
Oh, I got you.
Well, it's missing a sentence. Further, we support a traditional definition of family with one biological man in the role of father, one biological woman in the role of mother, but I think that says that, doesn't it? In the first sentence.
No, let's see, we pose six.
Yes, it does.
Subject to a child lost.
Right where that cursor is.
The resolution
Right
says
where
it.
the cursor is, put a period, a space.
Right where the cursor is.
Yeah, right where it is, just type period and space. Don't even move the cursor.
Oh.
Yeah, it's already there.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Period.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. That's where the two merged.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but I think it's repeating itself. Is it not repeating?
I'm just trying to see.
Go up a little bit. So we see the top of that paragraph.
The top's the same. That's the merge. Yeah, okay, so that's end of merge.
Yeah, see, it's, yeah, it repeats itself.
Yeah.
That we support.
Yeah, I'm not creative, so we just took it, merge these two plans together. And I wanted to, yeah, okay.
So we support the definition as a God of the legal moral covenant. That was not in your recommended solution.
If you look at the top, it says we support the definition of marriage as God ordained legal and moral covenant only between one biological man, one biological woman.
So that was already.
So we don't need the,
We didn't
we
need to add
support.
it again for 185.
No,
It's in there
we
twice.
support from there down to mother. We don't need that.
So are you happy then with what this says?
Well, no, we're gonna take out, well, which one are,
The bottom one is the plank suggestion.
oh, I see.
The top is just a merge of the two.
Oh, so that's why it's repeating
That
itself.
got me so confused, yeah.
Okay, that's what had me confused too. That's what I was
Yeah,
looking at.
okay.
Because I was trying to see if there was anything that it was in two merged together or that was
Well,
not
what's
in this
missing is that
text.
sentence, we support blah, 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 but I think that's covered in the first sentence.
It's on the top, yeah. This is
Okay.
repeated. Okay, so we're good.
So I can take that. And I can,
That was on the rate, the thing about civil penalties against those who are against. Was that in the yellow?
Civil penalties, no.
You opposing criminal civil, yes, it is. You oppose non-judicial.
Yeah, that's there. The yellow is, that's what's confusing me too. So it's gonna be amended.
I'd like to,
this is what you did right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that looks like what we want.
I would like to put the word marriage in quotation marks after the word homosexual.
Oh.
Yeah. I literally remember looking up the word marriage when the whole gay marriage thing came out 10 years ago. And it says a union between one man and one woman. And that was the definition of marriage in the dictionary.
Yeah.
So anything other than that is not really the
Right.
marriage. So,
You know, that's where my issue was always, call it something, call it a union.
Right.
Be happy.
Right.
So the quotes are gonna say that.
That's the way to say that. Yeah.
It's a way to say that it's not
Not
considered.
really a marriage.
Yes.
Okay.
Like we're having fun.
Okay, so now,
See, this is young people's talk, I didn't.
I'm trying to think, how do I do this? Oh, I think. Backspace here. Say, why that? Okay.
Okay. And then the note is, so we're gonna amend. And then put a note, merge with
Merged.
183.
Merged and amended.
Yes, okay.
Amended and merged.
Even as amended
And merged.
I was going to go to font.
Yeah, put merge with 183.
That.
You're gonna have to watch it, or you're gonna be typing here before long.
Good, okay, there you go.
Okay. Come on. Fix this. I lost.
Go back and take your, I was gonna say, take your cursor back with the mouse. Where's back?
Yeah, control Z does the thing.
Okay, so now we'll do.
Type and see what it does.
I know.
He doesn't have it merged with,
Merge with 183.
Oh.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah.
Merge 183 heat with 185.
That'll work.
Yeah.
okay.
Did we vote on that?
I think so.
Yes, we already voted on it. We were just waiting to.
So other things were here, if they wanted to do. Like everything else that's here is just a reiteration.
Oh, there's a 185A.
What, okay. Yeah, I haven't got to that yet. But is there any, this is all definition of marriage.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Now we have a 185A. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wait, we retitled. Did we retitle?
Title what?
The 185 to.
Definition of marriage and family. We didn't retitle it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Avoidance.
Okay, so here's 185A, sanctity of marriage.
Okay, I don't see where that is. Oh, you're down here, so we've gone through all the rest of them.
Yeah.
No minority status for homosexuals, but I think that's in some other section, right?
Maybe.
Let me see, like,
Tom, do you know what TANF is?
It's a federal funding program.
to fund what?
It's for, temporary assistance needed for needy families.
Yeah, this is in relation to, the restoration of healthy marriage development programs. Using federal funds such as Title V and, TANF for risk
Assistance for needy family.
families. I'll vote on this one.
Okay. So basically, what they're saying here is money that's used for needy families is to try and keep families together.
Or, yeah, creating a healthy marriage, that's just paying for marriage counseling, I guess.
It could be more than just that, I think. Divorce education.
I don't think any of this is said.
Okay. Anybody wanna add anything, remove anything?
So we pass on.
Pass.
So we pass on.
Okay.
I mean, I motion to pass, there's there's motion to pass on.
Okay, we're on a 1-8.
Or take no action.
186, we don't have to.
We don't have to.
We're on 186, state authority over marriage. Reaffirm the plan. Anything new?
We'll make a motion to amend, by adding the possessive word congresses after we support Congress's withholding jurisdiction from the federal courts. Just to clarify that it's not the legislature.
Okay, you got a motion, is there a second? I'll second it. Moved and seconded, any discussion?
What are we talking about?
He wants to add the word congresses,
Congress.
between support and withholding.
Congress is the only one who can withhold jurisdiction from the federal courts, not the legislature.
Right.
Just a clarification.
So, right now, the federal government has no authority to marry, correct?
I would argue constitutionally, that's absolutely correct.
Other than the fact that they said that, the Supreme Court made a ruling that says, yeah, everybody get married anyway, right?
Are you talking about the old Bergfeld decision?
Yeah. So what they're saying here is that we believe that the state, since it's not in the Constitution, US Constitution, that the state should have authority. And well, the state has authority, therefore federal courts do not. But
The word marriage is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution.
it's not it's not, so,
If it's not anywhere in the Constitution, I can federal government rule.
right.
The court can rule on whatever they want, even if it's wrong.
obviously, I've been seeing that a lot lately, but that doesn't mean we have to abide by it, cause.
So, I mean, cause what you're saying is the state is giving over authority to Congress.
Congress is the only body that can withhold jurisdiction from the federal courts over what they can rule on. There's part of the Constitution that says that Congress can tell the courts, we don't care what your opinion is of gay marriage, you can't rule on that.
Right.
If that passes, then any ruling that you make.
Can't enforce it.
Yeah.
Because it's not in the Constitution.
Because it's not in their jurisdiction. If Congress says so. That has never happened.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time Congress did limit their jurisdiction. If they did, it probably would have been over 100 years ago.
Okay, so any more discussion on this? He wants to add the word Congress.
Congress is possessed
We support Congress's withholding.
jurisdiction from the federal courts, yes.
Okay, let's vote. All in favor of adding Congress's?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So add the word Congress's, or
Just gonna keep as amended.
Congress's?
no, this is
Apostrophe. There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would make a motion to keep as amended.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a second?
Second. I thought we just voted on that.
I thought we did that, but that's okay.
We voted
just
on the
added it, yeah.
amendment.
Oh.
All in favor of keeping this as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, we're on to nullifying unconstitutional ruling.
I would, where'd it go? There it is. I would just, make a motion to amend the same thing I did previously to add the quotation marks after before and after the word marriage.
Okay,
Right there.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to put quotation marks around marriage. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it passes. I guess you have to say,
Keep it amended.
Keep as amended, I make a motion to
keep as
keep
amended.
as amended.
Okay, is there a
187.
second?
Second.
Okay, motion to keep as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, we're on to 188, spousal benefits. It says, reaffirm client, no change, that's it.
Okay, I don't wanna make any change.
Motion to keep as is.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Discussion.
moved and seconded, any discussion?
Okay. What does that mean, granting benefits by political subdivisions? What is that in regards to spousal benefits?
Any political subdivision of the state. So if the city wanted to provide benefits to your partner, they could do so, even if that's not your married partner or within this context. This
The
was a
city
giant
had
argument
a
in the city.
program, some kind of.
This is the giant
government
argument in the
program?
city of Houston for years. Yeah.
Okay.
Granting benefits.
So even if they're, so if they're getting benefits from there, the state's not gonna recognize it, right?
Okay, you got a motion on this one, 188?
Yeah, motion to keep as is.
Okay, second?
Second.
They moved and seconded, we keep as is, let's vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're keeping it as is.
As is, yeah.
Hello,
Hi, what is this committee?
State Affairs.
State affairs? Do you want to tell us something?
No, I'm just trying to figure out which committee to go into to listen to issues I care about.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do you care about?
Marijuana and our prevention.
Article 5 convention, that would be the.
Marijuana's probably
constitutional-
healthcare.
Yeah, Article 5 is on the constitutional issues. But I think they meant
They,
this
they
morning.
did earlier.
They met this morning, but they're gonna
Healthcare
be
is
tomorrow.
meeting now, I think.
I think they finished for the evening.
Did they fix it?
She said she thinks they.
Health finished for the evening, I think there's some back.
They finished for the evening, healthcare?
Yeah,
They may
Diane
not have
said-
finished their whole task.
Yeah.
But the residents don't.
They've got a lot in their plate.
That's very true.
Well, they might have a long day tomorrow. I'd rather get ahead tonight and then in the morning it'd be a little.
And I think, Linda Nuttall, I think, is in healthcare. And she's not a morning person.
I'm not a morning person.
And she's not planning to arrive here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, I am planning, but I may
It's gonna be us.
see my objectives.
Well, you gotta do more than plan, you gotta do.
You know, somebody had some crazy attitudes when they pass out the schedule. It's like, we're not gonna give anybody a break.
Get back to work, you serfs.
How far do we wanna go as far as, right now, we're tracking pretty good.
Keep going.
Are you retired?
I'm
Keep
not-
going till I'm retired.
I'm good. I don't
See,
think I'll.
so
be able to
208,
breakfast.
208's the last plank.
Wait.
Right,
So if we finish it,
we're on 189.
I guess if we finish it today, we could hope to come in late.
Okay, there's 36 planks, I
Okay.
think. And, if we just do half of them, we're just about there, but my opinion is we should go.
If you guys are feeling good, then we'll keep going.
Yeah,
It's not quite 8 o'clock, so
yeah, cause you never know what'll happen tomorrow.
I'm used to being up till like 2 o'clock in the morning. But I not get up at 8 o'clock.
Well, I gotta drive 45 minutes.
Yeah, you're away.
So,
Okay.
but I'm okay.
And if I even get you to take, how far off it? 290 are you?
290.
Yeah. You're on 10, aren't you?
Yeah, off 10. I'll take it home. You need a ride?
I bet, yeah.
Just have to add a little more time in my schedule.
What are we at? 189.
Okay, we're at 189, no fault divorce.
Okay, so they want to amend, they want to. Okay, so here's where they're amending. Whoever abandons the family in no fault divorce shall relinquish all rights in primary decision making in family assets. Yeah. So this is what we're gonna add.
Is that all that's new?
Oh, they're wanting to add that whoever abandons the family,
Yeah.
no divorce shall relinquish all rights in primary decision making. And family, what? Well, isn't that contradictory to the whole point of this? Or no? It seems contradictory to the plank itself. No?
No, it's contradictory to no fault divorce. Yes. That's just the title. And then there's some additional pieces on the bottom that they've added, A, B, and whatnot. But in the top thing, that's the difference. What they're basically saying is, that there is fault.
Okay.
If you're
It's
gonna-
confusing.
if you're gonna break-
I don't know fault of four.
If you're gonna break the family,
Oh,
What does it
sorry.
say? No.
I said it's confusing because the title is no fault divorce.
Yeah.
However, they want to put fault somewhere for blame. So it's kind of, it contradicts itself. Okay.
I think the line is fine as it is.
so then they wanna add this to that. These A, B, C, and D.
It's almost like trying to write the law. Right? Not award of attorney's fees, expenses, costs.
reimbursed for attorney's fees now?
Is there anything wrong with the idea written in 189 that's missing?
I think 189 is fine. If someone else agrees,
Yeah,
make a motion.
I would leave it.
I think somebody that was smited wrote this other one from Bell County.
Well,
Pretty
see
specific.
What does Hayes look like?
Yeah, it's pretty specific.
Remove the need for any, but the most minimal judicial.
It's true, it say once is removed, it's not to trap people in marriage, and it says reaffirm the plan, no change.
See,
Well,
okay, what does Hayes say?
obviously, a lot of counties are not asking for a change, or they would have sent one in.
Remove so as not to trap people in marriage.
Want to make a motion?
Make a motion to keep blank 189 as is.
As is, second.
It's been moved and seconded, any more discussion? Okay, all in favor of keeping as is, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Keep as is. Okay, now we're on to, 190, adoption. Didn't we have somebody speak on adoption?
We did.
Yes, hang on, let me look at my notes. We had,
That had to do with, infant adoption and stuff.
Yeah, well, you know, other
You're
thing
talking about
was,
separating adoption from the foster care.
well, yeah, the other thing, that there's a whole plank on CPS,
Yes.
plank 129.
Uh-huh.
And what I'd really like to do is take the CPS portion out of here and put it in 129.
Okay,
129?
how do we do that?
You tell them what 129 is what,
So the individual that spoke for Texas Right to Life?
right here.
Okay. Talking about the foster care CPS
Health
versus
services.
private adoption.
Right.
Infant adoption.
Yep, no, private adoption. I know you spoke about infant adoption, but they're talking about the distinction between foster, CPS versus private adoption.
Plank here's.
You wanna speak on that again real quick?
Well, it's just, this says adoption, but like Tom's mentioning, it's all focused on foster and CPS.
Right.
And so we want to actually take out the few points about adoption, that's what we were doing on the handout.
Right.
Is to divide them up. So it's.
So you agree with what he just said about
Well,
separating?
we already did the recommendation here.
Okay, I got you, sorry, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking for it.
If you go over to the, Health and Human Services.
Yep.
Ask them to remove what are we doing? Add this.
Just adding that new plank.
CPS must be criminal. CPS is down here.
So you were wanting to add this infant adoption as a new plank?
Correct, because the way we did it is then you would take out some things you already have in 190.
Right.
So 190 would just be foster care and CPS. And then the new plank you would put in after 190 would just be about adoption.
Okay, so that would be 190A, correct?
Because it's called adoption right now, but it's not really about adoption. That's the problem with the current platform.
Yeah, that would be 190A.
So you don't distinguish, or you do distinguish between anyone other than an infant as being adopted.
You could change it just to adoption, but in this context, we're talking about infants.
Okay.
Right. Because that's the top part is foster care and CPS.
We got a 190A on here.
If it's not an infant, they're going through the foster system. You don't do private adoptions for kids that are 5 years old.
Okay.
There it is.
You know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The Tarrant, SD9?
CPS is 172.
Hmm?
Which is in criminal.
You cannot
civil
do a
justice.
private adoption for a kid who's 5 years old.
No.
Oh, you could, but the majority of, I mean, the 99% of them are going through, they were removed from their parents, so they're going through the foster system.
191.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's already a 190A.
Yeah, in this context, I understand the point.
Yeah.
It was trying to avoid abortion.
Yeah.
So, in your notes of who you're passing things to, you know, you got a sheet where you were to talk to
Texas
chairs.
Well, I'm not talking to him, I thought you sent them something, did you send that stuff to us?
I think I did, but you were making notes on some piece of paper. Certain lengths that you found that belong
Hey, that
someplace
requires
else.
them to do something to make them pay for it.
Right.
That's not cool.
This is today. Something you did, something you were writing down today, because there was a blank 25, or am I in the wrong committee?
I think you are, because I don't remember doing that. I think that was your earlier committee, must have been.
That's the job of the foster parents.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a motion about this blank 190.
About amending it?
Yeah, what the gentleman is suggesting here is includes everything that's in here down through,
F?
it doesn't include F, G, and H, those are new.
Wait a minute.
No, it does not include F, G, and H, yes.
Okay, so what changed on
It does
here?
modify it quite a bit.
Increased funding, okay, so F moved up. Well, it was I.
Yeah.
So we took I, made it F, took G and H, put it down in this new plank.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
Yeah. So we only took 2 lines
So
out.
it just cleans it, it just segregates it
Right.
a little more cleanly.
Yeah. Defines it.
Okay, would I have a motion to,
Modify or amend?
Amend 190 and add this new plan?
Okay, so we're gonna amend 190.
Yeah.
Then that plank, if we add a new plank, that would be 190A.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Can I suggest that we still, so there's several SDs that wanted to move BD&E, which is referencing CPS, to the Plankton CPS.
Yeah.
And we can still do that.
So it separates
So then the Plank 190 would simply be foster care.
Okay, and then CPS will be completely separate.
Yeah.
I got you, okay.
Okay.
So it's B, D, and E.
We're gonna amend.
Because CPS can deal with people, whether it's foster
Right,
care.
I got you, but we're gonna have to make a note and get with.
Yes.
Get with them, make sure they move those items to
Yeah,
their
one
plan.
72 is, yeah, they're right next door. You wanna go, right now? Yeah.
Well, we gotta make sure they know that we're wanting to do this. Cause they're, for us to approve this, the vote and approve,
Right.
they're gonna have to vote and approve to accept it, add it to their plan, which I don't see why they wouldn't.
You wanna step over there and talk about it now, to them?
You might as well, so we're right at the crossroads if you don't.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna be recessed for 10 minutes. Okay.
Which one is, so it's B, D, and E is what they wanna move, right?
Right.
Let's get them to agree to accept that.
Yeah.
All in favor of recess, please stand. Or we can just recess.
Yeah, let me go that way. Let me go this way. That stuff, I think.
Is it clear?
We're doing good on time. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just stepping over the cables.
Created right here.
Want to rip them out of the wall.
to our success.
Or just the crowd was really interested in.
Right.
It's really crowd. I mean, well, I'm still mad at it. I need one of the votes. It's almost not, I'm almost not able to follow. So here, I'm here.
Yeah.
So I'm marking this.
Right.
And then, I mean, it was just, I had a hell of a time. Lining it up.
Right. Yeah. And that is different than what.
That's why I asked for the top of the so because he's helping before.
And the both of you are following SRC, right?
No, he's not anymore. He was for a while. He had some family issues. So he's not, I don't think that.
Well, I'm glad you're chairman, because getting him on is critical.
Yeah. He's good. He's a good man. He follows the legislative process too. I don't know if you're aware of that. Have you ever seen any of it? During a legislative session. When some of your ideas.
Let's see.
He emails people and it's a complete analysis of what's going on. All the
It's
time.
like a newsletter,
It's not that fancy.
He's pretty thorough, it's pretty thorough, I've seen it, he's very thorough, it's very informative.
Thanks for your work.
Yeah. Now y'all are feeling good. I can't believe the other committee just left. Over at HHS. I can't believe the other committee is like, just left for the evening.
There's only 5 of them. So they just plowed through everything.
No, they didn't plow through everything.
They didn't plow.
August will be done.
They just plowed, they didn't plow, they
Yeah.
just.
They're gonna regret that. They always get to like, crunch time.
I also think probably more that testified will probably show.
That's more.
I don't remember seeing that either.
This is really what we need to have.
Right.
Alright,
got the deal done.
Easy.
We've done this before, gone in mass as committee to another committee.
Hey, take this,
Strong on.
I would say yes.
Well, I was wondering how they were gonna do that.
They were
Process
almost,
to where we switch among ourselves.
well, they were almost on that, they were on 170.
We were almost there in your deliberations. And so then he looked it up in the list and found that resolution.
So we had good time.
Mm-hmm.
What's your sign?
Here, one top here.
I think I'll let's do the top one. I'm trying to watch my weight somewhat.
I want mine too, stay pretty steady.
Watch it increase.
Actually, it has the last probably 6 months. It's steady climbing a little bit. But it's starting to get hot now, I'm sweat it off.
This is gonna be interesting. Come over here.
Okay, so we're gonna keep it labeled adoption. We're not gonna change it to foster care and CPS.
Well, I don't know about that.
If we're taking CPS completely out of it,
Yeah.
why would we have it named foster care and CPS? Right now,
Foster care, well, we wouldn't have it named foster care and CPS. We'd have it named foster care protection.
Okay, yeah.
So what we're gonna do is delete those 3. Now, if put a note here, move to CPS 172. Is that gonna get messy?
For subpara.
Put it down at the bottom.
B, D, and E.
Yeah, put it down at the bottom, so
Yeah.
say that's what you did.
Right. Well, we're about to do a lot to it, because we're gonna take G and H, take that out. Cause that's gonna be, G and H would be,
I don't think we have to spend on
okay,
Just amended.
gotcha, sounds good to me.
Okay, please come down here underneath resolutions here, note. It says, what do you call it,
Subparagraph. Subparagraph.
Subsection.
subsections B.
E. So I think we should change the title, it's titled adoption.
Right, now let's see what.
But the very first line says, we encourage the Texas legislature to remove as many barriers as possible, as many barriers to adoption as possible. And then it does talk about foster care, so if you wanna do like adoption / foster care,
well, they actually.
or just leave it adoption.
They actually changed. He actually changed it to say we urge the Texas legislature instead of that first paragraph.
Yeah.
That's going to be foster care, all of that.
No, that's CPS. Is it separate? Or is it-
CPS is separate thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we just gave the CPS part, and now we have to deal with the foster care.
Right, so we wanna rename this, just foster care.
So, having gone through the CPS,
It does speak,
does this change?
it does speak to adoption. Right. Yeah,
Here
it
we
does.
talk about foster care in C.
The point he's making is that the real adoption issue has to do with infant adoption relative to abortion. That's the thing we're going after here is abortion.
Right.
Trying to prevent, trying to encourage, elective. Prohibit elective abortion.
So he's changing F in here to increase funding to foster care.
Right.
Background checks and so on. Expanding services stays the same. The first part stays the same.
C is foster care.
But, so if you mix adoption and foster care, but
There's nothing to do with adoption in this first section.
What about G, subsection, subparagraph G?
So increasing partnerships with local, private, and nonprofit charitable organizations to create a safer, more responsive system, still could be, that could be foster care or adoption. Right?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, okay, so if we call this foster care and move the other stuff to adoption. Oh, okay, so I that's down here becomes F.
Mm-hmm.
And you move F, G, and H. I got no problem with creating,
So you want,
creating the fund of adoption.
so you want to just take B, D, and E out of this, and replace 190 with this, and then make this 190A. Is that Like,
Yeah.
No, I think so.
so then adoption will change to just foster care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sounds like all discussion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we make it so. Okay. What we just said.
Okay.
Motion to amend. To amend
190.
for this document that we're looking at.
Oh, I'm already in there. Okay, so
So let's just vote on this. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Move an amendment to reflect this document right
You're
here.
gonna do it, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
change that
we did it.
foster
We wanna,
care.
And then we're gonna add 90 days.
and we wanna use the same words they did in his document. We urge the Texas legislature and then point A. Instead of all that stuff.
So what you wanna do is then. Okay, so we wanna take this out.
We wanna take
Texas
out
legislature.
from adopt on right there, take that out. Just put, we urge the Texas legislature to : Don't leave the two in there.
Oh, leave two in there?
Oh, wait. Grammatically, we should have the two in there. To expand.
Yeah.
To expand.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. You're making a mess of this. A, it's.
Cause the colon back.
C is going. Can I slip of the finger?
Can I do it Monday? Yeah.
I did everything, I did everything.
Everything. That. Sometimes it changes towards.
Yeah, it's included nine.
Those little pieces. And working pieces. Yeah, it's still there.
It's there.
It's black.
Okay, we got A, C. Okay, move up, we want F.
Which is I. F is now I.
Right.
So we strike these.
You're gonna strike F, G, and H.
Wait a minute, what's this?
What?
Current platform, is this in the bottom of current platform?
Yes.
Is that?
What are you talking about?
We urge committees and people of faith to promote adoption.
Yeah.
What do we do with that?
Leave it on the bottom. We're amending it, we can just leave that at the bottom.
We put that on the bottom of 198, which is adoption.
190 is not about adoption.
198.
No, but that's,
Okay, yeah, we can just move that to 198 at the bottom of 198.
Okay, so what I want to do is, I'm going to now say, 90A. Infant adoption? Adoption.
It's just
Infant.
infant adoption.
Yeah, that's the point they're trying to make. It's infant instead of that.
If you
Encourage adoption as compassionate alternative to abortion through.
If we put in foster care piece,
We can say adoption.
can we say adoption?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's probably fine.
to my uh, font. Come on. Oh, styles. I want to go. Oh. Then I can take this, steal this from something that's already in.
That piece on the bottom, I would take that out. In the amendment. We urge communities and people of faith to promote adoption and for those not called to adopt, see, to offer assistance.
It's
to
right there
families.
under SD9. Don't you miss SD9, Terry, the second paragraph? Yeah, right there.
You get me all of it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No. There.
Okay, now,
Magic.
do we take this item that's here out?
That's what he was just saying.
I was saying I would take that out of there.
Why?
At the very end of it, do they allow adoption
Yeah.
for single people?
They usually do. Singles?
Single people can, like, some people not married, they can adopt.
Okay, hang on. Well, this whole statement here is.
Oh, you're talking about what was there before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To allow children to be adopted only by.
Married or
single
heterosexuals.
I'm in favor of that.
That's already in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
It's right there.
Well, I mean, that's part of the plank right now.
Yeah, the best interest of the family, oh,
But-
is that what we put in up at the top?
No,
No.
you moved down.
Where?
It should have been taken from 190, we're gonna put it on 190A, that's what we said we're gonna do.
Oh, no, this piece here?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So the question is, do I leave that? No. In 198?
Yeah.
Okay.
But where did that last sentence come from?
Which one?
State of Texas should allow children to adopt.
It came from that, it's part of it, it's
It's from the very, from
the
the
sheet's
top.
not long enough,
It's in 198 now.
it's on the next
Or 190.
page.
It was in 190.
Yeah, that's good. All right. So now. Let me check my notes for 190.
This is the current platform.
Oh, it's in the current.
This is current
Yeah.
platform. Right here.
But we still have some issues up on top, so.
Now, here's the question. Do I need to highlight this in red?
Because it's part of the new plank.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would,
Make it look like it belongs, what you just did.
I would guess so, yeah.
Well, then what I really should, okay, so we did that. And we were going to then
Remove F, G, and H.
remove F, G, and H.
Strike, there you go.
And now,
So you should have a copy of that still underneath that original.
right, and I should
And
strike
strike.
it.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. So what I want to do is take this.
And go ahead and strike it now, and then you can just copy and paste it.
Oh, undo. I'll copy that. Okay. Allow me to do this now.
There you go.
And now it's striking.
Yeah, it's already stricken. Oh, wait, no, it's not, it's just underlined.
Yeah, up above there, Tom,
I think it's gonna,
you don't have to put in a new F because the old F is gonna take over.
that's what I thought.
So you gotta take away the underline and then strike it? Is that what you're trying to do?
See, it thinks that put something new here. And
We did, put something.
Yeah, it wasn't there. There you go.
I think our best way is to just remove it. At this point. Oh. I think our best bet is just to remove it, so if we don't get confused. So, add on here that, what is it? F, G, and H.
No. Wait, F, G, yeah, F, G, and H.
Are they actually moved?
Yeah.
Yes. Cause then that's gonna make I, F. So do
And
you,
we don't have to worry about that, they'll take care of that.
yeah, they'll figure out what we did.
I don't think they were actually moved, were they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it went in the new plank.
Right here.
Where is F, make adoption process more affordable?
Scroll down.
The ideas are, but not the words. Exactly.
It was amended. So we're gonna add new as amended. We amended 190 and then we're
Okay,
gonna.
so you don't mean moved exactly.
No.
It just means
Not
move
word
the
for word.
idea.
Yeah. Okay.
So are they gonna go through this one by one, or they're just gonna take your stuff? Whoever's gonna take your edited stuff.
I don't know.
So don't lose it, so we got something to compare to.
Well, we won't lose this because I'll save this file and I'll create a new one at the end of the day.
Okay.
Anyway, so tomorrow we start with a different file.
And once they produce whatever they're producing, we got something to check against it.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna be using ours, but anyway.
Yeah, okay. So you gotta go back now, you took that out, you're gonna have to add it back in now, right?
No. I can't do what I would have thought I could have done with.
Oh, you're just leaving it at the bottom?
So I'm going to take this.
What is it you wanna do? Want something like that?
Okay, now I want to put in here,
Oh, that's fine, there it is there.
resolutions. What is it, resolutions submitted? And I want to, right here, go to, we want to vote on 190 now. We want, well, we'll keep on.
Where do you vote on that?
Yeah, I think we did, they're all current.
We voted to make it as per the document.
Yeah.
So we voted on 190 and 190.
Right.
No pressure, we're just waiting on you to
Yeah.
I know. Up here on this.
We're gonna have to go get breakfast if you don't get with it here.
There's my mouse. Okay, I want that.
it there.
Alright,
Okay,
I still have one question back to me.
Oh my goodness, did you see how many
On the,
amendments somebody put in there? Cause we got another 198
over 190.
new plank resolution
I did see it.
under Texas
Texas
foster
youth.
youth.
Yeah, I read that.
But we could make that 190B if we wanted to.
yeah, we
adopt
can.
that.
Okay, can you go back one more?
Cause then you
Back to
have
the
like the
previous-
infants and then the older kids.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that I verbiage gonna fall?
Yeah, they'll fix that.
Behind F?
Yeah, they'll fix that.
Okay.
Actually, that will be ending up B, so it'll be A, B, and C. When I finish.
Okay, alright.
And now,
Okay, so is there anything else here that we need to pay attention to?
so there's an item, now that we did this, that we may want to, well, okay, so is there any other things having to do with adoption that we didn't handle or want to take care of, that, simplify, reduce time of the post-COVID needs, of course. Do foster care, replace jobs, yeah, looking at that. There's compassionate alternatives, about misinformation, confusion about birth parents, not just. Okay,
We have all those ideas in there.
There's a new.
Visitation rights.
Come on.
That's for the courts. That's not.
Well,
This debt and adoption item. That looks like. Background checks, that's a CPS function.
Yeah.
Do that to CPS. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we got that. Private, okay, this.
I think we got all this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, go until you hit the 190.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, 198. The Texas foster youth.
Tracks. But now that if we've separated foster care, adoption and foster care, we may include something of this into that foster care item.
Into 190.
Yeah. Because I didn't, based on what we had, there wasn't something that would handle. So this is when they get a certain age, they age out of the system.
Right. I mean, that's just like grow up in a house.
Okay.
Pretty young. What? They should be in the foster care system until they turn 18, unless they get adopted.
And we have to do this because it's not being done now. I don't know anything about the foster.
Well, the only thing in here is it's reading, they're asking, let's see, launch Texas foster youth into independence. Texas shall strengthen and expand transition programs for foster youth aging out of the system by partnering with faith-based organizations, nonprofits, trade schools, community colleges, private sector employers to provide vocational training, job placement assistance, mentorship, and life skills education at no additional cost to the taxpayer, ensuring these. But
how do you do any of that with that?
You can't enforce that.
Cost.
You can't enforce that anyways. You can't tell private entities or faith-based organizations that, hey, you need to do this. You can start all the programs you want, but it's not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna be a waste of somebody's time. And who's gonna do that?
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we take no action.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay. I think we have to vote on that, do it.
Let me see where I am over here.
Got a motion, got a second. Aye.
Okay, so.
All in favor?
I need one.
Official. You guys are killing me.
I need something here to keep us amended.
And where?
Okay. So let's vote on all these changes then one time. All in favor of these amendments and changes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's carried, keep as amended. Okay. Totally.
191.
191. Halfway. Call on Texas legislature to pass legislation. This one says delete plank 30, included in plank 182.
What's 182 look like?
Gender identity and government policy.
It's included.
It's already 182, it says. Is it there?
182A.
These facilities are only used by persons based on biological sex.
182.
Public, private restrooms, change facilities, showers, be segregated based on biological sex. Already there.
Yeah.
So we can delete that.
So we can delete that.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to delete 191.
Second.
Okay, second. Okay, been moved and seconded. We delete that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is deleted. Okay,
All they want to say is delete.
yeah. 192.
192.
This is no change.
Yeah.
Detransitions, detransition sisters, and the pursuit of establishing a healthy lifestyle, being harmed by gender industry.
I got nothing.
It's just says to reaffirm the plank, so could we get a
Motion
wanna
to
keep this?
keep
192.
as is.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, we keep as is. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're keeping it as is. Reaffirm plank. 193.
I feel like we got stuck in the mud, now we're rolling again.
Yeah.
This one's, the only change here is biological women only in women's prison.
Okay, it says
No
keep
trans
prison.
is what they're saying, I guess, right?
Keep prison zero single sex.
Yes.
It already says housed according to biological sex, so
Yeah,
I
so
see.
what's different?
Motion to keep as is.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to keep as is. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're keeping it as is. Pro-life issue.
We had an addition to that.
194, we have 195 editions. I didn't know if we had any 194, do we?
Where, Elizabeth?
It's add under F.
New plank, she's called. So
No. It's not a new plan. It was a new sub.
that's what she's calling.
It's the Comstock Act.
What did she want to add?
Why would you say enforce it if it's already an act?
Oh, here it is.
Shouldn't it be enforced?
She
So
wanted
I
to
repeat it.
add,
Stop and travel, abortion travel.
yeah,
Yeah, but is that part of the,
194.
that's 194.
I get that, but if the Comstock Act is already addressing that issue, why are we gonna turn around and repeat the Comstock Act in this plan?
Comstock Act is with pills.
Mhm.
It stops you from mailing pills, abortion drugs, and other narcotics in the mail.
Right.
This is saying a private business like Dell Samsung cannot create a fund to pay for a hotel or a plane ticket to send a woman out of state.
Transportation.
Hang on. Back to my notes, that was one of the notes.
This is what she wanted to add.
Yeah.
It's the one laying right there. It's that one laying there.
This one,
No,
this one.
Right. Yeah, no, I got it right here in my stack, I just had to find it. And I thought I had a note. I know I wrote notes. Wrote notes for everybody. Notes. Oh. 194, there it is, okay. So add prohibit private entities from funding out-of-state abortion under pro-life plank government. So that was there. 194.
Give a motion.
So we're gonna amend and add private entities. But then we had,
So we're gonna add M,
what's that?
we'll add M.
M, yeah.
Get a motion.
Motion to amend.
With what?
Adding this proposed language.
Well, that's what we've got to figure out exactly how we want to amend it.
Oh, she's got that plank language down at the bottom.
We're
Probably starting with prohibiting private entities from using funds, blah, blah, blah.
prohibit, okay, prohibiting private entities.
Yes, the thing reads, including but not limited to prohibiting private entities from using funds, benefits, reimbursements.
Yeah. Okay.
Make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I made the motion.
You made the motion.
Now we figured out what we're gonna amend.
Did we second it? Someone second it?
Just need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Let's vote on it then. All in favor of making this change, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries.
Oh,
Now we have some on 95.
you were on a roll though.
95.
We have one more point, and we're gonna add, we further support appropriate civil enforcement mechanisms. It should say.
Is that gonna be a
It should-
non-indented paragraph? Is that what you're?
Well, I don't think so, because it doesn't apply to everything else.
Okay.
I would say, supporting inappropriate or appropriate civil enforcement mechanisms,
Is it N?
but not
Prohibit
limited
private
to.
entities from using funds, benefits,
You saying it as paragraph N?
Yeah.
As in Nancy?
Yeah.
No.
No, I think not,
Why not?
because I think this pertains particularly to that. Not the rest of it.
Say again?
The,
Well, we're not talking about, I'm just talking about having another point in.
the civil enforcement pertains only to this,
What is this?
the travel,
Oh, I see.
to facilitate
To
travel.
So it should be another
Yeah.
sentence.
So I think it is another sentence in
Another
it.
sentence, yeah, I agree with you.
So we have an N,
No, just another sentence in M here. Otherwise,
just add it to that.
yeah,
Gotcha.
otherwise it's,
We're gonna have the whole alphabet there.
Otherwise, it's gonna apply to everything else.
yeah, it only applies to this. Okay, we're getting good at this now, man.
We'll have it down by the time we're done.
Okay, so,
I'm sure glad that guy brought the projector.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a good guy.
We're gonna buy him the supper.
So buy dinner, right?
okay, so we support appropriate civil enforcement.
Supporting, I would say. Grammatically, just say supporting appropriate civil
Would you say
enforcement.
in
You could say
and
that,
supporting?
Yes,
civil enforcement mechanisms against.
without objection. And so ordered. This one. There you go.
That's good.
D. EUA. Right.
I would change that to who, individuals who know what this is. Individuals who know what this is. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that too. I just remember that from sixth grade. Who's on first?
Okay. Question, go ahead.
You probably know the difference between less and fewer than.
Yes, I do.
Do you wanna add,
That just kills me. Nobody knows that anymore.
And then the difference between imminent, eminent, and
do we want to
mandate.
add enforcement of Contact Act to F?
Okay, what are we doing?
Or it was, forget the Contact Act. We want to reference the Contact Act in the document.
Oh, do we want to reference that?
Yeah, in F, do we want to reference the Contact Act, or we've got enough in there, we don't need to reference?
Okay.
Where's the current? Where's the current? Put something in
F,
here.
prohibit.
Redundancy isn't gonna make things happen.
Prohibition.
I think that just says what it needs to say.
It is redundant.
It's not gonna fix anything or enforce it.
So we're moving on. 195. We're on to 195.
We're on 195.
Okay.
City Comstock Act.
Oh,
that was in Harris County proposal.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay, so we want to, keep as amended?
About half of her testimony was on 195.
Right.
We want to keep as amended?
Hang on. Hang on.
It's 194.
Keep us.
194.
Hold on, I'm looking at 195.
No.
We voted on that. Right?
We voted.
So keep as amended. Yeah.
Okay.
194. We amended it, yeah.
Okay.
Abolish abortion. This is the one we had all of these.
Okay, so yeah, 195 is.
Most of which were in favor of keeping it.
Right, the only thing, there was question brought up about where it says oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the United States Constitution by denying such person equal protection of the laws.
Everybody but one person argued to keep this as is.
Right. The one thing, well, yeah, but there was one thing brought up. Does it say anything in here about the pill bill? HB 7?
No.
Well, the pills are in.
The problem is they're bringing them from overseas, out of the country.
Yeah, what they said was it's not being enforced. Right. Now, so the pills issues in healthcare.
Yeah, I wrote my notes on here. They were talking about the abortion and then abortion pills, the Texas homicide code, Texas abortion pill bill, and it's in this little pamphlet talking about how the Texas abortion pill bill denies equal protection because the pills are coming in from elsewhere. That's on this one.
But if you leave the equal protection in here, that covers that, doesn't it? If you don't change the blank.
Yeah, but
What was said up here in 194 was prohibit manufacturing, importation, sales, dispensing, use of.
Abortifacients.
Talked about.
What would you want it to say?
Well, it just sounds like, so it says right here, support the right of municipalities to protect mothers and their preborn children and their communities by passing enforceable city ordinances that further ban abortions within city limits, closing all loopholes. Well, it sounds like which is not in here, it's under this HB 7 2025, so they passed this last year, the Texas abortion pill bill denies because they're saying that denies equal protection. But if that equal protection is already in there, that bill should never have passed. It just conflicts with this plank. It's just an law.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's not the law.
So we just, so then we would keep it as is.
Yeah, can I get a motion?
The issue they raise about pill is that it's not enforceable.
But so if this stays in here, they can create the laws necessary to enforce.
Right, so we wanna keep it as is with the equal protection.
Yeah.
And then
I think that's the
if they
idea.
pass that, then that's gonna kill the,
Well, then they should be able to
get rid of the bill, yeah.
Okay.
Motion to keep as is.
A second.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Let's vote. All in favor, saying aye. All opposed? Keep it as is.
Did y'all vote on that proposed language?
That's why I brought that up. That's what I was talking about, opposed legislation that discriminates against any reborn children and violates the United States Constitution by denying such persons equal protection of the laws. That's what we're talking about, that keeps the equal protection. That's what we just voted on. Is keeping
That means Republicans would have to oppose any pro-life bill that has passed so far. That's what they mean by equal protection, is it has to punish the woman, the booklet you were just reading out of.
Yeah.
So that's why that opposed language was struck last time. Is because it means Republicans can't support any good pro-life bill if it's not perfect. That was the debate.
If it was opposed last time, why is it in there?
Because there was an error in the main platform committee. That's what, I mean, even Bradley, who's on the other side of this issue, he admitted it was a document error. But just looking at the content, that means to oppose legislation, they're saying any bill that doesn't punish women for seeking abortion, that's what they mean by equal protection. That's the booklet you were just reading out of.
opposed legislation that discriminates against any preborn children. Let's talk about preborn children.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, is that because we don't punish women, that's discrimination. That's what that whole booklet you're reading out of is about.
Yeah, we understand that.
Okay, he doesn't, so.
Yeah, we understand that because we had 5 people testifying in favor of keeping it.
Okay.
As it is.
Okay, as long as the committee knows that, that just didn't hear.
Yeah, I think we know, may not be right, but we know what we did.
Well, I'm not entirely clear.
So So we're giving equal protection of the law to all preborn children in the statement before that. Right?
Yeah.
So why do we need the second statement?
Well, legislation
Starting with proposed legislation.
Yeah.
Well, it's already got equal protection in that first line.
Right.
You're saying
that's basically
the phrase proposed legislation that discriminates against any preborn children that violates the United States Constitution by denies such persons equal protection of the laws.
that phrase right there
That's the problem, right?
was taken out 2 years ago,
Correct.
but it accidentally got put back into the final document?
They were using Word doc instead of Google Doc, and the guy keeping track of it kept not saving it, so we got it amended out like 4 different
They
times.
took 4 different votes.
Yeah, Michelle Evans and JR Oss were both on that committee and they saw it. But what that means is you would oppose the Texas Heartbeat Act, the Women and Child Protection Act, even like the Fetal Pain Act, this government abortion ban, the trigger law. So all those things, whenever in 2021, got the Heartbeat Act passed, that dropped abortion from 56,000 abortions to where we're at now is 19,000 abortions. So it hasn't ended the issue of abortion, but it saved thousands of lives per year. But oppose means you would oppose all of that. That you would oppose anything that's not everything.
Yeah.
And if you look at others,
I don't see that.
But that's
That's what they did in actuality though.
That's
In
what
actuality, they came and testified against the Texas heartbeat law, which is actually the law that led to the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
And has been like the strongest pro-life law in the country because there's no other law except for like the Ohio heartbeat law that protects life as soon as the detection of a heartbeat before we had the Dobbs decision, which now protects at conception.
Okay, but this discriminates against any preborn children.
My question, I'm asking him only. You're saying that the phrase oppose legislation, until the words protection of the laws, comma, that was taken out 2 years ago, but accidentally put back in?
Yes, sir. And that's fine. I mean, we don't have to re-litigate that. We're arguing that phrase, that clause needs to be taken out.
That phrase should not even be, we should not even be looking at that phrase right now.
Right, but I mean, it's like, let's talk about it now.
You're saying Bradley Pierce would agree to that?
That's what he started his testimony saying. It wasn't supposed to be.
Right, that's what I wrote down here about the,
But why would all these others come and say they wanted it as a?
well, no, but
They
that's
want the
separate,
first
that's
part.
separate from the first part.
Yeah, they
because
want the first part.
That whole group, they're abolitionists, okay?
They want to be able to litigate against a woman who
Right.
chooses abortion. So
Yes.
how does this prevent that from happening?
What this says is you can't create legislation that does anything short of, calling for the woman's head.
it's murder charges. So their bill provides 2 opportunities or 2 legislative. The judge and jury can decide either death penalty or life in prison without parole. And we think you should try and pass bills that maybe don't go that far. But even if they don't go that far, we want to have that option. The opposed legislation means you oppose anything that doesn't go that far.
So that's
I
what
don't
wiped
agree
out.
with that, but
So here's.
I don't think it should be there
Here's a
anyway if it was not supposed to have been there
Right.
at the end of the convention process 2 years ago.
But here's a whole set of testimony, and I don't know if it's real or not.
Well, they're talking about the equal
It basically
equal
said that
protection.
if it was against the law, they would not have aborted. Back when, all these people that wrote it.
Because they let somebody strong arm them? They're changing, I mean, they had the choice. Right?
But there was no penalty. It wasn't against. the law.
Testimony was if there was a penalty.
If it was illegal. Yeah, but how many? On the flip side of that. I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. If you look at the flip side. How many people might go to prison because it is illegal?
Or maybe they wouldn't abort.
Maybe they wouldn't, or maybe they'd be in a position where they don't have a choice and they end up in prison.
So with the heartbeat bill, the steps that we've taken, we've reduced they reduced abortions now.
Yeah, you said 50%.
Yeah.
Over 50%.
Over 50%.
56,000. Now we're estimating we can verify 19,000 abortion pills have come into the state. But that doesn't mean all those pills have been taken. So
Right.
the fight is not over. But having the incremental strategy has saved thousands of lives, and opposing legislation that would be incremental and not the full equal protection would be costing us thousands of lives until we can get the legislature to pass the equal protection, because we don't have the votes to pass an equal protection bill right now. So that means we're gonna wait however many sessions it takes, which is probably gonna mean that we're gonna let other states lead until the United States finally realizes. But we want to be the state that's leading. We want to save as many lives as possible. We want to be bringing the questions to the court to end abortion across our country, which might not mean murder charges for women, but it might mean more steps to deal with advertising abortion bills, or even minimal, like required counseling or medical providers losing their license if it's a woman who's self-inducing, like starting to introduce the subject prudently to win the culture and win the legislature, instead of just saying it has to be murder charges and anything else is not enough, so we're gonna oppose it.
I got this, so having that in there, but you said having that verbiage, if that got passed, that would kill how many other,
It would have cost hundreds of thousands of lives.
Yeah, we would still be back in the.
56,000 is what we were at. Now we're at
Well,
19,000.
why aren't you opposed to the words at the beginning of this?
Because
it says the same thing, does it not?
we're okay with saying y'all support the equal protection. What we're against is y'all saying we support equal protection and we oppose anything else.
Should
So
we oppose legislation?
we're fine with saying, legislature, let's consider this and the other stuff y'all put in the plan.
So then thinking this is gonna stop incremental legislation.
If you keep the opposed language in, it will stop incremental.
Or it'll tell the legislature you're not acting as a Republican if you support any measure that does not include.
so it basically makes it where it's either all or none.
Yeah, that's it.
So you're leaving you're leaving the original language, the right to life and equal protection of the laws.
Right.
You're
Just
leaving
take out
that,
the opposed, the legislation.
but you're striking the opposed legislation that discriminates and the rest of that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's our approach. There are people that want to strike the whole thing, but that's not us.
And if you want to like even change, I don't know how you would rephrase, but the opposed legislation, even just those two words, we are working for stronger legislation to prevent the discrimination against. Like leaving it where it's open, where we have all the tools on the table versus saying you only have a hammer.
If we took out opposed legislation, and take out two opposed legislation, just put, and not discriminate against any preborn children.
Yeah.
So the issue is that these groups will come, because of that opposed legislation language, they will go to the legislature and they will argue as an excuse against whatever is filed
They're already
incrementally.
willing to do that.
Yeah.
They're already.
And I've read and heard and spoken to people that support what you're saying.
And yeah, we support.
Well, let me ask, this is just a philosophical question, but how are we gonna stop abortion? Because that's what we want to do.
By recognizing it in the Constitution.
Say again?
By recognizing the right to life in the Constitution. The U.S. Constitution protects the right to life.
Right.
And our federal government needs to acknowledge.
You can minimize it, but you're never gonna stop it completely, unfortunately.
But just like human trafficking, we haven't given up on fighting human trafficking.
But see, it's a sensitive topic because a lot of people are either this way or that way, and there's not a lot of middle ground to like.
That's why we don't like the oppose, because it's like we don't need to be fighting against each other to save lives. Like our goal is to end abortion.
Right.
So leave the tools on the table to help us do that.
No, I agree with that.
Strategies.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So you gotta.
Well, frankly, if Michelle Evans and Haas had this struck 2 years ago, then that's what we should do. I mean, that just speaks volumes to me. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we amend this plank, striking the language starting at oppose legislation that discriminates and carrying through to such persons equal protection of the laws. And,
I got you. So all the way through to 9. And then, so it'll say and such persons.
because the equal protection language remains in the plank at the top.
Right.
What we're doing here is we're getting rid of the redundancy of saying it again.
Right.
And we're striking the opposed legislation part. Because I know that's exactly correct, that the organizations were there arguing exactly as you described it. And if this is a barrier and if it already went through the process with the people you described from 2 years ago, then in my view, we should do that.
So what you're suggesting is to strike what I've highlighted.
Yes.
A second. Wait. And to adopt.
Make sure it's grammarly correct.
Yeah. No, that'll work.
Yeah.
I second that, even though I don't agree with what she's saying, that would mean that they would have to oppose every single pro-life bill ever filed from now to the rest of time. If it didn't.
No, you're.
If it didn't, let me finish,
Go ahead,
if it
you're
didn't, provide for the prosecution of the woman for having an abortion. I don't agree if that's what that means, but I do agree that
No, I think I follow.
it should be taken out if that was the intent of the
Yes.
state convention 2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. So, motion to amend.
Second.
I've got a motion to amend and it's seconded. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
I'm glad y'all are here.
Thank
you. Help.
196.
196, okay. Inviolability of life and fundamental right of life, or to life. Okay, is there anything in there that we should be adding?
Alternatives such as adoption elsewhere.
Right, we don't need to get rid of it again, right?
Say again?
So we don't need to repeat ourselves. With the. So we got 2. So reaffirm, no change.
Okay, is there a motion? What to do?
You want to keep it?
Keep it as is.
Okay, a second. It's been moved and seconded, we keep it as is, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're keeping it as is. 197,
This is, yeah.
this was a gentleman that spoke and wanted us to add the 2 paragraphs on at least 640 acres in flexible and annexation.
Yeah, it's the first 2 resolutions in there.
Yes.
Do you have his wording coming?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, that's right.
Basically, it.
I'm fine with
A
this
and
too.
B.
Right there.
Yeah.
They need some, tools out there.
Can I get a motion from someone?
Motion to amend 197.
Okay,
And,
second.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded that we amend 197 with what, these two, A and B?
Yes.
How do we present that?
You're not gonna have that right, 'cause-
Yeah. Any discussion, more discussion?
We're just gonna have discussion.
I want to add 2 paragraphs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, on the first one, the minimum acreage size should be set to 1 square mile. Why should that be a statewide standard? Why can't the local entity decide what they want to do?
Yeah, city or the county.
The city or the county?
Well, okay, let's look at that. The county doesn't annex, right?
Okay, so
Okay, it's not.
So it's a municipality.
So it's a municipality.
Municipality, okay.
For potential political subdivision.
Right.
So it is acting on its for its benefit. Right.
Well, hopefully they're acting for the constituents' benefit, yes.
You have to.
Well, he's saying they are acting for the constituents' benefits. Right? Or not?
No, here it's simply saying, here it's saying that if you want to annex something, you got
it needs to be 1 square mile.
1 square mile.
That can go in.
So that you're not just grabbing pieces that you like.
Right.
Right.
What if that grabbing pieces that you like makes sense? Like, you know, I wanna just grab this one adjoining tract of land next to Farmer Brown for half an acre.
Well, okay, so.
Why should that be prohibited?
Well, you have, the issue for them is they have developers that will acquire a tract, and it's a small tract, and then they get the municipality to annex the street 4 miles away.
Right,
because they
understand.
want city services.
What he said.
Right, because they want city services, so.
They don't want the city to pay for it,
Right.
fund it in.
So and I believe Jim was the county commissioner, I believe, and I think what he was saying is that they wanna limit, I think these two go
I'm in favor
together.
of the second one, but not
Yeah.
the first.
We could probably put them together.
I think they kind of go together. I think because what they're saying is, we don't want some little tiny thing with a flagpole on it. So if you make them annex a minimum of 640 acres, that's gonna go hand in hand with prohibiting that little flagpole or horseshoe or whatever language, corridor annexation. So and without going deeply here, I would just say, we have that exactly here in Harris County in Houston, not only with the city, right? Because Kingwood, the giant Kingwood is part of the city, right? And Clear Lake is part of the city, but all these little nooks and crannies along the Northwest Corridor are not in the city, they're in the county. So this has already happened here, and now they're trying to prevent it from happening out in the rural part of Texas. So I would support that, because I've seen it firsthand. He also said that they'll ask for, well, without getting on the side of it, but they'll ask for this and then annex something bigger. So that's a little bit separate. But if we could add those together, I'm obviously in favor of both, but
I'm
it's not a
opposed to
deal
the
breaker
first
for
one.
me.
I don't think we should tell someone, you can't annex half an acre of land.
Well, the annexation, if it happens, it has to get approved by somebody, right?
Right.
The city. So if the city approves the annexation and they wanna pay the money to do that, why should they not?
What they pay money for, what money are they paying?
Well, whatever's annexed and
They
the
have to
city's
provide
gonna,
services to whatever's in it.
yeah, they're gonna have to pay, the city will pay to get services to.
Where law says within 5 years.
Okay.
They don't have to provide
They don't have
services
to do
for
it.
5 years.
There's a window to do it.
So can we we'll leave the people high and dry?
Well, we can't
Look,
force them to provide services immediately.
Right. Let me offer this. If, and this is not a deal breaker for
I'm in
me.
favor of the second one.
Yeah,
But not the first.
but the challenge is without the first one, you're just going to allow them to annex.
Well, who's gonna say that it's a flagpole, a corridor, or a
Right.
shoestring if you don't have any kind of size to go above?
Correct.
I mean, I don't know.
If they just
a whole
annex
square
one lot.
mile is necessary, but
If they just annex one lot and then the street all the way back to the city 4 miles away, then it's gonna be a flagpole. So you could pose that, but, right. But of course, the idea is if you mandate that he's trying to put a poison pill in it that says, oh, if you wanna annex it, that's fine. But then you're gonna annex this area.
enough to make
It's
it's
not
not gonna be a small subdivision.
Right. We're not gonna annex 33 homes. That's not gonna be worth our while. We know.
It'd be more like
Because
400
what are they gonna
homes.
annex? It's not gonna be the homes, it's going to be commercial development.
Right.
It's the guy who's built a commercial building or is running something that's gonna generate taxes. So I'm very easy on that. I'm fine with none of them or just the second one.
Is
And
the
we
first one saying that it has to be an exact square mile?
Has to be no less than.
Minimum is 640 acres is what it's saying.
It has to be a square mile, a perfect square.
No.
So it doesn't have.
No, it's just saying acre size, so it has to be a minimum of 640 acres. It could be, it look like 2 dog acres, so it adds up to 640 acres.
I think without getting stuck on it too hard, I would say that. I'll remember what Tom says, that we're not writing the statutes here. We're giving them ideas on what to do.
Recommendations.
And the idea, frankly, if we went with the second one, I think that really does give them the idea.
Be better than nothing.
Yeah.
Better than what we have.
We're not writing the statutes, but we're telling the legislature, if we approve the first one, that we want them to write a statute mandating a minimum of 600.
Right.
I would say we at least put the second one in there.
Absolutely. I'm in favor of the second.
Let me amend my motion to just add in the second one. That's the number B. The proposed neighborhood shall not result in areas commonly referred to as flagpole, corridor, or shoestring annexation.
Right.
And will leave the size part of
Is there a second?
Okay, I would make a point where, since the motion's ready, the original motion's ready to be made and seconded,
What
and
was the original
we've
motion?
had discussion.
To have both of them
In order
say,
to
let's
do what
vote
he's
on-
now saying, we have to have unanimous consent.
Yeah, let's vote on the first motion, which was seconded.
Okay.
Now we
No, no.
discussed it.
He made a motion to take off the first.
Right.
In order for that to happen, we have to have unanimous consent, since the original motion was to consider both.
Right.
Okay, so.
So,
I propose we
Mr.
get-
Chairman, can we have unanimous consent to modify the original motion? Is that the proper language?
To remove the first.
Do we have a unanimous consent to remove the?
Yes, anyone opposed to that?
Motion?
No, it's
Anybody, nobody opposed?
So
Okay.
it's unanimous.
So then,
So now we vote
now we
on.
vote on the second one. So, do I need a second for that?
No.
Okay, okay, all in favor of, adding the second paragraph? Proposed neighborhood annexation should not be flagpoles or corridors, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll add that then.
Thank you guys.
Trying to think if we can convert this in from throwing together sentences to some kind of bullet type arrangement.
On top of what's already there.
You just kind of. Yeah, I agree.
It's the way it
Think we could
reads.
do that?
Oh, yeah, I don't know, read's funny.
Oh. On plank 198, you want to?
No,
97,
Oh, sorry.
about where to add that in there.
187?
197.
We're gonna add that portion that we talked about, but I'm trying to figure out, do you need to rewrite this a little bit so that it's more, bulletized, like other planks?
Well, I mean, they already approved that. If you just take out the proposed neighborhood and just take it where it says annexation shall, and just throw that in there at the end as another sentence.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Or a paragraph, another paragraph.
So take out proposed neighborhood?
Right, just take it from annexations to the rest of it. Just annexations to annexation.
Okay. Just add that as a sentence on the end.
Somebody's gonna have to describe what a flagpole corridor or shoestring annexation is.
You know what, that'll be their problem.
That's what
But at
Google,
least we're not holding them to the square mile standard.
that's what Google's for.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
For Siri.
Okay, do we have any, we voted on that, right? So.
right.
Then they see it, let's get it in there, where they don't have to be contiguous. This,
Give them a second to catch
they're not
up.
contiguous, they're not uniform.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's crazy,
Uh,
but the city's approved.
so that one will just say what?
Technically, they
Amend,
don't
or
really,
amend
they
that?
do and they don't.
Keep as amended.
Yeah.
Keep it as amended.
You,
No.
The
amend.
city can say no.
Keep as an.
Oh, keep it, okay, yeah, keep it as amended, yeah.
Okay.
No, keep it as
I
amended.
know, people are getting money in the bag,
Yeah, yeah.
behind the curtains.
Anything else?
I know
in
that's
this
how it
section?
happens.
yes.
Yes, we have a new plank,
Oh,
197A.
Oh,
so we're done with everything else with 197.
197's good.
Okay.
Now we've got a resolution submitted for a new plank, 197A, infrastructure planning and protection.
So the intent of this is to handle, deal with what the commissioner said, in providing some local control over developments or large scale.
Okay, I get that, but holy smokes, how you gonna put in new plank, 197A, and then it's just a whole bunch of resolutions right behind it?
Well,
We don't
we
need all.
don't put it all in.
I get that, but we're looking at four pages,
Well, we,
3 pages?
yes, we need to come up with language.
do we need to come up with language, Tom? I mean, isn't this a topic that should be in the business commerce section or something?
Right?
I don't know.
How does this apply
To us,
yeah,
because, yeah, state affairs takes on everything. If it's in multiple, if it deals with multiple, sections, state affairs gets it.
oh, so we're just like, here, handle this.
You know, it's like, so for instance, in the House, they have a,
Say first.
they have a committee that is for K through 12, and you have higher education. If you have a bill that includes both, it has to go to state affairs.
Okay.
Man, I should have done that first. Actually, I didn't get a
That wasn't in
choice.
your packet?
I just raised my hand and then I was told, hey, this is what
I'm
you got.
wondering since.
But the reason why I think it belongs here is that we're handling property annexation, we're handling HOA governance, we're handling property rights, we're handling eminent domain. And I think
Oh, my goodness.
all of
This gets- Okay, some of these get into data centers.
is involving
Land use.
Yeah,
Local control.
yeah.
I'm wondering, you said there are 45 of them now? 45 per proposed resolutions for this?
How many are
I
the
said
same?
about 4.5 pages.
Oh, I'm sorry.
4 pages.
4.5 pages, not 45.
Yes. Some of these take up a half a page.
What is the concept that we're trying to get down? Why don't we just put some words together on that?
Well, we
County
gotta,
control, what else is it?
Well,
In the,
I'm wondering-
in the development process.
well, here's,
Well,
it
the first
starts,
one-
it starts getting
This is
into
all over the place.
battery energy storage systems, AI data processing centers.
right.
I mean, you're getting into,
Does it mention also the electricity transmission lines?
No, it's just seven.
Well, the second one asks for voter approval on these items, right, so.
Mhm.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, since there's so many proposals submitted for this topic, whether or not we should postpone consideration of this plank until tomorrow, until after we have a chance to talk with those other subcommittees, say, hey, are you guys gonna be doing something on data centers? Cause, you know, we don't wanna have data center resolutions coming out.
yes, it's
2 or 3
ridiculous.
different
I mean,
subcommittees.
it's like a whole
I know.
section of.
Some of the
I mean, God
resolutions
bless
are half a
them.
page.
I mean, God bless them.
But the
for
thing
doing it.
is, it's kind of all over the place too. You're looking at this one over here is different from this one.
I would like to ask the Business Commerce Subcommittee whether or not they're addressing this. And maybe,
When would we do that? Cause we're meeting again in the morning. They're not meeting till the afternoon, right?
oh, that's a good point.
Rulemaking,
That's a good point. Valid.
that's all I have to read through.
I mean, if we end up with 2 different ones, that'll get sorted out in the meeting as a whole, for sure.
Let's see.
Generally, it would.
Maybe we could put this off
How about,
to be
okay,
the last, plank that we consider.
hang on. So all of this was about granting authority to the municipalities, correct?
To the county
Counties.
commissioners.
To the counties. So we got one right here from SD 8, Collin County. Says the Republican Party of Texas calls on the Texas legislature to grant the same authority to Texas counties that the Texas municipalities possess to adopt zoning regulations and regulate subdivision developments in unincorporated areas, excluding areas within an extra territorial district.
Jurisdiction.
Well,
Does each agency control?
there's a challenge there.
It's only covering,
because you got,
subdivision development, though.
Right, but we can add to it. I mean, that's a good bullet to start with, and then we can add to that to give them the authority that they're looking for. No?
So so the other one is where the commissioners court talked about.
Commissioners courts have authority to regulate city.
Citing.
Sorry,
Which one?
Oh, that was my question. Signing, construction, operation of large scale facilities proposed under construction, operating within a county's unincorporated area where that county's
And
commissioner court has
that's the
jurisdiction.
real issue, is data centers that they're really bothered by.
Right, well, that'd be a large scale facility, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it's for commercial use, right?
Yeah.
So, any commercial facilities?
Yeah, I think that better describes the one than the other one you read it from Collin County.
Right, but
this is the
it's,
Bandera, this 24. Which one are you on?
I'm under this right here, the Ellis. I'm trying to keep it short and sweet, get
Okay.
what they want. But so in operation of, instead of large scale facilities, you can put commercial facilities or subdivisions. Right? That covers everything.
I think it's mostly the data centers are buying.
I know what they're going for, but that's a commercial facility.
Yeah.
So even though it might be, they try to say it's private land, it's still used for commercial use. You know what I mean? Or you can even say large scale, large scale facilities, commercial facilities, and new subdivisions. You can throw subdivisions in there too. I should give them all the juice, right?
Look at, what about this one down here at Kirkland?
Let's see. Which one? Let's see. Is this
Local
the,
government control over development.
okay. That's a lot lengthier than what I was just talking about.
It is, but I think we can shorten.
That's
Take all of that.
Yeah, that's almost a duplicate of that Bandera resolution. I think you're on the right track there. You don't have to take all of that, but the fact that it says it encourages the legislature to grant limited regulatory authority in unincorporated areas to protect rural lands, and then it does talk about solar farms, wind farms, data mining.
Down to economic goals.
Yes.
Okay, well, we don't need to put governor habits directives.
No.
Down to economic goals.
Yes, I agree with that.
Economic goals,
Before you start, the RPT supports policies and progress.
Yes.
Voluntary labor.
Which one are you at? I thought you were talking about Kirk County, right?
Yeah, it's the 24 curve. This one here, which is right above SD 45 hedges.
I think that's a good plan.
Kerr has two of them.
That's the new plank 197. Gotcha.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I don't see where, you're saying go down to where?
I'm on page 20.
You're on page 20.
yeah, that's where I'm at. It starts off local government, it's all caps.
Yeah.
Local government control over development.
Right.
Okay, that's the one.
So RPT encourages essentially legislature grant limited regulatory authority for incorporated areas, for lands, local resources from negative impacts, large scale commercial developments, including solar farms, wind farms.
That reads pretty well to me, I think.
Yeah. I think we got a winner.
Yeah, I like it.
Wait, what did you do?
I like it.
So this is the one that such authority, how far do you wanna go?
Economic goals.
Yeah.
Which is.
About half.
Oh, about half of it.
Okay, I got you. Okay, can somebody give me a?
Wait, so this is 197A.
Yeah, that's the new plan.
Okay.
So do we want to call it local government of control over development? Do we want to keep with what?
Let's see.
Well, it only includes one governmental body, right? The counties. Because cities are already.
How about just saying control over development?
That's what I was thinking.
How about control
Development.
of development in unincorporated areas?
Developmental control.
In unincorporated areas. We're talking about the
Are
county.
these all in unincorporated areas?
Right,
Yeah.
that's what we're addressing, so why do you need to put unincorporated?
No, I don't think we need to do it.
Just put developmental controls.
Local?
Development.
No, just
Development.
development,
How about control over development, that's which is right here, what is that?
just take out the local government.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll work.
Well, that could imply it includes the cities.
Well, not for,
What you're talking about,
oh, it's,
It says unincorporated, shouldn't that be in the title?
but it says encourages, we're talking about granting limited regulatory authority to county commissioners' courts in unincorporated areas, so it already spells it out.
that just describes it.
Right, so why not put that in the title? Control over development in unincorporated areas.
Well, you could also say control over wind farms.
Do we say property development?
Just say property development.
Land.
I don't think so.
Land development?
Land development in unincorporated areas.
Unincorporated land development. That sounds.
Okay with that.
The shorter the better.
Unincorporated.
The short.
Land development.
Land development?
It shortens it just a tad. It shortens what we got right there just a tad. Unincorporated land development. And they'll get what they are asking for.
Yeah, okay with that.
Okay, do we have a motion for the rest of the words?
Motion to add 197A, add add new as developed, as what, as amended?
No, add new, that's one of our options, right?
Yeah.
Add new.
Yeah.
Add new.
Okay, we don't need the RPT encourages Texas legislature.
Just say encourage.
Right, we can just say grant limited, we can start at grant limited regulatory authority to the economic goals.
Well, that's what it says. We need to say, we encourage the Texas legislature.
This is gonna come up elsewhere, somewhere in the world.
I'm sure it will,
I'm sure
but
it.
we
This is
got it
good.
covered, somebody
Yeah. It's
somebody
good.
testified for it, and then,
Yeah.
I propose we say, we encourage the Texas legislature. Second, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
We almost had an accidental discharge.
Okay, do we have a motion? I can't
He
remember.
commented on that, the
Oh,
gentleman who was
yeah,
there.
but he,
I
yeah.
was like, ah, it's okay.
You made a motion,
You made a the original motion.
It's been seconded,
Not yet.
I'll second.
then seconded. Moved and seconded. We have the language here from Kirk County in this new plank, starting at, we encourage the legislature down to economic goals. All in favor, say aye.
I will have a discussion.
That's okay, go.
So I haven't read all of these. You know, I've been swamped the last 2 or 3 weeks. But are you guys saying that you have read all of these
I haven't read all of them.
proposals?
I know what they're
and you
asking.
think that this is the absolute best one?
This pretty much
I
describes.
know what they're asking for, and that gives them what they're asking for.
I think it's just a small framework for them to get started on it. Some of these are really, really detailed about
Some of them are
this.
phrases,
Yeah,
talking
they're
about chapters.
blockchain,
and
like
codes.
it's
It's talking
facilities,
about
right.
setbacks and public notices and
Yeah.
all of that will be part of the law, that's it.
Right.
But this is the issue
They're
right
getting
here.
into codes and all kinds of stuff.
They want control for the solar farms, the wind farms, the data
It's
centers,
gonna come out
Well,
of
that-
legislative priorities.
We're giving them a starting point,
Right.
and I
Can you
think
highlight the
it's solid.
the
bullets
batteries,
right there?
the battery storage facilities.
What you've got in red, Tom, is what the current motion is?
Yeah.
Get every down one time.
I don't know who said it. This is gonna be like the number one or number two. I didn't come out of legislative priorities. It's gonna be a hot thing.
Split between the 2 pages.
Data centers in particular. If this gets done.
Solar, wind, data mining, data storage.
This is
Look at the
gonna,
lady that did the packet. She did the whole packet for him.
data centers
Yeah.
are not gonna like this, but we're
Right.
giving the, at
Right,
least
right,
give the
right.
commissioner's court some ammunition
Right.
to have some kind of
Okay,
control.
any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye opposed? Okay, it passes. So we're gonna put it.
I didn't read all of those, so if someone says they have, I'm gonna trust them. I think that's the best.
I've looked through and this got the same stuff, wind farms, solar farms. They've got cryptocurrency in here, I don't know how that fits in. How does the cryptocurrency fit in?
Well, it's part of the data
Cause
centers.
they were doing the mining.
Yeah, all that stuff, is- yeah.
I mean, how's it part of the data centers?
Cryptocurrency, it's all digital.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's.
the data centers are mostly AI stuff, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Big part of it.
Anyway, so I think we covered it.
Yeah, I like it.
Energy storage systems, battery energy storage systems, yeah. Those are the things I've heard people complain about.
Right. We're giving them the pieces to put something
I
together.
would still like to ask someone on the Commerce Committee whether or not they have one.
They might, and they might
They
come
don't.
up or, huh?
They,
They don't?
I was in there.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
We were pushing them over here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You wanted to work late.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't get out of that, did
I
you?
shoved them all over.
Are you
here
getting
for you
overtime,
guys.
Tom?
Did they pay me actually to do that?
Double time, man.
Double time, yeah. Not just
Okay, so now it looks like we're going,
I don't think he's done yet, let's make sure he gets done here.
Now I'm done.
You are?
Yeah, I'm to 198.
And then play.
Can you go back to the wording that you just had up there?
Sure.
I thought I saw a typo.
There was a typo, I think I fixed it.
I think you did, I think you got it. It was
Okay,
over on that.
198,
It was no space.
Yep,
HOA
Well done.
governance.
well done.
Yeah,
Good, very good.
it's getting pretty good.
Pretty good. You're smarter than the average bear.
Okay, somebody had mentioned they brought up HOAs. That was Chris too, Chris Barnes brought up. On 98, add item K.
Yeah, what did he say?
It says HOA add item K. That's what I wrote on my notes. So there's a J. Oh, okay, so he's SD 5.
Yeah.
Braz is, okay, so add item K, which shall read, additional phases of a development may not be added in order to lengthen the time framework that HOA ownership can be maintained by the developer. Cause right now, he said it was what, 20 years?
Yeah, it is 20 years.
But he says they try to add new phases to a development.
Right.
To encompass
Stretch
the
it
whole
out.
thing.
Yeah.
And then it resets the clock for the 20 years.
Yeah.
That's why I live in the
So,
county.
well, that's what you want.
Live in the
That's why you don't
I
live
live
in
in
the
the
county.
county.
You have HOA?
Yeah,
Why?
that's where I bought.
Well, you knew that going into the.
I did, but I lived through the case where, so we bought the property, they started developing it like 2000. We bought it in 2002. We didn't lose we didn't take over the HOA until like 2022.
Wow.
But not only did they grab tracks that attached to the current track, they went miles and said, oh, that's part of the HOA.
How's that big?
I don't know.
They do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Like somebody needs to show up to the meetings.
Well, no.
Yes.
They do whatever they want.
I mean, they own the HOA until they no longer do.
Right.
So the issue is to isolate the HOA, isolate developers, HOAs to a contiguous tract of land.
Right. So that's why he wants to add item K.
Yeah. Right.
To prevent them from doing that.
To prevent them just continuously expanding.
Just keep add on a little section.
Right.
Yeah, and he said it wasn't even contiguous, it was just some other across town, but they call it the same subdivision, so they kept it all rolling.
If it's not together, how can you call it the same division?
I know.
They kinda do
That's what I
whatever
was
they
wondering
want.
when you were speaking.
That's what somebody could say, if that is happening, that's it.
I mean, so Mira Mesa, which is out on Fry Road, they said, oh, well, that's part of your HOA, it's on Stonegate, which is off of Bartle Cypress.
You're like, what?
Here's a real example.
That's a long way.
Oh, yeah.
So could I make a motion,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, to add, which one is it?
Item K.
Yeah, it's from SDO 5.
To add SDO 5 proposal regarding HOA governance, to add item K.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Any more discussion? Let's vote
Well,
off.
The question is, do I have an example of contiguous tracks and things that, I mean, now, within a tract of land, they're gonna develop certain areas of it first. Okay, so when is it an additional phase? If they buy the land all, surely they can buy the land up front.
Possibly, or they could add to it, but once they do the original, whatever their original structures are, when they build on new structures, why are you resetting the clock for structures that might have been built 5 years earlier?
Well, if
That's what they do.
if they've created and filed the dedicatory instruments of over those different areas, then the clock, whether they built the homes or not, the clock has started.
Right. On that property.
On that property. So.
But I think what he's saying is, well, I don't see, I'm not sure about
Well, I
that.
think we're trying to create law here too.
Right.
Could be. I mean,
We're getting into
we're
the
not-
weeds.
We're in the
Okay.
weeds there.
Concept. I didn't know, that there's currently a state law that says,
20 years.
after 20 years, as long as you're not continuing to expand, you have to relinquish the.
It was 20 years.
Of the HOA goes away?
The HOA becomes property of the homeowners.
Right. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So they're using it as a.
They actually write that into the dedicated instruments.
In every single case? Because it's a state law, the 20-year.
Because it's required that, yes,
Yeah.
after 20 years,
I never knew that. Okay, sorry. Let's move on.
Okay, did we vote? I can't remember.
we're gonna.
We almost finished.
I thought we voted, no? Oh, no,
I
I
don't
was
think
gonna,
so.
I was going for a vote. Okay, all in
Yeah.
favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're
Let's
going
add
to
item K.
add item K. We're gonna amend this to add item K.
That's good.
Other things.
Anything else we wanna do here?
We got into a lot of other stuff here. Let's see what we got. Consolidated bylaws, bill guides and policies into one document after turnover from developers to homeowners. During transition, all discrepancies must be voted on and recorded votes published along with sending.
Seems to me that's writing law again.
Pretty detailed.
I got a question about this one at SD 30, didn't it?
Sure.
It says under no condition shall an HOA foreclose on a homeowner. When a home is purchased within the confines of a new subdivision, the HOA will not be able. HOA will not be in operation. That's confusing.
Yeah, that's.
When home is purchased within the confines of the new subdivision, HOA will not be in operation until 6 months following the final bill.
When you bought the property.
So in the meantime, you don't get any of the benefits of HOA?
No,
That makes no
no,
sense.
what he's saying is that the HOA will not be under the homeowners for at least 6 months.
What's it talking about foreclosure?
No, it doesn't say
Now,
at least.
foreclosure,
Kind of mixing some things together.
Final build out does that mean the final build out of the individual person's house?
no, final build out of that subdivision.
Right.
Well, that's
So if
where
I
you
buy
get
a
into the
house,
basis.
if I buy a house now and the full subdivision.
15 years later.
Is it finished till 15 years later? I don't get the HOA services?
You get
In the
the
meantime?
service. but
Well, it
you don't
says the HOA will not be in operation.
no, the HOA, the homeowners do not control it.
I would leave
It's
it.
it's in operation, it's just the homeowners aren't controlling the HOA.
It's talking about HOA violation enforcement. I would.
When a home is purchased within a new subdivision, the HOA will not be in operation.
I'm not sure this.
I would point out the current plank actually says no authority to foreclose. I mean, the current plank has some pretty hard,
Yeah, in the current plank, it says no authority to foreclose.
Right.
No, that covers that part there, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm good with what we
They
have.
yeah,
foreclose,
these are well intentioned.
meaning closing on your property that you bought?
No, they foreclose it, some HOAs
So-
have fees that they charge, and if you don't
You
pay
have-
the
you have
fee, or
annual homeowners fee.
they can foreclose on your house.
Your
That's not.
property is, there's a deed against that payment.
These are well-meaning resolutions, but they're kind of in the weeds. And
Okay.
I would,
This is,
So you're happy with what we put in there, and we want to now,
I'm happy with K, yeah.
Then let's move on.
and we want to, keep it amended?
Right.
That's what we voted on,
Yes.
a minute, adding that.
Okay, I propose we do one more tonight and then call it quits.
Perfect.
What do you think?
I agree.
199.
You two got a long way to drive.
199 is not too bad.
199 property rights.
We'll do one more. Good idea.
A gentleman testified on property rights, expansion, A and B.
Oh, that's what got you presented.
Yeah.
Oh, he did bring
Okay, so
that up.
here's squatters, by the way. Oh,
He did bring that up too.
somebody wanted to put squatters into business. I said, no, it's already over here.
A and B.
Well,
That
the
was just,
gentleman that testified, I don't remember which guy it was.
that was Chris Barnes. That's what we've been working on, all his stuff the last
Oh,
time.
yeah, 199.
199 property rights, add notification.
First sentence, add notification.
Yes,
shall
yes.
All property owners within
Well,
1
I
mile
would add that.
No,
of any such action in order to avoid extra effects on adjacent property owners.
That's not already the law.
No.
It should be. I mean, I thought it was already.
well, it is, but it just addresses property owners, not adjacent properties. They're also affected, but
That's what I meant.
property owners should
I
not.
thought it was already the law that any property to be annexed, they had to notify the adjacent property owners.
No, it just says owners shall be notified their rights from the easement. Right
but I'm
now.
saying in the law, I thought that was already. the
Oh,
case.
yeah, no, you would think, but it's not. That's why they were wanting to add that.
Where does he want to add it? He says after the first sentence of said paragraph.
A. Oh, no, yeah, okay.
Where's the said paragraph?
Where's the-
Property owners shall be notified,
where's the say said paragraph?
down here. So it's here.
First sentence of A.
After you get past the mineral rights, no, A is just his reference, this is his AID for that. So it's here where you say property owners shall be notified of their rights regarding annexation or easement.
Yeah.
It's in there that he wants to add it.
After the
Oh,
first
yeah, I
sentence.
see it.
After the first full sentence?
Yeah.
Which is public necessity.
Yes,
Okay.
he does say that.
So it's requiring them to notify property owners of less than.
Within 1 mile of any such action in
Right.
order to avoid various effects on adjacent property owners.
Right.
Do you have a motion for that?
Motion to add A.
Is there a second?
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor of adding that sentence, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it passes. Go by that sentence. Okay, and
And the
then
next one.
he's asking for another one here, which is property owners of less than 100 acres may at the property owner's discretion require that the entire property be included in any condemnation, annexation, or easement. Such actions would result in property being physically divided, making the existing use no longer possible.
And I agree with that one too. Because if somebody's got, like he was saying, 40 acres and they use it for agricultural use, for cattle or whatever, or horses. And then they go through and bust it up and they got 5 acres on one side, 7 acres on the other.
So that would just be an additional sentence right next to the one we just added.
Yeah, we can just put it right behind that one.
Okay.
I'm all right
You
with
have a motion?
I make a motion that we add, the highlighted language from SD5 Brazos County to right before the word taking and blank 199.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're adding. Good. Okay, anything else in that?
Laundry
There's
list.
resolutions in the laundry list, yeah.
This is asking for expedited review of squatters, I think.
Where?
Dallas. After minimal legal intervention.
Okay.
And provide
SD12?
an expedited review of process on all of those claims.
Well, the people,
They might have to keep going back to.
Does it mean you can shoot at them?
No.
That's no fun.
you can get the police involved and they can force them to get out sooner, which honestly, I don't agree with all the squatter rights. Especially when it comes to a residential structure.
It says here, and after minimal legal intervention.
Okay, protect homeowners' property rights against squatters, minimal legal intervention. What do we have? We do that?
They want to add, and providing an expedited removal process for unauthorized occupants of private and agricultural property. Strongly encourage amendments to the law to protect homeowners against squatters with minimal legal intervention. Why do we need more than that?
Because it's gone on so long.
So an expedited removal process.
That, people have to live with it.
Okay, does anybody want to add that?
Like what we got.
Are you talking about less than 12 downs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else?
You guys want to?
Okay, any other additions from these recommendations?
Could you go down to Brazoria? I'd like to see that. Please.
That's the last.
All appraisal districts being governed by a 5-member board of directors.
I don't agree with that. I'm on the appraisal review board. I like Kevin.
Okay, I think we're done.
How are they
We,
elected now? How are they elected now? Or someone appointed? We're elected.
No, I think they're elected.
They're elected in Harris County.
Some are appointed, some are elected, in my county. I think we should vote,
You guys want
on, Plan 199 as amended. Do we need to do that?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already did that. And we haven't made any other changes.
We haven't made any other changes, okay.
We voted to keep it as amended and added A and B, so we're good.
I think we are. So are you guys in favor of hanging it up? We only have 8 more to go.
It's 10 o'clock. We have 4 hours tomorrow to work on the other 8.
Yeah.
We need something to do.
I mean, would the committee entertain, the notion of starting at 9 AM instead of 8? Given that we have only 8 or 9
I've
months.
thought about that, except that people have notification.
Yeah, people might show up at 8 o'clock to testify.
True.
So that's the only problem.
But at least we're getting out of here a half hour early. And we're ahead of the game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we made great progress. It's good work, you guys.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, I won't make the motion. Or actually, I
Okay.
will make the motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Second.
Mr. Chairman.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. You want this list of speakers? Here.
All opposed, be quiet.
I think there's one more over there. Okay. That was good.
Thank y'all for your work.
See if I can get up and fall out of this chair.
I almost want to leave my stuff here.
Yeah.
We're locking the doors as soon as we walk out.
This guy.
Whew. Well, from the serious business of their business to HOA crap. It's a mixture of things.
This is the third.
Oh my God, 100%.
Because of stuff. Yeah, the list you sent out, Tom.
Your list sent out, Tom, is outstanding.
You know, I can't believe.
Totally outstanding.
Well, so.
If it weren't for your list and possibly the use of this, this could be a shit free.
So.
You know the.
I wish we could just leave the stuff here.
Yes.
I came in there blind because I didn't know I had to do it. And I didn't have such a file.
I don't know.
And,
clear that used to live at 7%. Right. And I was trying to follow this. Right. And he was like, impossible. Oh, that's just the spreadsheet. Yeah. But that's what we have. Yeah. So, I try to, I mean, because that's the type of format we were using for SD conventions.
That's a really great one. You just probably organized that really well.
Yes, that worked out. That made it today a lot less painless.
Very easy, much easier.
It's a mess. We should have just finished all eight just to prove it.
We'll just keep the rest as amended, or as, keep as is.
Keep as,
We're
right.
done.
Right.
See y'all for lunch.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, still got all this stuff.
Crap.
Thank you for your help.
There we go. What's that? Oh, like all the notes and stuff?
Yep. See it for this.
Just, you know, the highlights when everybody was talking, so I can refer back. I don't know how.
So I guess the HOAs continuing to expand their footprint is
It's a
a way to
lawless.
perpetuate their existence.
A loophole,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Just like the tollways,
Yes.
once they get paid off on their initial bonds,
Yes.
Oh, yeah. They keep going.
they argue that they can continue their tollway authority, they can continue collecting the taxes.
Anytime you have toll roads, they get approved and they never go away.
Yeah, and the argument they use is, well, we've done more now that we need to pay for.
So put tolls on the.
Was it Harris County?
Yeah, exactly.
$350 million this year in excess tolls diverted to whatever, who knows what, in Harris County?
Just in the county.
$350 million.
They can,
Incredible.
is this your wife? No, so they can, have childcare centers.
Exactly.
Learning centers.
Learning centers, yes.
Exactly.
Alan, well done. What do you have to do with childcare centers?
Oh, yes, that's true.
They got money, so they just.
It's an incredible, what is this about? Let me delete that.
Yeah, I wonder how many learning centers we have around here.
My neighborhood's got a few, I'll tell you that much.
I know that we have a madrasa here in Houston, who's teaching their kids how to hate Christians and Jews. And I believe they got taxpayer funding under the school voucher bill that passed last session.
I live in the center of what you're describing. I live exactly in the center of that. And, the amount of money that flows through there is, it's incredible.
Tomorrow, since we'll have some extra time, I'm gonna find out about the security details for starting on Thursday.
Yeah.
Cause I've never got it, I don't think I ever. got
Yeah,
it.
there's some water there.
Oh, okay.
About, no, I never got an answer. So I will.
Oh, sorry.
Because tomorrow I'm coming packing. I can't believe they had zero security at this place.
I was driving down toward.
I was concerned about that too.
County from my house the other day. And I'm going through the just back areas, and I'm looking for more mosques and temples, and you just have to stick in all of these really worthless land, but they're just sticking up there everywhere. Nobody's noticing it.
Tom,
And they're off the beaten path.
I appreciate your legwork on that. The format, it worked out great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's
great work. I mean, seriously, you worked it.
I was just telling them, if you hadn't done that,
You've been,
we
you've
still-
been in trouble.
Following through the 374.
Well, see, we still
data
have
points.
some, actually, the editor guy thought that, your chairman would do that, but,
sure, in his spare time.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that in 100 years, my friend.
No,
I'll see you guys in the morning.
That was good work. Get out of here without tripping on something.
this is fine.
No, that was just here. That's not too bad. Held up. Exactly. Wonder whose that is.
No, it's just for the committee? It's for the committee, they just dropped it off here. Yeah. That came from,
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
See, what do I got here that's plugged into me? The white cord?
What about this laptop? Does someone come pick that up?
Whose is it? Oh. Does it belong to the camera there?
Oh, I'm taking this one stays, I think. And this one comes, this one's mine, okay.
I'll see where we stopped it. I don't know, someone, you think someone's gonna come pick this up?
I would assume so.
I know. Where's, Health and Human Services, they quit? Is that what I heard?
Somebody left home.
8:30. Or earlier, maybe. Okay, let me find out where a couple people are. Do you have a place for trash? Yeah, there. Hey, Lyndon, let's talk. Are you still here? Are you leaving soon, or? Okay, I've got, Ron's gonna take me to the parking right there. Okay? Okay, bye. See y'all this morning. Yes, sir. That's, I'm gonna call Liz. Are you taking that bag or you just leaving it? Is this trash? Trash? Oh. So on, Peter. Good night.